Here we are once again. Floating somewhere between Earth and space, just trying to figure it all out. Got a hell of a lot to talk about here tonight, Space Fam, so I guess we better get right to it. As always, do not forget to buckle up those seatbelts, otherwise I might go floating off into that deep dark void, never to be seen again. Chat, come on. Well, Space Fams, good to see you here. On this Friday evening, week-ending report, and boy oh boy has it been a busy week. Before we get to any of that, I better do some shout-outs first. Mr. Spock, Glitchmaster, and Moanoa123 in the YouTube chat. Christy Z, a very close fourth. Rizla, also here. Fishbone. Edward Thornton. Morbius. Midi Doctors. Ebony 888. Schmegley, Pitchforks Dragon over on the vertical chat, and the Green New Deal and D Mac Marie over on Twitch. Well, it's beautiful to see all of you people here on this Friday evening. Hell of a lot to talk about, like I just mentioned. Pam Bondi fired. Multiple Supreme Court decisions or cases under review by SCOTUS this week. Economy getting worse and only looking like it. Only looking like the only possible outcome of the future is that it's going to actually get even worse than it already is. It's worse now than it was last week and last month and last year, but now it's apparently going to get even worse than that.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Immediately, if not sooner. Elections under threat, and of course, a whole fuck ton of stuff happening in Iran, including an F-15 being shot down by the IRGC, and so much more. Let's start in the United States. Yeah, it's been a fascinating week. We're going to try and go through this chronologically to some degree. Let's go back in time. The beginning of the week when we were treated to a lovely artistic display on the National Mall. Wait, volume.
Well, there's a new addition to the National Mall, a 10-foot tall golden toilet, a throne fit for kings, sits in front of the Lincoln Memorial. It is the latest protest statue that's appeared from the secret handshake. The group is criticizing President Trump's remodeling of the Lincoln bathroom at the White House. A plaque on the side of the statue reads, "This is his crowning achievement." It's a bold reminder that the president isn't just a businessman, but he's taking care of business. It stands as a tribute to an unwavering visionary who looked down and saw a problem and painted it gold.
I think one of the most important things, though, about this particular thing behind me is that people have a right to expression. I mean, our whole entire country is based on freedoms.
I think this toilet is a testament to that we're always focused on what's not important, when in reality we should be focused on what is important, which is the conflicts that are happening, the people that are being hurt all around the world, because our president's focus is on something like this instead of them.
Well, the marble throne went up just 2 days after the nationwide No King's Day protests against the president's administration, including one along the National Mall with thousands of demonstrators.
Yes, indeed. Beginning of the week, Sunday morning, this golden marble toilet appeared.
Toilet.
Reminding us of just how much money Donald Trump is spending on beautifying the White House, while we're not allowed to have health care or basic help or, I don't know, a functioning government. You get Operation Epstein Fury, the Epstein Ballroom, and that monstrosity. You like the stream, and as soon as you can afford to contribute, you will. D-Mac Maria, it's a beautiful sentiment. I appreciate you. Whether you can contribute or not. Well, of course, that, that toilet is only fit for a king.
Toilet.
Donald Trump had this to say about the concept of him being a king earlier this week.
Mr. President, as you know, there's issues right now with DHS not being funded. CoStar is one of them, which is very important, especially with things going on with starting Hormuz and here in our own country. You have the power to transfer control from the Department of Homeland Security to the Navy. Are you considering doing that?
No, I have a lot of powers to do things, and we use the powers where appropriate.
A lot of powers.
Sometimes you don't have to use those powers. You know, they're a little severe, and then people accuse me of being a king. You see, the king, this is the new one. They've been trying for
It's a new
long time,
concept.
including 4 years where I
No
was
one's ever
out of
heard of
office watching how badly this country was run. But they've been trying for a long time. You know what they really are doing is they want to have people coming into our country. They want to have open borders. They want to have criminals coming into our country. They want to have people unchecked.
It's a completely new concept. No one's ever heard of it. Called a king. And people are calling me that. It's very weird. Very, very weird. I don't get it.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
I don't get it. I did everything right. Then people call me this new thing called a king. I don't know. It sounds kind of nice. I don't know. Now, it's not just people who think that Donald Trump is behaving like a king. Because it turns out that federal judges seem to think that Donald Trump is not an actual king, can't do whatever he wants. One blocking Donald Trump's executive order, which was the thing which ended funding to NPR and PBS. This is from 3 days ago on Tuesday.
A federal judge has agreed to permanently block the Trump administration from implementing a presidential directive to end federal funding for National Public Radio and the Public Broadcasting Service. A U.S. district judge ruled Tuesday that President Donald Trump's executive order to cease funding for NPR and PBS is unlawful and unenforceable. The judge says the First Amendment right to free speech, quote, does not tolerate viewpoint discrimination and retaliation of this type. Last year, Trump said at a news conference that he would love to defund NPR and PBS.
I would love to do that. I think it's very unfair. It's been very biased for the whole group. I mean, a whole group of them.
NPR claims the Republican
The whole group, they've been very nasty to me. Very nasty. They don't deserve money. If you say mean things about Trump, no government money for you. Shockingly, a federal judge deciding that's actually not within the powers of the president. A real blow to Trump and his agenda. Should this go to the Supreme Court? It'll be interesting to see what they rule on this, since the basis on which this judge made the ruling was on the free speech. And they spent part of the week deciding that, what's it called? Conversion therapy was free speech. Even though a lot of people would call it child abuse.
You're hurting the kids.
They said that was free speech. actually. But while we were talking about NPR and PBS's funding potentially being restored, we should talk about some actual fraud, waste, and abuse at the Army. And I know it feels like so long ago, but, you remember when those helicopters flew over Kid Rock's home? Fuck yeah! Well, the Army supposedly suspended those two, or at least, I think it may have been 3, air crew aboard the helicopter on Tuesday.
Well, the U.S. Army says it is conducting a review after 2 Apache helicopters were recorded doing a flyby at singer Kid Rock's home in Nashville, Tennessee. Kid Rock posted this video on Saturday where you can see him standing near a pool while a helicopter hovers for several seconds. He's clapping, he's saluting, and at one point, a second helicopter flies by. NBC News Chief Justice and National Affairs correspondent Kelly O'Donnell joins us from the front lawn of the White House. Kelly, do we know more about how the helicopters even just ended up near Kid Rock's home in the first place?
Well, what we've learned from our colleagues who cover the Pentagon, that this is a case of a training mission. They were taking part in that, and I don't know how they connected Kid Rock's location to the path they were on, but clearly that happened, and they have now been suspended. The Army is looking into a number of the issues related to this. Of course, these are very expensive property of the federal government, and the time and the use of these is certainly subject to all kinds of protocols, and a flyby would not typically be anywhere near that. And so it does raise questions. Kid Rock has long been...
Are you telling me there was no scheduled Kid Rock mansion flyby? What? That wasn't part of the scheduled route? That's super weird.
That's really weird.
Anyway, I think as of now, those air crew aboard both of those helicopters were suspended. May still be, you would assume, still be on suspension, although that was technically an old story from Tuesday. Now, let's go back to the Supreme Court. Donald Trump made a very, very strange, historic visit to a Supreme Court argument, which his own lawyer was arguing never before happened in the history of the Supreme Court or America.
I was in the courtroom today in the Supreme Court chambers where President Donald Trump appeared as the first time in American history for a president to show up at Supreme Court oral arguments in the case related to birthright citizenship. President Trump showed up right as the oral arguments were beginning, and he sat in the front row of the public seating, which made it hard for the press to be able to view him. But we did see that he was flanked by his cabinet members, Attorney General Pam Bondi, as well as Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick. At some point during the ACLU attorneys' arguments, the president got up and left by himself. The president is usually known for coming in and shaking hands with people, but that was not what we saw today. He wasn't front and center. This was an instance where we saw the president really disappear into the crowd. This is an unprecedented moment, especially for the Trump administration, because several of his nominees to the Supreme Court, including Justice Gorsuch and Kavanaugh, they were questioning some of the basis for the immigration policies in front of the president himself.
I'm going to borrow from Cecilia Wong here to answer
okay.
similarly.
Yeah, so let's stay on this topic of the birthright citizenship case Donald Trump has brought to the Supreme Court. That, what's his name? I always want to call him Jack Bauer, but it's like something sour or something. John? I think it's John. John Sauer. Whatever that's supposed to. Why is it just the first initial? D. John Sauer. So can I just make up anything for D? Dick John Sauer. Douchebag John Sauer. Degenerate John Sauer. Delusional John Sauer. Dirtbag John Sauer.
Cecilia Wong here, who answered a similarly important question with just a word: no. It's not overstating it, because what the ACLU will tell you is that while this case is about the president's executive order issued on January 20th, his first day in office last year, curtailing citizenship to babies.
WSNT_me just shared 100 bits.
Wasn't me cheering 100 bits. Thank you very much. Wasn't me.
While this case is about the president's executive order issued on January 20th, his first day in office last year, curtailing citizenship to babies born to one or more undocumented parents. What this is really about, Chris, is part of the larger conservative legal project to redefine who counts in this country. And we see that every day, and a variety.
Also gifting a community sub to Piezas MFT. Thank you, wasn't me. Thank you very much.
What this is really about, Chris, is part of the larger conservative legal project to redefine who counts in this country. And we see that every day, and a variety of different policy initiatives that this administration is pursuing, from the criminal enforcement of laws preventing people from overstaying their visas, to asylum policies, who gets to claim asylum and where, to the question of who is a citizen. If the administration is to win on this, you can surely count on them to make future arguments about even stripping people who have been naturalized of their citizenship, or otherwise redefining what we have come to understand as birthright citizenship in this country, subject to the citizenship clause of the 14th Amendment.
So, Senator, I want to play one of the exchanges that I think stood out, where Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson was pushing the Solicitor General about how the government's test for citizenship could even be enforced. Here it is.
Are you suggesting that when a baby is born, people have to have documents, present documents? Is this happening in the delivery room? How are we determining when or whether a newborn child is a citizen of the United States under your rule?
And I think that's directly addressed in the SSA guidance that's cited in our brief. What SSA says is there's currently a system where, for example, Social Security numbers are generated based on the birth certificate. They say this can still be, for the vast majority of instances, completely transparent. You will still get a...
No, not transparent. I'm just talking about the particulars, because now you say your rule turns on whether the person intended to stay in the United States. And I think Justice Barrett brought this up. So are we bringing pregnant women in for depositions? What are we doing to figure this out?
Senator, there are a lot of questions here, right? Real world consequences if there is a change here. But I think the one that was brought up there.
Yeah. Also, does the court system have time for that? Does the court system have time to bring in every single newly or expecting mother? Like, can you get ahead of it? Like, can you come in before the baby is born? Or do you have to come in after? There is a question in terms of timing. Because you have to come in after, then, oh my God. Wow. Then you have a baby without citizenship for some amount of time, just like in limbo. You just got a bunch of babies floating around the country. They're non-citizen baby. Like, every baby born in the country is not a citizen until the mother goes to court to prove that she and her husband are citizens? Or the sperm giver, whomever it is, the baby daddy might be. Because I think according to what they are arguing, they are also saying that if there's only one, I think there's one parent who is undocumented, that would make the child undocumented. At least that's what this dickbag, just D, I have no, dickbag John Sauer. That's what he's been arguing. Oh, Dean John Sauer. There you go. Now I know. Why D? Why just D? That's very annoying to me. Little D Sauer. This isn't vertical. What kind of degeneracy? Those absolutely vertical. All right, let's keep talking about the arguments before the Supreme Court around birthright citizenship with Democracy Now! From yesterday.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman with Nermeen Sheikh.
The Supreme Court heard oral arguments Wednesday on one of the most consequential cases of the year, the constitutionality of President Trump's attempt to end birthright citizenship. On the first day of his second term, Trump signed an executive order declaring children born in the United States to parents without permanent legal status would no longer be granted citizenship automatically. The case has been working its way through the courts. Last July, a federal appeals court in California said the order violates the plain language of the 14th Amendment, which grants citizenship to, quote, all persons born in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof, unquote. In 1898, the Supreme Court reaffirmed birthright citizenship. That case was brought by Wong Kim Ark, a Chinese-American man born in San Francisco to Chinese parents. He was barred from re-entering the U.S. despite being a citizen.
Questions from both conservative and liberal members of the court revealed skepticism of the Trump administration's arguments. Cecilia Wong of the ACLU argued against the constitutionality of the court. Speaking to reporters and supporters after leaving the court, she, a birthright citizen herself, said she was confident in their arguments.
I come out of the court today with the thought of my parents and so many of our parents and ancestors who came to this country seeking refuge, seeking new opportunities, and who relied on the rule that we've had in this country for 150 years, that everyone born here is a United States citizen, all alike. And I am confident that the court is going to turn back this president's effort to radically rewrite our 14th Amendment rule of birthright citizenship. I want to thank the whole team behind me who have brought this case from the very beginning. We have a nation of millions on our side, and we couldn't be more confident about our arguments here. Thank you.
President Trump broke precedent by attending the arguments in person, sitting in the front row before leaving the court early. During a luncheon at the White House afterwards, he criticized
God damn it, I'm muted. It's terrible. That is terrible. That is terrible. What I was saying is that this is an incredibly brazen move by Donald Trump to show up at the Supreme Court. And sure, he's been fairly open about his sort of like corrupt intent with the Supreme Court in the past, like when he went and shook Sam Alito's hand at his State of the Union address. You remember that when he went over, like patted him on the back? Great job doing that thing that I wanted, which he's not supposed to. It is supposed to be, you know, separation of powers. He's over there, you know, he's been acting like a dictator a lot lately. And I feel like this is him overplaying his hand. Like, it's just so brazen. I feel like there are some on the court who are going to look at that and just, regardless of how they might feel about birthright citizenship, even with him asking them to upend 150 years of judicial precedent, simultaneously breaking 250.
WSNT_me just shared 400 bits.
Wasn't me. 400 biddies. Thank you very much. Also, Morbius, thank you for the gifted membership to yourself. Very generous.
Aren't I a good guy?
I didn't even know you could do that. But it's fascinating. Like, no other president's ever showed up to a Supreme Court hearing, let alone, I mean, one that you had personal stakes in.
As the justices.
You could have a case where the person you're suing admits they're guilty. And if you're in front of a Democrat judge, she'll overturn that admittance. Now, it's very unfair. And Republicans, judges, and justices, they always want to show that they're independent. I don't care if Trump appointed me. I don't care if he doesn't make any difference to me. I'm voting against him because they want to show their independence. You know, stupid people. So Pam and I were over there with some people, and we watched, and actually nobody knew what the hell was going on. Simple subject.
When Donald Trump says that, he's literally describing his disdain for the very system that he is supposed to uphold. Like, yeah, even if they're appointed by you, they're not supposed to do everything you want. You're not a fucking dictator. That's the system we have. And he's literally coming out and saying, that's very annoying. Even though I put them there, they're not loyal. Even though these judges, it's their literal job to judge things and to remain unbiased. He's like, it's very annoying that they're remaining unbiased in this one particular, in some instances, very nasty and unbiased.
Look at the time. It was passed right at the end of the Civil War. It was for the babies of slaves.
For more, we're joined by two guests. Norman Wong joins us from Washington, D.C., great-grandson of Wong Kim Ark. He gathered with supporters outside the Supreme Court yesterday. Artie Kohli is the executive director of the Asian Law Caucus, co-counsel in the case. She attended oral arguments yesterday, joining us from Oakland, California. Artie, let's begin with you. Talk about how the oral arguments went yesterday. Trump walked out after his side was argued. But the significance of what the justices across the political spectrum asked and where you think this case is headed.
Yeah, I think the oral arguments went really well for our side. As you may know, the Asian Law Caucus is co-counsel in the case with the ACLU. And I thought Cecilia Wong did a phenomenal job. The justices had a lot of questions for General Sauer. And I think it was also pretty notable that President Trump came to the courtroom, it was clearly an attempt to intimidate the justices, but once he sat down, people were focused on the court and the questions, and there was really, not much attention paid to him. So yeah, I think the oral arguments went really well. I felt like justices were quite skeptical of General Sauer's arguments.
And Arti, if you could talk about what specifically Trump is attempting to do, because of course there are many levels of birthright citizenship, and what he's trying to do is eradicate unrestricted birthright citizenship, which I understand only Canada and the U.S. have, at least among developed countries or advanced wealthy countries.
A very simple and clear rule, and it actually has made America what it is, which is a very vibrant and diverse society. And so the current rule is if you are a child born on American soil and you are a U.S. citizen, and with very limited, narrow exceptions, unless you're a child of an ambassador or part of a tribal community. So what the executive order does is say, if your parents, at least one parent has to be either a green card holder or a U.S. citizen. So we're talking about students, researchers, undocumented people, H-1Bs, asylum seekers, people who have not yet been granted asylum, temporary protected status, DACA. I mean, we're talking about hundreds and thousands of babies. And for some of them, they would get citizenship through their parents'
Honestly, the people who are excited about immigrants leaving this country are cheering on the destruction of the thing that makes America great. If America is in fact great, if it ever has been, right? Because, I mean, make America great again is based upon the claim that America was once great at one point. But at no point has America ever existed without the existence of immigrants. All the founders weren't Native Americans. They're all a bunch of white guys from Europe. The entirety of America is built upon immigrants and is continued to be built upon immigrants since the very beginning. Oh no, a megastar losing your streak down to a 3-stream streak. Either way, keep it up. It'll be back up soon. That's unfortunate. Twitch didn't register your watch streak. That's very rude.
How rude.
Highly rude.
Place, but many would be stateless. So, you know, they would have no documentation and no ability to travel. And, you know, it would be a game changer for not just those children, but for the United States.
Norman Wong, I'd like to bring you into the conversation. Tell us what happened to your great-grandfather, Wong Kim Ark, the Chinese-American whose citizenship was challenged by the U.S. government in 1895.
Well, like Bruce Springsteen, Wong Kim Ark, my great-grandfather was born in the USA, in San Francisco, Chinatown specifically. His parents weren't allowed to become U.S. citizens, but they were allowed to come, man and wife, to America. They were trying to make their dreams here. The parents and Wong Kim Ark left, but he came back as a child to live the American dream, because when he was born here and raised here and left here when he was, I think, about 7, in his soul was really American. His behavior was American. And so he came back as a very young boy, I believe, to work in the United States, in the gold mines as cook's help. And everything I find out about him says he definitely was born in the USA. And I grew up. I was born in the USA. I was born here. And I believe I thought like the way he must have thought. And that's why he had a sense, not of entitlement, but of fair play. He had a sense that America was a land of opportunity, and that he could do things that he couldn't do if he was in China as Chinese, because actually the Chinese, in a sense, were a conquered people. The Manchus ran that country, and it was being carved up by the Europeans, so it was under great, great stress.
Yep, America was sold as a land of opportunity to many people across the planet, in Asia and in Europe. And this guy is the epitome of the thing that I've been talking about to some degree here. Like, this guy is the great grandson of the man who basically is the foundation of the laws that are being challenged right now by Donald Trump. Right? Like, his grandfather was born here, right? Which made him a U.S. citizen. But the United States passed the Chinese Exclusion Act. He was not allowed back into the country after going to China. And the Supreme Court back then in the 1800s decided that he was a citizen and he belonged here in the United States. This guy is the great-grandson of that man. And my question is, the question that I've been asking this whole time, that everybody needs to ask themselves right now, people like this man, and millions of others, you would assume, in this country. I can't imagine just how many. But how many people would have to question, how far back do you have to go? If his great-grandfather wasn't a citizen, was his grandfather a citizen, or his father a citizen? This is the question I keep asking, the dominoes that will fall, logically speaking, if you were to follow this, right? Can some, like, where do you draw the line on that? And it's not clear. I think it's very clear how it will be implemented. It will be used to target men like this. And whoever the government, wants to go after. They'll question your belonging here all the way back. And they're trying to claim if you have one undocumented parent, that makes you undocumented.
America provided the opportunity that his parents didn't have here or in China, because they were chased out in 1877 when the Chinatowns were burned down. So he saw America as a safe place and a place of opportunity. I saw that too when I was a child. And I thank people like Bruce Springsteen for singing and standing up for us. In San Francisco, we took his words and used them in our speeches to convey how we felt. And so I appreciate it. Yesterday, we had African Americans who spoke eloquently in front of the Supreme Court in our behalf. And I thank them, because we need to stand as Americans together, regardless of color or religion or where we came from, because most all of us, I understand more than 300 million Americans, owe their citizenship ultimately to birthright citizenship. Only the indigenous people
just shared 100 bits. Undocumented my ass. We stole this land from the PPA who were living here peacefully.
Exactly, Omega Star. Thank you for the bits.
Owe their citizenship ultimately to birthright citizenship, or where we came from, because most all of us, I understand more than 300 million Americans, owe their citizenship ultimately to birthright citizenship. Only the indigenous people are the first people, the First Nation, are not birthright citizenship. They had their original place in our country, and I feel that we haven't always gotten it right with all the people here, but that doesn't mean we should make it worse. We should try to fix what we've done wrong and make amends where we can make amends, and try to make this indivisible, one country under God, with life, liberty, and justice for all. I'm sorry if I got the pledge wrong, because it's been many years since I had to say it. But I think we all understood what it meant, even as a child. Thank you.
Artie Coley, as we wrap up, we just have 30 seconds, but the reference to enslaved people, how they fit into the issue of birthright citizenship.
Yes. I mean, we have the 14th Amendment because the government at that time, Lincoln wanted to make sure that the children of enslaved people were born Americans, and wanted to make it clear that anybody born on American soil was Americans. And that's how the law has been interpreted for the past 150 years since the amendment was ratified. And that's what Wong Kim Ark decided. And, you know, that court, the Wong Kim Ark court, was not a progressive court. This is a court that decided Plessy v. Ferguson. And they reluctantly affirmed this right. And it's something that all Americans have benefited from since its inception.
Well, I want to thank you both for being with us. We'll be talking much more about this in the coming weeks. Artie Coley, Executive Director of the Asian Law Caucus, co-counsel.
Okay, well, there's a very serious and important decision that still is sitting before the Supreme Court. No actual decision has been made. Supposedly, Supreme Court is somewhat skeptical on their arguments as of now. By them, I mean the Trump administration's arguments. Dean Jack Sauer. Little D. Okay. Well, we're about an hour into the stream right now. So I think I'm going to start a week-ending report goal on the YouTube chat. That's not how you spell report. I've done it. Yay. Oh, there's already a weird there's already a sub goal going on right now in the background. And the bits goal. No, no. That's not good. That's not good.
5 Tar gifted a tier 1 subscription to the Green New Deal.
Gifted a... Wait. Why does it say a 3-month tier 1 sub? Did you just give 3 months of subscriptions? Or, wait. 3 months. Or have you gifted the Green New Deal 3 months in a row? Is that what it's saying? I'm confused. Or you just gifted 3 months of Galactic? Really? You did? Wow. Wow, wow.
Wow.
Incredibly generous. Incredibly generous of you, Omega. All right, to this big news from the last 24 hours. The firing of Pamela Joe Bondi. Let's get this started.
Pam Bondi has been fired. It is 1:48 p.m. on Thursday, April 2nd. I will be back. I'll be back. Pam Bondi was fired.
Yes, everyone. It's true. Pamela Joe Bondi, the Attorney General, woman in charge of releasing the Epstein files.
Jeffrey Epstein?
The woman who said we should stop talking about the Epstein files and instead talk about the Dow.
The Dow right now is over. The Dow is over 50.
That's right, it was over 50. 50 thou. I remember that. You know, I think it's only fair that we dance just a teeny tiny little bit and celebrate the departure of former Trump lawyer, now former Attorney General, Pamela Joe Bondi.
What? Come on. The Dow right now is over. The Dow is over 50. I thought this was America. Huh? Is this America? I thought this was America. Who just blown a giant hole in their ass.
Where my unstable girlies at? What the fuck is going on?
Come on. I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
You scumbag.
Goodbye, Crabbula Joe. Crabbula Joe Bondi. GG. Drafted to the private sector. Last minute. Now, the third, or I guess it's kind of actually fourth, right? Because at least Stefanik she lost her job. Then Mike Waltz lost his job, switched over to UN ambassador. Kristi Noem, she lost her job. Oh, and Greg Bovino also lost his job, too. I almost forgot about Greg. And now, the latest to fall. I'm Pamela Joe. Oh, you think we're done talking about Pamela Joe? Oh, no, we've only just begun. We've only just begun. Columbia Regan with the super chat. There's going to be one unified big crab rave when Trump is no longer in the White House, and we need that. Seriously. Worldwide crab rave. Worldwide. Hosted by yours truly. We'll even get Neptune and Saturn involved. Live stream from the moon. Thank you, Columbia Regan, for the super chat. I'm trying to think how much... We're making some fairly strong progress on the galactic content goal right now. This weekending report. I need to take a break at some point and look it over because I can't figure it out right now. I'm trying to do too many things at once. Back to Pamela Joe. CNN. Yesterday. Donald Trump. Fies. I can't say words. Donald Trump fires Pamela Bondi.
Another major shakeup at the White House. Attorney General Pam Bondi has been ousted.
Let's go now to CNN senior White House correspondent Kristen Holmes. Kristen, tell us what you're learning. This is brand new.
Yeah, things are very fluid. They're moving very quickly, but I am told that Pam Bondi has been officially fired. She's out of her role. Now, where she goes next, that is a question mark. I was told in the meeting or in the conversation President Trump had with Bondi yesterday, he floated the idea of a judgeship as a potential landing place for Bondi. And in the interim period, while they are figuring out who is going to take over as Attorney General, Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanch will step into that role. So he will be serving in the interim. Pam Bondi, though, is out. We had already reported that she was in Florida. We have been talking about for the last several hours how...
So from one Donald Trump lawyer to a different Donald Trump lawyer. Pam Bondi defended Donald Trump in the 2020 election fraud case. She was one of the attorneys on the team, right? So she's out. And then Todd Blanch, Donald Trump's attorney, who argued in front of the Supreme Court, and also, wait, was he also counsel in New York? I can't remember. Because he has multiple counsels in, like, different districts and, like, a whole team of but, like, suffice to say, from one Trump lawyer to the next. Sort of a pretty clear system Trump has for picking attorney generals. Did you personally represent him in the past? Nope. Then...
The last week, President Trump had been calling allies, asking about firing her, who should replace her. It doesn't seem as though they have someone specific in mind. We know that they have floated the idea of Lee Zeldin, among other people. Zeldin is currently leading the EPA, but I am told that is not a done deal. President Trump, interestingly...
Good God, I can't imagine which one sounds worse. Lee Zeldin in charge of the EPA or the Department of Justice. Oh, God. Lee Zeldin is the fucking worst, too. like, this is what I've been saying for a while, is like, even though we can momentarily celebrate these people, we cannot forget the atrocities that they have helped to facilitate or themselves committed. Gotta hold all them to accounts. We gotta keep track of them. Pam doesn't just get to wash her hands of this now that she's fired. But like Lee Zeldin, oh my god, this guy is like, this is like, they've got a deep bench of idiots or corrupt sociopaths. Like, it's a deep bench. Oh god. You know, you get rid of one, they just keep coming out of the woodwork. Although, it will be interesting to see whether or not the Senate actually confirms right now for the DOJ. Could present some problems for the Trump administration in the midst of all of this. Because, of course, the DOJ is in charge of releasing the Epstein files, which they haven't done. Lee Zeldin, is that a real name? Yeah, we've talked about him in the past. He's the administrator at the Environmental Protection Agency. He's a former oil lobbyist and Republican congressman, I think. Hold on. I'm trying to remember his CV. Wikipedia. Right, he was a congressman. He's a Republican congressman who doesn't believe in climate change. But wasn't he a lobbyist at one point? I could have sworn. Maybe he wasn't a lobbyist, just a Republican congressman with some very bad views on things. He's anti-abortion, of course. See, anti-abortion, anti-environmental regulations, very pro-oil companies and big money. He believes that Israel is America's strongest ally. Voted to repeal the Affordable Care Act in 2017 when he was in Congress. I mean, he's got some terrible views. Tried to ban same-sex marriage. Or at least voted against, I guess that's not quite true. His entire voting record is very anti-LGBTQ. Let's just say that much. And he thinks rich people should just have more money. Oil executives don't have enough money. We've got too much pristine environment, and that should all be taken up by oil rigs. Rizla, thank you for the gifted memberships over on Twitch. Not Twitch. The gifted memberships on YouTube.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Do you know what we're here for?
Jess. That's not it. Jess, Matt Lee, Daniel, DJ Mouse, and Vicky. All getting memberships from Vrizla. Incredibly generous, Vrizla. We're making some fantastic progress on the Galactic Content Gold Day. I don't know how far we've gone, but boy, oh boy, doing great.
Issue a very flattering for President Trump's statement about Bondi last night, saying Attorney General Pam Bondi is a wonderful person and she is doing a good job. The reason that I note that is that because when we saw Kristi Noem being fired, there was none of that kind of generosity.
She's wonderful and doing a perfect job, and that's why she's fired. She's done such a great job and done absolutely everything I've asked of her, even though that's literally not her job. She's fired. You're fired. You're fired. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, but you're not doing good. You're doing a great job, but not good enough. Wonderful woman, great job, but not good
when
enough.
it came to President Trump. Now, just a reminder, Bondi has a very close relationship with Susie Wiles, the chief of staff. They're both political operatives in Florida. They kind of came up together, so they have a long-lasting relationship. But President Trump had grown increasingly frustrated about a number of issues. One, didn't believe that some of the cases against his adversaries or political adversaries were being brought fast enough. He didn't believe that she had handled the Epstein files well, among other things. So we do know they had this conversation yesterday in which essentially President Trump told her that
What a hilarious thing for Donald Trump to say. She didn't handle the Epstein files well. She did exactly what he probably told her to do, which is to cover up any involvement of him or of any... You know, like any of his donors or anyone that would be awkward to try for him, for the Trump administration to try and explain, which I thought she was doing a great job of. I thought she was doing a perfectly good job of that. If cover up was the plan, she was doing a fantastic job. And yet fired. My God. That is rough. Not good enough. I mean, I guess it could have been a more competent cover-up. Like, it could have been less obvious. They could have made it less obvious that they were covering up for Donald Trump and co-conspirators of Jeffrey Epstein's. Like, to be fair, if you were a villain trying to cover up some sort of government conspiracy or your own personal involvement in some sort of illicit conspiracy, and you had like a minion whose job it was to do the cover up, just looking at how things have gone so far, to be fair, she probably should have gone to the lava pit sooner, right? But if we're basing it on loyalty, I mean, that's the thing. Is like, we're basing on, she's been the most loyal possible person, bringing charges against all of Donald Trump's enemies, regardless of the salience of the case. Regardless of evidence or reason to bring the cases, aside from Donald Trump being mad, she's been doing a great job with that. And yet somehow that's not good enough for Donald Trump. Very sad.
What can you tell us about Blanch himself, his relationship to Trump? Obviously, he's going to be in the acting role until a new attorney general is put in place.
Well, look, Blanch and President Trump are incredibly close. He served as his personal attorney before taking this role as the deputy attorney general. And there are a number of people who are around President Trump's orbit who have said that Blanch isn't political enough. Well, we saw Blanch taking a new role recently when he stepped out at CPAC and essentially said that everybody who had ever investigated Donald Trump or brought charges against him had been fired from the Department of Justice, making the Department of Justice clearly very political. And President Trump has liked what Todd Blanch has done. Blanch has always been kind of viewed as the person in the background making all of the mechanisms work. Now, of course, he'll be front and center, but it doesn't sound as though he's going to take this position long term, that they are going to still find a figurehead, so to speak, as the actual attorney general, but that he will be filling in the interim time period. And I do want to note, one of the things that's so fascinating about this removal removal of Kristi Noem and this removal now of Pam Bondi is that we spent the better part of over a year with no upheavals, with no turnover within the cabinet, and that was intentional, something that President Trump, Susie Wiles, did not want in his second term to look like a revolving door, the way it had looked in President Trump's first term. But obviously now we are entering a new phase of
Yes, a new phase of the Trump administration where everybody's head is on the chopping block. It's like Survivor, you know, like there's a brief moment where everybody was feeling maybe that's the wrong analogy. But point is, there was a brief moment where everybody was feeling like they were perfectly safe, you know, for like about a year. Everybody saying, look, in the new Trump administration, you can't get fired. You can do literally anything. You can leak classified strike plans to like directly to a reporter and not actually get ousted from the administration, right? Like you could do so much, like and it's just, you know, everybody was persevering. But now the trickle has begun, you know, they've broken the seal, if you will. Oh boy. Now the floodwaters are coming through the gates. Firing after firing we've seen in 2026 in the Trump administration. I wonder what set Trump off. One wonders. Frisla with the sweet super chat. Listen, GSL, there was just too much of a fuzz, okay? Sniff. Too much of a fuzz. I don't know what that is. Is that a reference to something? I'm genuinely confused. Either way, thank you for the sweet, sweet super chat. Jesus, speaking of super chats, Columbia Rican with another one. I was wondering when we're going to get the private sector promotions in the immediate circle. In term one, there was twice or more private sector promotions. What do you mean by that? Private sector promotions? Like getting promoted from the White House to like CEO of a company or something? Did that happen? Or people from within the private sector getting promoted to the White House? Yeah, I guess I just don't know what this... I'm at a loss. Both super chats, 2 in a row. It's very strange. Usually I know what people are talking about. I'm very confused today. What I'm not confused about is how much progress we're making. Boy, oh boy, it's a lot. Boy, oh boy, and we're only an hour and 15 minutes into the show. But Todd Blanch is, in fact, going to be at least for now, the interim Attorney General, the acting AG. Oh, megastar. The tinfoil hat. Thank you, Omega. Beautiful. I needed that for my brain. For protecting my brain. All the 5G waves and things going on out there. They're trying to microwave my brain and I need protection.
Welcome to the News Hour. President Donald Trump has ousted the second member of his cabinet in less than a month. Attorney General Pam Bondi will be leaving her.
When you mean private sector promotions, you mean firings. Oh, yes. I see. Yes, I see what you're saying. Yeah, right. Yeah, I guess we'll see.
After just 14 months on the job. In a post on his social media platform, the president said Bondi would be, quote, transitioning to a much-needed and important new job in the private sector. He did not specify the reason for
Much
her
needed.
dismissal. Our justice.
You know, anybody got any ideas on what her new job is going to be? It sounds like she's already got a new one, according to Donald Trump. What job is much needed, according to Donald? Is she taking over for Charlie Kirk? Is she going to be the new face of Turning Points? Much needed, an important new job. Like, what could it possibly be? That's what I keep asking myself. What is the new private sector job for Pam? Wait, I'm sorry, we're not done.
Job in the private sector. He did not specify the reason for her dismissal. Our justice correspondent Ali Rogan has more on Bondi's firing and what comes next for the Department of Justice.
After the announcement, Bondi called her time as AG the honor of a lifetime and said it was easily the most consequential first year of the Department of Justice in American history. During her tenure, Bondi has faced bipartisan criticism for her handling of the department's investigation into late convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. And the president himself has expressed frustration over her lack of prosecutions of his perceived political enemies. But Bondi was also a vocal ally of President Trump, who frequently attacked members of Congress on his behalf, including at a combative hearing in February.
I find it interesting that she keeps going after President Trump, the greatest president in American history.
Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanch, who previously served as President Trump's personal attorney, will lead the department until the president names a new nominee for the role. For more on what this means for the DOJ, I'm joined by Mary McCord. She's a former acting assistant attorney general for national security and longtime federal prosecutor. She's now executive director of the Institute for Constitutional Advocacy and Protection at Georgetown Law. Mary, thank you so much for being here.
Thanks for having me.
14 months in, what is Pam Bondi's legacy going to be as attorney general?
Well, I think probably the things that people will remember her for the most probably is the debacle of the Epstein investigation. I mean, way back early in Donald Trump's tenure, she really promised that the client files were on her desk. That had to have just been made up because it was only months later that she said, we don't have anything here. I've, investigated this along with the FBI director. There's no criminal cases coming out. There is no...
So true. So true. And we did like a deep dive, like a year-long chronological journey through all this. It was practically a year ago now to the day Pamela Joe was on Fox News saying that she had the files, they were on her desk. And here we are, we still don't have the files. We even have a law supposed to get those files out. Still don't have them. Her new much needed job is not spilling the beans on Trump and Epstein. Ah, yes. It is an important job. I wonder what that's worth. Good to see you, Redolin Thought, in the Twitch chat. Got a celebrity over on Twitch. Big time streamer. Yeah.
List. And then, of course, we've seen what has happened since then. There are so many other things that she did that I feel like she should be remembered for, and these are mostly not good things at all, completely undermining the independence of the Department of Justice from the White House, saying famously in the Great Hall the first time she addressed the men and women of the department that she was so pleased to be working under the direction of the President of the United States. And that's really complete anathema to the prosecutors who in order to show the American people that justice is not being used for political purposes, want to keep that distance.
Why do you think this is happening, and why now?
Yeah, I have actually thought for some time that
You were thinking about sending a confusing super chat, but you don't have any money. Oh. That's okay. It's true, though. It should be remembered. This is what I was saying at the beginning of all this. We cannot forget Pamela Joe. Even though she's out of the administration, she still needs to be held accountable for some of the stuff that she did under Trump. Some of which may have been crimes. Especially as it relates to the releasing of the Epstein files, which it was her legal duty to do. I just realized I never fed the puppy. Omega Star tried to feed the puppy. I didn't feed the puppy.
How rude.
That's incredibly rude. All right. We're not done with Pamela Joe. We're not done with being done with Pamela.
She wasn't his first pick for Attorney General.
Such a nice person.
But Pam Bondi was always a Trump loyalist. One of the first cabinet members confirmed by the Senate she was a MAGA favourite, mainly because of her stated commitment to release all the Jeffrey Epstein files, the FBI investigation into the notorious child sex trafficker with high-profile links. She told friendly media his client list was on her desk. She was prepared to release it. But in July last year, the FBI, which comes under Bondi's control, admitted there was no list. That was a strike against her. When questioned about it in Congress, she said it should be more interested in the economy than Epstein.
The Dow is over $50,000. I don't know why you're laughing. You're a great stock trader, as I hear, Raskin. The Dow is over 50,000. You sit here and you attack the president, and I am not going to have it. I'm not going to put up with it.
In his first term, Trump raged against his attorneys general. Meant to be independent, he wanted someone who would pursue his enemies. He made it clear what was required when he posted what was meant to be a private message to Bondi, demanding action against his perceived enemies.
Yeah, assuming Donald Trump gets a new attorney general in here, he'll have had 4 attorney generals in 5 years. In 5 years in office, Donald Trump will have had 4 attorney generals, 1 per year. Not doing justice good enough. It's insanity. Her middle name is Joe. Pamela Joe Bondi. That's right. Oh, she definitely committed crimes? Yeah, it would seem that she definitely violated her duty. I think she takes like an oath to be impartial. And it's a bunch of other stuff that she definitely didn't do. I know she lied to Congress. Probably, at least on a number of occasions, which I think is technically perjury. And in her confirmation hearing, I'm fairly certain if we went back and went through her confirmation hearing, she probably lied back then. When you think about it, Pamela she did everything she could. You know, every single thing that Donald Trump asked her to do, she did, and she did more. She gleefully went after all of his political opponents, regardless of any legal reason to do so. I mean, how many press conferences did she do for Trump? Constantly out there screaming about how everybody hates him. Everybody's got Trump derangement syndrome. That was basically her job, was to be like a cheerleader for Trump, and she never stopped. She was Donald Trump's personal prosecutor. That wasn't good enough. Somehow, even the most loyal in Trump's orbit are under scrutiny, possibly on the chopping block.
He didn't like the kind of mess of the Epstein files. He was upset about that. And then also a lot of prosecutions of his enemies were getting nullified by judges. There really historically was supposed to be some independence between the Department of Justice and the White House. And, I think she politicized it to a degree that we hadn't seen before. So I think her legacy would be she tried to please the boss, but it was never enough. It's hard to imagine someone, being more loyal than Pam Bondi, although Todd Blanch probably fits the mold as well as anyone because, he's on social media a lot, talking up DOJ, but also President Trump. So who knows how long.
That's right. He was his lead counsel in New York. The election fraud case. I couldn't remember which. I knew there was one of the really high profile cases he had done. Yep, Pamela Joe, the most loyal of soldiers, called in the latest Trump bloodbath.
President Trump has fired Pam Bondi as a U.S. Attorney General amidst reports of his growing frustration with Bondi's failure to prosecute his political enemies and her handling of the Epstein files. Trump said Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanch will serve as acting U.S. Attorney General. Blanch was President Trump's private attorney. Lee Zeldin, who currently heads the Environmental Protection Agency, is reportedly a top contender to replace Bondi. Blanch becomes Trump's 10th Attorney General, confirmed or acting since he first took office in 2017, more than any other president in history. Bondi's the second high-profile cabinet member to be fired by Trump in recent weeks after former Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem was ousted in March. Bondi was a Trump loyalist who openly heaped praise on the president and did away with long-standing DOJ practice to maintain political independence from the White House. Bondi oversaw failed prosecutions of Trump's perceived political enemies, including former FBI Director James Comey and New York Attorney General Letitia James, and initiated DOJ investigations into others, including the chair of the Federal Reserve, Jerome Powell. Under her watch, thousands of career attorneys were pushed out or left the Department of Justice. The Civil Rights Division and the section that prosecutes public corruption were hollowed out, and Bondi oversaw the effort to obtain sensitive voter data from the states. Her firing comes just months after a heated congressional hearing in which she refused to apologize to Epstein's survivors for the DOJ's failure to fully redact their names in released documents. California Congressmember Robert Garcia said in a statement, quote, "She will not escape accountability and remains legally obligated to appear before our committee under oath," referring to a House Oversight Committee subpoena issued against Bondi last month. To talk about Pam Bondi's tenure at the DOJ and more, we go to Washington, D.C. to speak to David Cole, professor.
Son of a bitch. Columbia Rican with a sweet, sweet super chat. Thank you very much. I don't feel at ease with Bondi's firing. Wonder what evil plan this admin is planning. Probably trying to put Bondi somewhere that's going to be bad for all of us. Yeah, it's probably true. Donald Trump did say she's going to a very much needed new job. Whatever the hell that means. But honestly, the thing that I'm more at unease over all of this, like, I'm half glad because none of these people deserve their jobs. However, what I'm most worried about is all of them not facing consequences for destroying our democracy and doing, all these unspeakable, well, I mean, speakable, we need to speak about them. But point is that, we got like 3 more years of the Trump administration. I don't want us to forget about holding Kristi Noem accountable or Pam Bondi accountable. Or Greg Bovino accountable. Right? Like these, like all these people, just because they're fired doesn't mean, in my opinion, that we should completely forget about them. We should probably be keeping a list somewhere. Either way, thank you for the super chat, Columbia Rican. Much appreciated.
Of Law and Public Policy at the Georgetown University Law Center and former National Legal Director of the ACLU. David, thanks so much for joining us. It is the front page, across the paper headline, except for one column, of the New York Times. Trump fires Bondi after bumpy tenure. Can you talk about her legacy at the Justice Department, what Pam Bondi represented, what she failed to do for President Trump and for the nation?
So I think she'll go down in history as one of the worst attorneys general we've ever had. And that's because she basically turned the Justice Department on its head. The Justice Department is supposed to be independent of the president. And the reason for that is that they're the folks who can take a U.S. citizen or any other person living in this country and lock them up. They're the people who can prosecute you. They're the people who can seek the death penalty. And so when you have a government agency that has that kind of power, it's critical that it be acting in the name of the law and in the name of justice, and not in the name of partisan politics and doing the master's bidding. She came in and did the master's bidding, and she did it poorly. She prosecuted his enemies, and those prosecutions have failed. Sometimes because judges have thrown them out, other times because grand juries of American citizens have said there's nothing here. Her effort to prosecute members of Congress for simply informing members of the military that they have a duty not to follow illegal orders was rejected by a grand jury of citizens. As you said, she ran out thousands of people from the Justice Department. It is a decimated department. She oversaw legal opinions that authorized the summary execution of people alleged to be bringing drugs into this country by boat. She oversaw Justice Department lawyers who federal courts across this country have accused of lying to the courts, of engaging in contemptuous conduct, of slow walking and obstructing orders of courts. She decimated the Civil Rights Division, lifting consent decrees that were designed to protect us, the people of America, from police abuse, and botched in every way possible the disclosure of the Epstein files.
Or, as I've been saying, maybe did exactly as she was told to. Cover it up. I mean, she screwed up the cover-up. She botched that because she made it super obvious to all of us. just how pervasive this cover-up really is. It's quite clear to, I think, everybody. Now, to wrap up our discussion of Pam Bondi, let's go here. Oh, I'm sorry. I take it back. I forgot. We got technically 3 clips left on Pam. Damn it. All right. Let's go here. AP, yesterday. Who is Todd Blanch? Trump's pick for acting U.S. Attorney General.
This is Todd Blanch, and before he was picked to lead and now run the Justice Department, US President Donald Trump was his client.
Well, thank you very much.
He was Deputy Attorney General under Pam Bondi, but now she's out, and Blanch is in. He rose to prominence representing the president in criminal cases which consumed the 4 years between his first and second terms. Blanch began his legal career at the US Attorney's Office in Manhattan, first as a paralegal, then as a federal prosecutor for 8 years. He then entered private practice and defended Trump's former campaign chairman, Paul Manafort, succeeding in getting a mortgage fraud case against him dismissed. He began representing Trump in criminal cases in 2023, joining his defense team prior to his arraignment in his New York hush money case. Despite being convicted in that case on 34 felony counts, Trump was impressed with Blanch's tenacity, his willingness to spar with witnesses and judges, and the poise he showed in speaking in front of television cameras.
That's right. That's right. Todd presided over the case that Donald Trump lost. All 34 counts. Yep, now he's going to be his top prosecutor. The top prosecutor for Donald Trump. Todd Blanch. Look at those two guys, just having a great time. Look at that photo. Both of them smiling. Todd, just look at him. Full toothy smile from Todd. Trump a little less enthusiastic. Now to the very, very great, the one, the only, the very best, as everyone's saying. CNN's one, Harry Emden. That's right. That's right. The great, great Harry Emden with the numbers. Got the best numbers. Everybody's saying it. Everybody's saying it, Harry with the best numbers. CNN.
Attorney General Pam Bondi on her way involuntarily to the private sector. So what do the numbers tell us about what went wrong for her? CNN chief data analyst Harry Emden is here. Good morning to you, sir. How popular was Pam Bondi, before yesterday, before she got fired?
Yeah, the American people are saying, thank God Pam Bondi is gone. She wore on them like an in-law who stayed too late past Christmas vacation. I mean, just take a look here. Net popularity of Pam Bondi. In January 2025, you know what? She was actually on the positive side of the ledger. Look at this, at +1 points. But look at this. Down she goes. The more people got to know Pam Bondi, the less they liked her. Her net popularity rating by the end, -19 points, a 20-point shift in the wrong direction. Of course, one of the key reasons being why was the Epstein case, which, of course, she was helping in charge of that particular in the Trump administration. And the American people, simply put, did not like Pam Bondi.
How does this compare to other people who've had the job?
Yeah, okay. So, President Trump sees this. He sees, oh, my God, she's wearing on my administration. And more than that, he might recall that there was actually a fairly popular attorney general at this point in administration. Look at this. Net popularities of attorneys general about this time in the presidency. Look, Joe Biden's Merrick Garland was actually on the plus side of ledger at +6 points. Look at this. Pam Bondi, far more.
Oh, no. Merrick Garland staying in the race, beating Pam Bondi by 25 points popularity rating. At this time, during Biden's term. Pamela out. Todd Blanch in. And it's been a slew of firings this year. You're fired. You're fired. Okay? Look. I'm sorry, but you're fired. Fired, 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 fired. Fired, 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 fired.
You're fired. You're fired. You're fired. You're fired. You're fired. You're fired. You're fired. You're fired. Let's go.
Hello, Mr.
Fired.
Trump. It's an honor to meet you. I was wondering what you would say to President Obama.
You're fired.
Fired, 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 fired. You're fired. That's 2026. Auditioning for 2026 Apprentice at the White House. Apprentice White House edition, you're fired. Sorry, Pamela Joe, you're fired. Columbia Regan with another super chat over on YouTube. What the fuck? Merrick Garland is not popular. It's his fault we are in this situation right now. He had the chance to go after Trump and he didn't. This is numbers from 4 years ago. Exactly 4 years ago at this time. So, I see what you're saying, Columbia Regan, but at this time people thought that Merrick Garland was going to do things. Merrick Garland hadn't yet not done things. You see what I'm saying here? At this time, 4 years ago, Merrick Garland was doing a better job, at least in the eyes of the public, than Pamela was up until now. And that's why she's fired.
Immediately
fired.
Sooner.
Right to jail, right away.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? Talked about for years.
Whatever happened to Cheese Bro? Kenneth Chesbro? Is that who you're talking about? That's a good question. Maybe he'll pop up. All right, that's it for Pam. That's it for Pam. One last time. One last time.
The Dow right now is over. The Dow is over 50.
It's true. It was at the time. No longer. Dow's lost nearly 10% of its value since then. Since Pamela, just in honor of Pamela Joe and her firing, I think it's best for us to check in on the Dow. Oh. I mean, she told us that we should be focused on it. Okay, the Dow is doing great. There it is. Slightly off its low. Nearly down 10%. It was at 50 thou. There it was. February 11th, 2026. Now 46,504. That's no good. Oh no, my chat just froze. That's no good. A lot of no good things happening all at once. That's perfect storm of terrible. Oh god, stop this nonsense. All right, there we go. That's closed. All right, let's go back to court rulings. Now, a federal judge federal district judge ordered the Trump administration to halt its construction of the Epstein ballroom at the White House earlier this week on Tuesday.
A federal judge on Tuesday ordered the Trump administration to suspend its construction of a $400 million ballroom where it demolished the East Wing of the White House, saying the project must come to a halt until it has congressional approval. U.S. District Judge Richard Leon in Washington granted a request for a preliminary injunction by the National Trust for Historic Preservation. The nonprofit organization brought a lawsuit alleging Trump exceeded his authority when he raised the historic East Wing and launched construction without approval from Congress. Judge Leon concluded that the preservationist group is likely to succeed on the merits of its claims because, quote, no statute comes close to giving the president the authority he claims to have. The White House did not immediately respond to a request for comment on the ruling. The administration said above-ground construction on the ballroom would begin in April.
No, we're not gonna watch it again. We're not gonna watch both clips again, but suffice to say, we saw later that day Donald Trump did in fact comment on it. He had a whole list of reasons for why he couldn't stop constructing the ballroom, because it was for security purposes, apparently. Because it was going to have bulletproof glass, many inches thick, and a bunker, a military bunker, and a medical facility, and radar detection systems, rocket-proof something or other. I don't know. It was pretty crazy. But suffice to say, he had an entire list of reasons why he thought he didn't have to stop it. But while he spends hundreds of millions of dollars on the Epstein ballroom, which, you know, if he was a charitable man, he could have, instead of demolishing that, he could have just given it to the children. You know, the poor children in America who need food or housing or health care. But better to have the ballroom than food for American children, I suppose. Or perhaps for, you know, relief at the gas pump.
Now at
because
6.
People have been paying high gas prices. South Florida customers in shock for what they're paying for a tank. CBS Miami from 2 days ago.
Now at 6, pain at the pump as fuel prices continue to soar at South Florida gas stations. A month ago, prices were in the $2 range. Now they're over $4 per gallon. And tonight, South Floridians say enough is enough. CBS News Miami's Peter Dench is your reporter live in Doral. And Peter, you spoke with drivers at the pump today.
You know what? I'm trying to think. You know, maybe what's my list look like for today? How am I doing time-wise? You know what? I think I know this is unfair. I know this is unfair. Although it's not really unfair. Some of you may want this. But I think we're going to take a quick galactic intermission here. We're nearly 2 hours into the stream. Somehow I did not notice us. Did not notice the clock. Yeah, quick break, everybody. But don't worry, we'll be right back after these brief messages. All right, everybody, I hope you've been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch and the subscribe button on YouTube while you're at it. Do not forget that we are completely funded by individuals like you, and without your support, we would cease to exist. Thankfully, we've got a lot of great ways for you to do just that. Super chats, super stickers, memberships, gifted memberships, jewels on YouTube. We got things like bits and power-up subs, gifted subs, prime subs over on Twitch, Cash App, and PayPal. If you prefer your money go directly to funding the stream rather than the bottom line of Google and or Amazon, you got Throne. If you'd like to contribute to physical items that would eventually arrive on my doorstep down on planet Earth. But of course, the very best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is Patreon, where for the low price of $3 a month, you can get access to a myriad space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. Alright everybody, enjoy the break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. All right, everybody. The break is over, and the stream is about to begin once again. So, get back to those seats, otherwise you're gonna miss it. There we go. All right, everybody. We're back. We're back. And after looking it over during the break, it would appear that we have completed the galactic content goal for the evening. So I'm gonna end it on YouTube, even though we've got 2 hours left. I mean, I guess I could keep it if people wanted it up to try and get actual chat confetti. But I don't know. I don't want people to be misled into thinking that we have a goal that we need to complete. It's sort of a, you know, what do you call it? Like, I don't want people to be misled. Anyway, everybody, fantastic job to each and every one of you who contributed to the completing of the galactic content goal. We are now ensured to get everything I have planned for us tonight. Alright, do you want me to end the goal on YouTube or not? That's the question. Do people want to try and complete the actual super chat goal on YouTube, or do you want me to take it down? Because I kind of want to take it down a little bit, but I'll leave it up to chat. All right, let's go back to talking about the economy. While Donald Trump fights to continue building the gilded Epstein ballroom, people are struggling to pay to fill up their tanks.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Now, one expert says these are the highest prices he's seen since 2022. The numbers keep climbing.
I'm going to be able to afford that because it's high. Gas is very high right now.
Terry Pierre is perplexed by these prices and signs like this one saying diesel is $5.79 a gallon. Robert Flamerich is startled by what happened overnight.
Yesterday was $3.89 and today $4.25. I mean, it's crazy. I don't know what to do now. Once gas goes up, food goes up, everything starts to go up.
And Gabriel Montpoint says that takes a toll.
It's ridiculous. I mean, life is hard as it is, so to have your gas prices at this level, it's just mind-boggling.
Maximo Alvarez, the president of Sunshine Gasoline Distributors, says prices have soared since the war against Iran started a month ago. There are a number of factors.
One of the most important ones is speculation. There's a big interruption in the transportation simply because the Strait of Hormuz is being closed. The minute that happens, the United States starts exporting gasoline to other countries that need that gasoline.
Alvarez says it's why the market is volatile.
Again.
Who is this guy? Random person filling up his tank. I mean, he's partly right. Yes, it's a global market, so but it's not just when the Strait of Hormuz is closed. The United States is always selling gasoline and, well, oil abroad. And he's also partly wrong, because we really don't produce very much of the crude oil needed to produce gasoline. We import that kind of crude almost entirely. But especially, it's mostly from Canada. We get most of the crude that we turn into gasoline from Canada. But we export the rest of the oil, or much of the oil that we, and by we, I mean U.S. companies. We say we, it's really not us. People need to stop talking about it like that, because it's not us. When you think about it, it's oil companies and oligarchs, right? It's oligarchs. It's their oil. At least they've seized it for themselves, and they're the ones who are selling it on the market. Not you and me, not the U.S. government. U.S. government doesn't, I mean, aside from taxes, doesn't see a dime. And the Trump administration is trying to make sure that those people don't have to pay any taxes, so, you know. And maybe some people are starting to wake up to that fact, because Donald Trump's numbers on the economy are cratering. Who else would we go to for the numbers but the very one and only the great Harry Emden? Harry Emden, record-breaking numbers.
A brand new CNN poll finds that the president's approval on the economy has fallen to an all-time career low for him of 31%. It has never been lower for President Trump. This only begins to tell the story, though, of the president's problems on the economy. With us now, CNN chief data analyst Harry Etten. As I said, this just scratches the surface, because there are some other numbers here that are really staggering.
This is no April Fool's joke. This is a disaster. All these numbers are a disaster for President Trump. I mean, let's just talk about inflation, which is the name of the game. Okay, highest disapprovals on inflation about this time in a presidency. Whenever you have Joe Biden and Jimmy Carter on the board, and you're matching them or slightly exceeding them when it comes to inflation, you know it's bad. Look at this. 72% in our latest CNN poll say they disapprove of the president on inflation. Joe Biden, an average of polls at this point in his presidency, 68%. And Jimmy Carter, whose presidency, just like Joe Biden's, was absolutely wrecked by inflation, was at 66%, about at this point in his presidency back in 1978. Donald Trump, even worse than they are. So you see it here, and the one word is, or phrase I might say is, oh my goodness gracious.
Equal parts, oh my gosh.
Disaster.
Just what's so interesting here is inflation was way higher.
Yes.
So they just, right now, voters don't like what the president is doing on it, even if it isn't as high as it was at these other times. What about gas prices?
What about gas prices, which of course is part of this inflation picture, only making this number climb ever higher? How about disapprove on gas prices? Okay, disapproval ratings on gas prices. Biden's worst number, his worst number in any poll I could find, was 72% disapprove of Joe Biden on gas prices. Donald Trump right now in our CNN poll, 76%. 76%. 3 in 4 Americans disapprove of the way that Donald Trump is handling gas prices. And again, the gas prices were higher during Biden, but the increase has been so dramatic. Under the last month under Donald Trump, we're talking about an increase of about $1. It's the highest increase that we've seen since at least 1991.
Yeah, and about that, let's not forget, because we've been talking about this now for a while, but just to remind everyone, the fact is the oil that we're all seeing, the gasoline that you're seeing at your pumps, was made from oil that was pumped out of the ground and made it to the pumps. Or not necessarily to the pumps, but left a refinery or made its way to a refinery before all of this ever started. right? And it's now all of that is basically completely dried up, right? You can assume that basically across the country, after 1 month, all the tanks are empty and everyone's refueling, right? At this point. Because everybody was probably holding off as long as they could to not refuel in the less busy areas where they could get away with it or whatever. But now all the new gas people are putting into the tanks. That's all gonna start getting hit by having been made made with oil that was more expensive. Do you see what I'm saying here? Like, because technically, oil is the commodity that we're talking about that's traded on the stock market, but it's also the commodity that gasoline and other products are subsidized, or not subsidized from, created from, right? And so, like, in this moment, people have been raising prices as a reaction. Like, reactionarily. The gas they were selling you didn't cost them anymore. But now all that actually cheaper gas that they were just reaping profits off of you for the last month on, that's all gone. And so now they're going to have to find a new way to get the same amount of profits. And so they're going to have to raise prices even more now that the oil that made the gas that they're buying was more expensive.
Omega 5 Tar just cheered 200 bits. Windmills kill bubbles with sound, so we're stuck with gas for now.
Omegastar with the biddies over on Twitch. Windmills kill babies. They're killing all the birds and the babies. It's true. Looney Tunes 3-stream streak. A lot of people on 3-stream streaks. Did Twitch just, like, kill everyone's streaks? I haven't seen any big streaks today. Did they reset everyone's streaks? That would be criminal. That would be criminal.
Disgusting and probably illegal.
Well, Donald Trump's numbers on the economy are god-awful. Utterly tanking. Worse than Biden's. Worse than Sleepy Joe's. And things only continue to get worse. Gas prices high. Guess what else are high right now? Even though the Federal Reserve has lowered rates, or at least lowered rates at 2 of its last 4 meetings, 2 of the last 4 meetings, even though they lowered rates earlier, rates continued to climb higher and higher, hitting almost 5% on the 30-year on Thursday, I think it was. It might have been Wednesday. As a result, mortgages, which base their interest rates off of the 30-year, are also going higher. KSL News Utah from yesterday on the story.
Mortgage rates are now at their highest level in nearly 7 months. Those rates had dipped recently to a 4-year low until the war started in Iran. News specialist Daniel Woodruff is live with what this means for the spring buying season. Daniel?
Well, Deanie, fewer people right now are applying for home loans, and the typical mortgage payment is inching up as rates for mortgages have risen sharply in just the last few weeks. Braden Christensen lives in a condo in Lehigh. He's on a walk with his 1-year-old son, Baker. He plans to sell his condo and buy a house, staying somewhere in Utah County. But he's been watching mortgage rates go up.
I was kind of hoping they might go down. I've kind of been waiting. But at a certain point, you just kind of have to pull the trigger and bite the bullet, I guess. It was really abrupt.
Rick Anderton, a mortgage lender in Orem, says the last few weeks have been wild.
We hit a 4-year low just over a month ago, and it was really crazy busy for a minute. And then the Iran war happened,
and the rates jumped up 0.5% to 0.75% within a couple of weeks. I went from being as busy as I've been in 4 years to as slow as I've been in 4 years, all in 2 weeks.
Buyers are sensitive.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Wow. Severe, serious chaos being seen in the home market, the finance market specifically, of mortgages. Rates at one point dipping due to, at least in my estimation, people thinking that Donald Trump's new Federal Reserve chair nominee would usher in a very low interest rate policy. Although, just a reminder to everybody, interest rate policy at the Federal Reserve does not actually dictate what your mortgage is or what the 30-year bond is. I know that's confusing, but the interest rates that we're talking about the Federal Reserve controlling is the rates at which the Federal Reserve lends money to banking institutions and other lending institutions, right? JP Morgan Chase and Discovery and whomever else, American Express, Bank of America. All these people, they go to the Federal Reserve and they say, hey, can we get like $1 billion? And the Federal Reserve is like, yeah. Let's check the federal funds rate. Okay, it's at theoretically 4%. Okay, here's $1 billion. You owe us $40 million in the life of the loan. And that affects, in theory, interest rates in other places, right? Like your credit card and other sorts of loans that those banks are issuing. But it's really just a form of trickle-down economics. When you really break it down, it's really all it is. It's just assuming that the people with all the money will do a particular thing based upon a given set of circumstances, which is not a given. But in theory, if the Federal Reserve lowers interest rates, your banks could lower your interest rates as well on things like your credit card or whatever other loans they're giving you. But bonds are, of course, sold on the open market, completely dictated by traders.
Omega 5 Tar just cheered 100 bits. Something DOO economics.
Something economics. Voodoo economics. Bueller. At least I think that's the reference that you're making.
Looney Tunes 9000 just cheered 100 bits. Orange circle emoji. Excuse me, Mr. Woke Spaceman aka Jordan Peterson, the reason why I fired Pam Bondi was...
Your Trump impressions confuse me, Looney. It's not just that one. Either way, thank you for the bits as well. Such generosity seen today on the stream already. We've already completed the Galactic content goal. It's only 2 hours in the stream and people are still donating. Shocking. Now, just a reminder to everybody, we do actually have a galactic deficit. I just haven't calculated it yet. I need to do that. I was supposed to do that yesterday, actually. I didn't do that. God damn it. I had a big list for yesterday. I didn't do half of it. To be real, I'm super stressed, and I just needed to, like, completely withdraw from, like, everything yesterday. Which is why I took the day off. I mean, partly I took the day off because I knew that the Leftist Mafia was going to be streaming. I was going to try and be productive. I just was not as productive as I would have liked. It's very frustrating to me. I got some stuff done. Just not. It wasn't peak performance. You know, I didn't optimize it. Well, gas prices higher, mortgage rates higher, and analysts are seeing a troubling trend in retirement. Magic number for retirement increasing, and a surge in older Americans unretiring and returning to work. WRAL with the clips.
So the amount of money that it would take for older Americans to feel comfortable in retirement now stands at $1.46 million. That is up $200,000 over last year's figure. The higher figure comes from worries over inflation, longer life expectancy, and fears over how stable Social Security is. 40% of Americans said they won't be prepared for retirement, and 48% said that it's likely they'll outlive their savings. And some say they have only 1 year or less of their current income set aside.
I'm staying in the race.
Yep. As a result, older people going back to the workforce, taking up things like DoorDash.
Some Americans
and Uber.
who were unable to meet that savings goal by retirement are turning now to small gigs to help support themselves. Analysts say they've seen a surge in recent years among older adults who are unretiring from the workforce.
Oh goddamn, CJ from the 6 with 500 sweet bits over on Twitch, starting a hype train. Hype train initiated. Let's go. Let's go, baby. We did it. Level 1 hype train. 43% complete already. Thank you, people over there on Twitch. So much generosity.
Some Americans who were unable to meet that savings goal by retirement are turning now to small gigs to help support themselves. Analysts say they've seen a surge in recent years among older adults who are unretiring from the workforce. Although some do it to keep themselves busy and active, others do it because it helps them stay afloat with their bills. Some find gig work or contract jobs through apps or digital platforms.
He likes to go up one side on the way there.
So according to AARP, inflation, cost of everyday goods, and cost of health care are the biggest reasons they are seeing people stay in the workplace or go back into the workplace.
Ongoing financial needs is what keeps you going. And I'm always looking for something that could be more of a windfall.
Well, there you have it. Once retired elderly Americans turning to the gig economy, try and make ends meet and improve their way of life as inflation continues to hit, many of whom are on fixed incomes, things like that. Mo and Noip. Using bits for a power-up, gigantifying that fry emote. Thank you, Moe. Incredibly generous, getting us a little bit further on the hype train. Now 46% with 2 minutes and 30 seconds to go on Twitch. Can we do it? Can we get to level 2? We will see. All right. Well, while average Americans are struggling, there's one group of people who are doing just fine. Billionaires and large corporations. Little guy, not so much.
It's the 1-year anniversary of Liberation Day.
We're charging them 24%.
Liberation Day. I almost forgot. Oh my God. Oh my God, it's 6 days from Liberation Day. Are we going to celebrate? Isn't Liberation Day a national holiday now, a federal holiday? I can't remember. Are we still going to celebrate it even though this, even though the Supreme Court ruled that it was illegal?
Years and years and decades.
The tariffs were sweeping, and nearly every sector was impacted. Initially, the market tanked. S&P 500 companies lost a combined $2.4 trillion in value the day after the announcement. Wall Street feared how it would play out across industries, but the rebound was quick, mainly due to a situation the investment community has now coined TACO, Trump always chickens out. That phrase refers to the fact that levies have been lowered, delayed, or flat out canceled shortly after being announced. Now, a year later, while they still vary, tariffs have landed at a rate of around 10% globally. Trump has threatened to raise them to 15%, but investors aren't sold on whether that's actually going to happen. Now, a year after Trump's trade war shocked markets, we have a better understanding of how it affects the US economy. As many company executives originally warned, America bore the brunt of the costs on both consumers and companies. Here's how different sectors have been affected. Automotives were one of the hardest hit. Both foreign and domestic manufacturers have faced billions of dollars in additional costs. So far, car prices have risen about 1% since the announcement, but automakers have warned that tariff pressures are becoming unsustainable and will soon be passed on to consumers. The retail industry has been disproportionately impacted. Big corporations have been able to better weather the storm, while many smaller businesses have been crushed.
Subscriptions to the community.
CJ from the 6 gifting 5 sweet subs to the Galactic community on Twitch. Getting us to a level 2 hype train, I think. Is that level 2? Level 1 complete. Yes, let's go. Wrecker. Beck does. What does that say? Suke Monostony. Or Monostone? Suke Monostone? I can't, I'm not sure. Turbinator 4K. And Spittin' Litten. All receiving galactic subs from CJ from the 6. Incredibly generous. Thank you, CJ. Level 2 hype train, 91% complete. Only 9% to get to a level 3 now. My god, 4 minutes to do that. I don't even know. What would it take to get 9%?
Will soon be passed on to consumers. The retail industry has been disproportionately impacted. Big corporations have been able to better weather the storm, while many smaller businesses have been crushed. Still, prices are rising for some products at major retailers like Walmart, Best Buy, and Macy's.
Yeah, so they're all fine. All the big companies that have been able to weather the storm are perfectly fine, and they're raising prices as a result. And the people who are getting affected are Americans. The people who are getting affected by that are Americans, the ones paying those prices. Macy's profit margin isn't, that's why they're raising the prices. Keep their profit margin the same. That's how that works. If they didn't care about profits, they would just leave the prices where they are. No big deal. Well, if you're upset about any of the things going on in this country, you might want to vote in the midterm, something that I've been working on in the background, putting together a list for all the primaries ongoing as we speak, as well as essentially for the upcoming midterm elections later this year. All happening in the upcoming months. But if Donald Trump gets his way, millions will be disenfranchised from voting.
Colombiarican_9505 just cheered 200 bits. Here we go.
Here we go. Columbia Rican with 200 bits. Getting us to, I think, level 3? Yes, level 2 complete. Level 2 complete. Level 3 hype train now started. My god. Incredible. Space fams are too kind.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez. Democrats and voting advocacy groups have filed 3 separate lawsuits against President Trump's sweeping new executive order to limit mail-in and absentee voting ahead of this year's midterm elections. Trump's order directs the Department of Homeland Security to create a state citizenship list. It also directs the U.S. Postal Service to mail ballots only to verified, quote-unquote, voters. Voting rights experts have decried the executive order as an unconstitutional attempt by Trump to seize control of election administration from the states and Congress. Plaintiffs in one of the lawsuits said, quote, attempts to end voting by mail are part of the Trump administration's larger strategy to undermine elections and subvert the will of the people, unquote. Trump's attack on mail-in voting comes just days after he defended his decision to recently vote by mail in Florida.
You know what? Because I'm president of the United States, and because of the fact that I'm president of the United States, I did a mail-in ballot for elections that took place in Florida, because I felt I should be here
Because I'm
instead of
president.
being in the beautiful sunshine.
Special rules. Special rules for president.
Daddy can do no wrong.
The last few weekends.
That's right. And I decided that I was going to vote by mail-in ballot because I couldn't be there because I had a lot of different things.
We're joined now by Arizona's Democratic Secretary of State, Adrian Fontes, who's blasted Trump's executive order as, quote, disgusting overreach from the federal government, unquote. Arizona is among several states the Trump administration sued in order to access sensitive voter data. The state was also at the center of Trump's false claims of election fraud in 2020. Secretary of State Adrian Fontes, welcome back to Democracy Now! Why do you describe the president's actions as disgusting, and explain Arizona's mail-in vote system?
Disgusting and probably illegal.
Well, thank you for having me first. And I call it disgusting because it is. First and foremost, Article 1, Section 4 reserves the power to establish the time, place, and manner of elections to the states alone and gives Congress a role. Now, the president has previously issued an executive order that he got shot down on. The rule of law now in the country is he doesn't have a role in administering our elections, and yet he tried again. This is a lawless president, and that's why this is a disgusting overreach. He's already been told by the courts this is not his business, and yet he's trying to do it again. One of the other reasons that I called it that is because this is clearly an attempt for the president to pick his own voters. He doesn't really care about the real voice of American voters, which would mean that he would expand the franchise. He would ask more and more ways to find more voters to be voting, qualified as they are, but to make sure that everybody had access, to make sure that all voters had convenient ways of casting their ballots so that the governed could give their consent to the government. That's the rule that we have been established by. So, but for both of those reasons, I think it's disgusting. Now, mail-in voting in Arizona is what's kind of classified as a no-excuse absentee system. You don't need an excuse to vote by mail. It was created by Republicans in the early 1990s. It has been promoted by them and kept them in power here in Arizona for quite some time. And it's convenient. And what's also very important, let me give you an example. My own 80-something-year-old mom does not need to stand in line and be kind of pressured to fill out a 2-page long ballot in some elections with up to 85 different elections on that 2-page ballot, which we have seen in Maricopa County, Arizona. She doesn't have to feel rushed. She can do it at the convenience of her home, at her kitchen table, on her couch. Look up the propositions, do research on the judges. Our no-excuse absentee system, our mail-in voting system in Arizona is robust, it is secure, and not only in 2016, but in 2024, it elected Donald Trump as president. So what we have here is, I think, some confusion on the part of the president about what's effective, what's secure, and really, I think the maliciousness behind this has been shown bare on its face. He's trying to pick his own voters.
And Secretary of State Fontes, you mentioned that the mail-in voting system in Arizona dates back to the 1990s. Had there ever been complaints previously about the system before the Trump era?
Well, the one complaint we had about the system was that it used to be where the registrar of voter, the county recorders, would mail a postcard to every voter every single election, and the voters would say, yes, I want a ballot by mail, and send it back. Then they would send the ballot. So that ended up getting stopped, and we had what was called a permanent early vote list. So you would sign on to it, and that increased the vote by mail numbers year in and year out without exception, until these election conspiracy theories and lies about vote by mail started. The list is no longer permanent because of the prior governor and legislature made it so that it's now called an active early vote list, and it's easier to get dropped off that list, although you're still registered and you can still vote. So the complaints have only really started under when Donald Trump was the president, and he's
all the complaints have started because the people have been disenfranchised from their votes already. by other similar laws. Great. Yeah. Honestly, they're just trying to make it more inconvenient for people to vote. It's not clear whether or not they realize. Many have been looking into it, and it would seem that it's going to disenfranchise more Republican voters than Democratic voters. But I really don't think that that should be acceptable. I don't think that should be an acceptable thing. Like, I'm not, I'm not going to be partisan about something like this. Like, I'm not happy to disenfranchise Americans from their constitutional rights. And, it's not, this should not be allowed. And it most disenfranchises old people, disabled people, and of course people who are living outside of the United States or are on business, right? Like whatever, right? Like if they're not going to be in their local jurisdiction to vote, those people are going to be disenfranchised as well if they can't do mail-in voting. Hype Train completed level 3, 2% community. Contributing a total of 5 gift subs and 950 bits. Incredibly generous, all of you people. Oh, and Perf with a super chat. Saw my Elden Lord of the dance floor. Thanks, GSL. You're welcome. You're welcome, Perf. One of the few things I managed to get done in the last 24 hours of my day off was get at least your avatar up on the break screen. All right, let's go here. Hassan. Where are the Democrats?
Democrats don't want to do work. They don't want someone who is going to actually be a positive example that is going to cause voters to demand more. They don't want someone like Zoran. They don't want 100 Zorans running and winning, because that would mean all of the other Democrats that are in positions of tremendous power in the National Party, those Democrats are going to have to change their attitude. They're going to have to say no to their corporate sponsors, and they're terrified of that. The perceived incompetence discounts their cynical malice. If you think of this as third way miscalculating, you're mistaken. They know what they're doing. Trump is serving up a clear and popular anti-war pro-social services campaign for Democrats on a silver platter, and they will do anything they can to avoid that. Because no matter how corpo, no matter how centrist Democrats are, they actually do oftentimes present themselves as anti-Trump, right? Or they at least try to find a way to present themselves as anti-Trump. So if Donald Trump is viciously and super vulgar in his imperialism, right? Democrats have to be be against that. And therefore, they have to lean into being anti-war. Third way hates that. They don't want that. They want to make sure that Democrats are still in line with billionaires, in line with corporations. They want to make sure that the Democratic Party and the way that Democrats communicate on these issues do not, stray away or shy away from what they want, which is to keep the business as usual Kamala Harris style politics, right? It's been a failure on the politics front. It's obviously failed twice to Donald Trump, but it's also a failure to the people. And I'm not alone in this. This is something that I keep repeating over and over again. Something that I say all the time is look at the polls, okay? Look at the polls. Look at the way that the Democrats are being perceived right now. Look at the way the Democrats are being perceived right now. It's not popular. Here is Harry Emden talking about congressional Dems numbers with Democrats is atrociously awful, awful, even worse among all voters. Most Dems think the party has the wrong priorities, okay?
Yeah, I think it's an even. If we pulled this chat, like if we did a poll in this chat, I'm fairly certain it'd be even higher than 55%. You know? Like, if I were to do that, like if I were to start a poll in the chat, it'd probably get higher than 55%. Young Chris with a sweet super chat. Thank you for the great content. Thank you, Young Chris, for the incredible generosity. With the double super chat. The double super chat from Young Chris. What is up with you guys today? So much generosity on this weekending report. It's Friday evening. Just a reminder, everybody, I know I don't have it up yet because I'm still calculating it. It was one of the things I was supposed to do yesterday that I didn't do yesterday. But I got a galactic deficit. It's less than yet last month, which was less than the month before. We still have one. Cash App, PayPal, Patreon memberships are great ways to contribute to that. Look at that, 92%. I wonder how many people voted. End poll. $12 votes. 92% of people think Dems have the wrong priorities.
This is a massive, massive issue. It wouldn't be an issue if the Democrats actually were responsive to the needs of the people, right? And I said, we're here because corpo-centrist pro-Israel Dems believe that Trump's unpopularity will be enough to give them marginal electoral victories without having to push for material changes that address the working class needs. People want real fighters. They want real change. This is at the heart of the conversation that we've been having for the last week. This is the major issue. People might try to misdirect. People might try to take your attention away. They might claim that it's actually about, anti-Semitism or whatever smear campaign that they're leaning into. But this, keep your eyes on the ball, okay? This is exactly the problem. The guys that have caused this issue, the people that have taken control over the Democratic Party since the Clinton era, the third way neoliberals, they know that they're losing their grip. They know that they're losing their influencing capabilities, and they're losing a massive vehicle for billionaires and corporate interests to be able to continue manipulating the Democratic Party and using it in whichever way they see fit. And they're desperately swinging wildly, but because of their overall inability to read the room, because of their lack of understanding of where people are right now, they've chosen to do this on the issue of Israel, which is a 90-10 issue. They think they can bully Democrats, and they can bully some Democrats, right? But they think they can bully all Democrats into submission to make the wrong choice.
You might say, okay, well, at least Dems like Democrats. Not the case. Look at this. The majority of Democrats are independents who lean Democrats. Look at this. 55% say no, congressional Democrats do not have the right priorities. And then you just see A minority, 45% of Democrats say that congressional Democrats have the right priorities. This, to me, just jumps out at the screen because it screams primary challenges all over the map, and it says that even if Democrats don't like Donald Trump, they don't like their own party either when it comes.
And that's what it is. There are primary challenges. Primary challenges, many of which I'm backing myself. Many of those primary challenges this community is leaning into. For the longest time, a lot of these liberals would say, oh, you and your community don't vote. That's never been the case, right? We vote. You and your community don't participate in politics. You don't understand how politics works. We do participate in politics. We do understand how politics work. Now that we're actually taking advantage of the instability in an effort to put forward candidates that are more responsive to the needs of the working class, all of a sudden it's a huge deal, right? All of a sudden it's a massive deal. They're freaking the out because they don't want it. They don't want people like Abdul. They don't want people like Shoykot. They don't want people like Claire Valdez. They did not want someone like Ana Lilia Mejia in New Jersey. They don't want Graham Plattner. They don't want these guys that represent a difference of opinion that want to actually do right by their constituents. They want controllable entities. They don't want Oliver Larkin, for example. They would much rather have someone like Moskowitz occupy that seat, and they're willing to lose elections. The greatest example of this is Zohran Mamdani. We saw how the establishment Democrats reacted to Zohran Mamdani.
Zohran Mamdani.
Hassan is absolutely right. I am back as well. You can't tell because I'm talking. But yes, Hassan's absolutely right. And this is why I have been working in the background on this. And we're going to start doing a lot of election coverage soon. Considering I don't know how I'm going to do it, but I've been working on it in the background. Started a spreadsheet, barely gotten anything done on it yet, but I am working on it. And we've got a lot of opportunities, not just in blue states, honestly, more so in red states, right? Like there's blue state opportunities. But like it's a combination. Actually, I take it back. There's big opportunities in blue states, but there's really a lot of big opportunities in red states as well because of the fact that Republicans are in office right now, so they're on the back foot, and Trump is less popular than he's ever been. You got all of these things happening. Operation Epstein Fury. Epstein files, like the Republicans are like doing fuck all to stop Donald Trump from what he's doing. They can be tied to absolutely every single thing that Trump has done because they have not held him accountable for any of it. And it'll take zero effort when the general comes around. So we just need to get the very best candidates in during the primaries. And right now is that time. And we got to get on it now because of ballot access and things like that.
Immediately, if not sooner.
It's honestly giving me stress. It's making it difficult for me to sleep at night. Just thinking about it. Although I am, at least it is causing me to be working on it.
Tried to get him out. When he won the primary, they didn't go, okay, it's time for vote blue no matter who. They actually turned around and tried to unseat him. They put up a right-wing opposition. They used a dynastic name in New York politics like Andrew Cuomo, in spite of the reality that he was a disgraced former governor who had to resign, right? And they were totally fine with doing that because Andrew Cuomo, in spite of his shortcomings, in spite of his awful behavior in office, is a controllable entity. He's not going to the bag up. He's not going to do the right things. Like, think about it. Think about how New Yorkers perceive Zohran Kwame Mamdani right now. It hasn't been that long since he's been mayor, and his popularity's only increased. He's doing a lot. He's being a great mayor, right? Yeah! First and foremost, I might have my disagreements with him every now and then, but he's just a mayor for New Yorkers, right? He's there for them. What would an Andrew Cuomo race look like? What would an Andrew Cuomo mayoralty look like? Business as usual, right wing, everything sucks. We got to give all the money to the police. police, it would have been devastating. And Democrats prefer that because Democrats don't want to do work. They don't want someone who is going to actually be a positive example that is going to cause voters to demand more. They don't want someone like Zoran. They don't want 100 Zorans running and winning because that would mean all of the other Democrats that are in positions of tremendous power in the National Party, those Democrats are going to have to change their attitude. They're going to have to say no to their corporate sponsors, and they're terrified of that.
The bottom has fallen out. The bottom has fallen out. -4 points. That is Democrats. Democrats' own net approval of their own congressional leaders. Even Democrats don't like their own leaders when it comes to Congress. And overall, of course, the numbers are just absolutely awful. So Democrat on Democrat crime, absolutely. This to me screams, again, primary challenges across the map. And it screams to me, hey, when it comes to those next leadership elections, maybe something might be cooking.
It also just means we have to maybe look at these midterm.
Yes, indeed. It's primary season, people. Get your ballots ready. But before that, get your knocking hands ready. Get your knocking hands ready. Your canvassing shoes. My mic is being dumb again. That's very annoying to me. Your vape is gone. I guess it's not working, or you lost it. Those are two very different things. Although I guess it's the same result, I suppose. Solvable in, I guess, different ways. Or the same way. Alright, what the... Come on, there we go. There we go. Okay. Well, we're gonna move it along. Move on from the U.S. politics. Take a slight detour, talk environmental... news, climate change, weather, extreme weather stuff here that we got. As well as funding for the agencies intended to deal with those natural disasters. King 5 Seattle from 2 days ago, state wildfire funding restored ahead of wildfire season. Of course, the Trump administration rescinded illegally funding for wildfire prevention in the state of Washington because they didn't vote for him in 2024. As a result, last year, they had to cut the budget for funding of wildfires on the state level because, of course, that funding is, what's the word? Subsidized by the federal funding. However, somehow, they found the money.
A low snowpack and the potential for a dry summer is setting the stage for higher wildfire risk across Washington. The state nearly went into this fire season underprepared. Last year, lawmakers cut wildfire prevention funding in half, but that money has now been restored back to $120 million.
This means, with that new funding, that we can go out and we can give the grants to local fire districts for equipment and training. It means we can fund our AI cameras that detect smoke and notify us in places where we can't be.
Last year, nearly 40% of fires started west of the Cascades, including a fire near Lake Cushman that caused those hazy skies across Puget Sound for much of the summer.
No, this money also went to... God damn it. Went to the... like, on-the-ground efforts of prevention, preparing on the ground. Things like getting rid of brush. Raking, you know. A lot of raking. Although, really, no, not a lot of raking. Or chainsaws, some flamethrowers sometimes, depending on the circumstances. Controlled burns and cutting down of brush mostly. However, while we're talking about funds for the prevention of wildfires, I suppose we should talk about actual wildfires that have been going on this week, including one that is sprung up on Friday in the Moreno Valley, KTLA 5, 4 hours ago.
We begin with breaking news out of Moreno Valley, where a brush fire is burning off Gilman Springs Road. Cal Fire Riverside says the Springs fire was reported just before 11 a.m. this morning, and at last report was about 5 to 6 acres and growing in light fuels. Gilman Springs Road is currently shut down from Alessandro Road to Bridge Street. Sky 5 is headed to this fire, and we will bring you a live report as soon as we get there. Now, let's check in with Kai Goldberg with a look at those conditions. Hi, Kai.
Hi, Lindsay. Thanks so much. Yeah, this is becoming a wind-driven fire now, and what we're seeing are the Santa Ana winds that have now made their way into Southern California. It began late last night and now moving through Riverside, San Bernardino County, and headed towards Orange County. And, of course, the other funnel zone being out of the Antelope Valley into the Santa Clarita Valley and eventually out towards the Ventura County coastline. We're going to show you some of the results of that momentarily. But again, this is referred to as the Springs fire. Winds sustained at 10 miles per hour, but some of those gusts up to 16, 18 miles per hour. Humidity value becoming lower, and that's a dangerous number right there at 16%. Temperature at about 76 degrees. Fortunately, as we do take a look into this particular section of the Moreno Valley, there are water sources, so we can get the water dropping helicopters close to that fire, and we'll continue to monitor it as we make our way throughout the remainder.
Well, there you have it. It is spring after all. It is seemingly already fire season, tornado season, and storm season. Now, before we leave the coast, should go here to the Bay Area. Talk about the issue which the seabird population is currently facing. Cron 4.
The California Department of Fish and Wildlife says a spike in seabird deaths is not being driven by avian flu. Rather, the cause appears to be starvation. Wildlife experts say most of the birds affected are young. Many found severely underweight and weak. Researchers say last year was a strong breeding season, which means there are more young birds around, but they're less experienced at finding food and more vulnerable to rough ocean conditions. Officials are continuing to monitor the situation, but they do warn if you see a sick or stranded.
Well, as we've talked about in the past, marine populations have been imploding as a result of the acidification of the oceans, including things like fish, the main food source of birds. Seabirds like this basically eat 100% fish. Like, their diet is basically 100% fish. I think they might eat a couple of other things, but really mostly and almost entirely fish. That's just the life of a seabird. And unfortunately, as a result of a lot of bird mating last season, higher bird populations and an even lower fish population. Math ain't mathing in that equation, of course. We can all clearly see that. Now, even though it's spring, there may be some snow seen in the next round of storms over this weekend. AccuWeather on the story 8 hours ago.
The final storm in this trilogy is now sweeping across the country,
and it's pulling out all the stops, much like Thursday's storm, making it a coast-to-coast weather finale with all forms of precipitation. Let's talk about the severe weather side of this storm, a large area of at least some risk from the upper Midwest all the way into Texas, that orange area showing where we're looking at the moderate risk for severe weather. That's where we think the severe storms are going to be more numerous. It'll be late today and tonight that those thunderstorms start to fire up. And once again, on the northern side of the storm, we're still stuck in winter. Several inches of snow in that dark blue shading from the Dakotas all the way toward the Arrowhead of Minnesota. That's going to cause some travel delays, and it's just not snow. How about another extended period of ice in northern Wisconsin and the upper peninsula of Michigan, where the ice here will be heavy enough for some downed trees, some down power lines, and also travel delays. There is a good side of this storm, in a way. Behind it, it turns cooler. Now, not many people want cooler air in April, but you know what this cooler air is going to do? It's going to shut down the severe weather threat in the early next week.
Oh, a few days of no extreme weather. Trading it in for a few days of cold weather. Okay. Thank you, Billy. I always forget this fucking guy. I'm always forgetting this guy. Johnny. Geo. What's this guy's name? I don't know. I can never remember. I know he has a name. Bernie Rayno. Bernie Rayno. His last name is Rayno, and he's a meteorologist. How did I not know that? We've watched so many of these videos. Bernie Rayno. Predicting the Rayno. My God. You think that he was born with that, or you think that he changed his name? Now, down in the Gulf, unrelated to the weather, but affecting the environment, an oil spill fouled the coast, decimating wildlife, poisoning the water. How's your English from 3 days ago, Tuesday?
Holy Week is usually peak season for fishing communities along Mexico's Gulf Coast. But this year, fishermen say they're pulling in tar instead of valuable tuna, mackerel, or pompano. They are among roughly 3,000 people, alongside boats and aircraft deployed by the government to contain a massive oil spill that's hitting local livelihoods.
During this time of year, we can take out 7 or 8 tons of fish a day. But this year, even if we catch something, no one is buying it because people think it's contaminated.
In truth, these fishermen say no one has done any tests to confirm the fish is actually unsafe. But local residents and businesses aren't taking any risks. A month after this oil spill...
That does not provide the level. The level of, oh my God. This guy, he's like, he says that like he thinks it's a W. He's like, look, it hasn't even been tested. There's no way to know it's unsafe. It's like, bruh.
Come on! Call a crackhead. Call a crackhead.
What a crackhead statement. I know he's got to sell his fish, but what a crackhead statement. Oh my God. You don't even know it because we haven't even tested it. It's like, that is inherently bad. It's inherently just like, the Pandora's box of eating oil. Fun. It's just what you want, right? It's like, bruh. Bruh. And you think that one through for me real quick. You just said the thing, you just said the thing that makes it unsafe. You're like, we haven't even tested it yet, so you have no way of knowing if it's unsafe. So why not eat it?
First detected, workers have removed 700 tons of tar from some 600 kilometers of coastline. You can see some of it here, these coin-sized, sometimes larger bits of tar that this beach is entirely littered with, and which workers tell us once they're done working here today, they come back in the morning and it will be filled with it again. And this is all happening on Easter week, which is the busiest time of year for local fishermen here. The government says the spill was caused by a leak from a private vessel, combined with natural seepage from the seabed. But neither source has been clearly identified or stopped.
That doesn't look natural to me.
Environmental groups accuse authorities of downplaying the scale and source of the disaster.
That doesn't look natural. Oil spills in the Gulf. Storms in the Midwest. Starving birds in the Pacific. And blood red skies. Alright, I don't know if it's blood red. I would say rust colored skies. Over multiple Mediterranean countries, actually, including Greece. Dust from a Saharan dust storm, engulfing tourists in the Mediterranean on places like Crete. Jesus, look at that. It almost is blood red. I take it back. That is almost blood red. I wanted to say rust, but look at it. It's fucking scary. It's some fucked up. Like, I think it depends on the cameras themselves. Some of them look rust colored. Others look almost crimson. Look at all that. Jesus Christ.
Apocalyptic red skies are showing up around the world, and here's why. It started in Western Australia, where Cyclone Narelli kicked up iron-rich dust, turning the sky deep red. Then, the Sahara took over. A massive dust storm stretched more than 1,000 miles across North Africa. By April 1st, dust arrived in Crete, Greece, painting the sky red. And by April 2nd, Egypt saw the same eerie glow. So what's causing it? It's iron in the dust. When it gets lofted into the air, it scatters sunlight and boosts those intense red tones. And the driver behind it all? Storm Erminio, pushing that dust across continents. The dust heads into the Middle East next week, but the red sky should fade as the storm weakens.
Okay, I got a few more clips on this. I don't think we need them. We get it. Not that big of a story, but it's really quite something to see. Very strange things witnessed across the Mediterranean as a result of this Saharan dust storm with heavy levels of iron, causing the skies to turn red. Meanwhile, around the same time in Dubai, I think this was actually Monday. I think this was like Monday or Tuesday. That was Wednesday.
This is not a filter.
In Dubai, heavy rainstorm struck the United Arab Emirates. Not just missiles over there. And while we're talking about storms, we may as well go here next. To Afghanistan, where extreme weather and flooding left at least 17 people dead earlier this week. This is the AP archive. By the way, this is just me, someone who's like kind of tuned into this sort of thing, but I'm noticing something. I am noticing that these sorts of stories are getting pushed back to the AP archive. Like these sorts of like tragedies, you know, people dying from natural disasters are getting seemingly pushed to the archive over at the AP and not getting actual like coverage. They're just getting sidelined. Like actual like genuine stories are just getting sidelined because of Operation Epstein Fury. I'm that's at least what I think it is, right? It could be wrong, but it's like it's all we can talk about. Like it's what we're gonna talk about it for hours and hours and hours. Once we get to Operation Epstein Fury, it's all we're gonna talk about for the rest of the night. You know, like that's like that. This is not just us. Everybody else is doing it, and I'm just disturbed by it. Like the more I'm noticing it, I'm like, God, we are not. It's not good. Thing not good. Thing not good. Right? Like the more that this like takes away our attention from this kind of stuff, or the more that these people will just be left behind to suffer. I don't mean we, I just mean like as a society, right? Like the fact like the AP isn't posting, is instead posting them to the archive because they're too busy with Epstein Fury stuff. Which once again is totally understandable. Like I'm not accusing the AP of like doing something dastardly here. I'm doing it. Have you looked at the videos we've had and like the live streams we've done in the last like month? It's all Epstein Fury. I'm just disturbed and concerned. Well, while we're in the Middle East, we should talk about the environmental fallout from the war with Democracy Now! From Wednesday.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. More than a month into the U.S.-Israeli war in Iran, concerns are mounting over the long-term consequences of the war on human health, land and marine ecosystems and aquifers, as well as war's impact on global warming. Among many concerning incidents, Israel bombed oil facilities around Tehran in the first weeks of the war, causing fires to burn for hours, spawning a thick cloud of toxic smoke over the city of 10 million people. Many residents complained they had trouble breathing as black raindrops full of toxic chemicals fell across the capital. On Monday, President Trump threatened to blow up desalination plants in Iran. He wrote on Truth Social, quote, "If the Hormuz Strait is not immediately open for business, we'll conclude our lovely stay in Iran by blowing up and completely obliterating all of their electric generating plants, oil wells, and Kharg Island, and possibly all desalinization plants, exclamation point, which we have purposefully not yet touched," Trump said. In the Gulf, desalination is the primary source of potable water, and hundreds of desalination plants could be at risk of if the conflict escalates. To talk more about this and more, we're joined by the Iranian environmental scientist Kaveh Madani. He's director of the United Nations University Institute for Water, Environment and Health. Last month, he was awarded the 2026 Stockholm Water Prize for his pioneering work on the...
Young Chris, thank you for the super chat. Let's complete the goal. Thank you, Young Chris. We're one away from completing the actual super chat goal. We never wind up doing it. I decided to keep it open. I hope you know that this is for the secondary. We'll do a secondary confetti party, but this is for the secondary. One last $5 super chat from someone would complete this. Young Chris doing it himself. My God. Real YouTube confetti. Oh. Did everybody see it? Did everybody see it happen? Oh boy. All right, and we'll give you and give you some of this. Thank you, everybody, for the completion of another galactic goal. Incredible generosity from every single one of you. Confetti all over the frickin' place. We're just making shit happen tonight, and I'm truly touched by all of your incredible generosity. Keeping the Galactic News Network alive. Are you doing it for the confetti? Are you doing it for the content? Are you doing it for the lulz? Who knows? But you all did it. Alright, people, back to the stream. Can't sit around doing confetti parties all night. That's too much.
Escalates. To talk more about this and more, we're joined by the Iranian environmental scientist Kaveh Madani. He's director of the United Nations University Institute for Water, Environment and Health. Last month, he was awarded the 20...
Wow, I can't even get to this guy who's doing this. This is author guy who's talking to Amy Goodman, because people are being so goddamn generous right now. Megastar with a gifted sub to Kaname-kun. Wait, was that a gifted 3 months? It's a 3 months tier 1 sub to Kaname-kun. That is insane generosity, Omegastar. That's like 3 membership gifts in one. Unreal. Unreal, I don't know what to say. Ridiculous. It's too much.
Joined by the Iranian environmental scientist Kaveh Madani. He's director of the United Nations University Institute for Water, Environment.
Sorry, he's not an author, he's a
scientist. Last month, he was awarded the 2026 Stockholm Water Prize for his pioneering work on the concept of water bankruptcy. Previously, he served as a deputy head of Iran's Department of Environment, but went into exile after his work on water scarcity brought accusations of sabotage. He says war is the...
When did they start letting you gift people multi-month memberships? Is that new? Is that like a new thing that Twitch started doing? Because that's wild. I've never seen that done before. You're crazy.
Worst nightmare for someone fighting for the environment. He's joining us now from Toronto. Why don't we start there? Why is war the worst for someone who is hoping to save the environment?
We know that even in peace times, many governments struggle to pay attention and take serious action about the environment. So if there is a war, the chance of getting the attention of governments and societies would be much more limited. The society, the people who are fighting for their survival and they're trying to stay alive would not think about the future generations and don't have even the bandwidth to think about the environment, clean air, sustainable water, and so on. So this is just only the attention span and the priority, the fact that the environment would get out of the priority list. But on top of that, just think about the long-term consequences of wars, all the chemical leftovers, all the debris, the greenhouse gases resulting from the war, explosions and everything. So war is going to push us backward, and that's why anyone who cares about the environment should also care about peace.
Anyway, congratulations on this major prize you just won, Kaveh Madani, the Stockholm Prize for Water, considered the Nobel Prize for Water. Can you respond to Trump threatening to blow up more civilian infrastructure, including Iran's desalination, he calls them desalinization plants, what exactly that would mean?
First, I should say I'm not going to share my award with him, but you know, I think that's really scary. I mean, from multiple standpoints. But you know, let's break things down. First thing is that we know the war started with the violation of international law. But even if the enemies of the Islamic Republic consider that justified, wars have rules, and there are rules to follow even during the wars. Attacking civilian infrastructure is a violation of international humanitarian law, and that can be a war crime. So threatening to put essentially to compromise the situation and endanger the civilians who have no agency in this war, the civilians that the attackers on the Islamic Republic claim that they want to rescue, is contradictory. So it's not serving anyone. If there would be a regime change, if they want to bring liberty to Iran, and Iran without water resources or energy resources would not be in a better place. So that.
Yeah. How free would you feel if instead of watching the Galactic News Network right now, you were sitting in a dark room with no electricity and no food and no water? Would that be freedom to you? Oh, great freedom. Thank you, America. Freedom! Great freedom. Oh my god, confetti is still going over here. Just came back and just like, Speaking of confetti, I see people on Twitch, Omega Star, concerned about whether or not confetti is reused. Yes, it's recycled. It is recyclable confetti. We have little Roombas, little confetti vacuuming robots. They pick it up, then we reuse it. They've been very busy today. Double confetti. Pretty crazy. All right. Not done talking about the environment yet. To Russia, where severe flooding caused great devastation in the Dagestan region on Monday. Actually, I think it may have been Sunday, like evening. I'm not sure how you say that. Makhachkala, I think. Makhachkala. It's hard to say. Makhachkala, Russia, I think is how it's pronounced. Maybe. Don't quote me on that, actually. I'm going to stop saying it and pretend like I never said it, because I'm probably wrong. Probably wrong. But streets turned to rivers, bursting through banks, causing damage to infrastructure, forcing people to evacuate their homes. Matthewsburg. Yes, thank you. Jesus Christ. Good Lord. Shit crazy in Russia as a result of extreme flooding. On March 28th. That was Sunday, right? Am I doing the math right? Actually, that was Saturday evening. Take it back. Yeah. Technically from over last weekend. Say love you. It was posted 5 days ago, so I am often at the mercy of that. I can't always check every single video's actual date. It's close. Off by a day. Off by a day. Say love you. All right. Now all of this craziness may very well be a result of the fact that the planet is storing more heat than it can release. That's not just me saying that, it's the United Nations. And France 24 English. Yes, we've watched this. No, I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it.
The amount of heat trapped by the Earth has reached record levels. According to a UN report published this Monday, the last 11 years have been the warmest ever recorded. For the first time, the World Meteorological Organization warned of a growing energy imbalance driven by rising greenhouse gas emissions. Scientists also fear that a natural warming phase called El Niño could soon bring further heat records. Well, for more on this, our environment editor Valerie de Camp joins me on set. Hi, Valerie.
Hi, Karis.
The UN releases their State of the Climate report every year. This year, they've decided to include the notion of energy imbalance. What does that mean?
It's the rate at which energy enters and leaves the planet. And I want to show you a graphic published by the WMO. And you see essentially that under a stable climate, there is energy coming from the sun. And so you have the same amount of energy coming in as the same amount of energy leaving the planet. What's happening now is that under an unstable climate, the Earth is gaining much more heat than it actually can release. And so it's...
See, this is where we should be here. But instead we're over here. Here? Here. 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 Over here, where we have more energy. Coming in and being expelled by humanity. But it's not leaving the planet. That's bad. All right. To space news. And of course, there was big space news this week. But before we get to the space news, just a reminder, we would normally take a break. Actually, maybe we should take a break. Let me think. Let me look at how many videos do I have. I'm just going I feel like we got to get back to normal somehow. Back to taking breaks like normal. 20, 30, 60, 70. At that rate. Oh, God. No, I gotta skip a break. I gotta skip at least one break here and try and make up some time. Because I'm moving hella slow. But just a reminder, everybody, if you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch and the subscribe button on YouTube. Hit that bell icon, too, if you want to make sure that you don't miss a single Galactic Spacecast. And the like button, because it helps me out. And since you're doing things with your fingers and or thumbs, one would assume, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. I think you all seem to know many of the ways that you can do that. Super chats, super stickers, memberships, gifted memberships, Twitch, bits, power-ups, subs, gifted subs, prime subs, Cash App, and PayPal. Throne, where we are currently funding a... what do you call it? I keep forgetting what it's called. A loft bed for my Earth apartment. My very, very tiny Earth apartment that needs more storage space. Be incredibly helpful. We're 40% of the way through. Multiple people already donated to it. But of course, the very best way to get most space benefits for your Earth dollars, Patreon, $3 a month. Enough said. All right. Space news. Artemis II taking over everyone's attention earlier this week. Footage of the launch caught by an airplane passenger. Seen here. Oh, God. Jesus Christ.
There it is.
Oh, God.
Look.
Oh. It's happening. Way over there, look. A red dot. Okay, Justin?
There we go, as we all watch together here live on the stream Wednesday. That was, of course, the launch of Artemis II, headed to the moon. Just now, I think, about done completing their day around Earth. Actually, a little bit further done. I think they've actually started making their approach to the moon now. But this is from 12 hours ago, coming out of France 24. A message from the astronauts aboard the Artemis II.
Mission control is go. The crew is go.
Just as planned, Artemis II has left Earth's orbit, and the NASA spacecraft is headed for the moon.
With this burn to the moon, we do not leave Earth. We choose it.
The burn, or translunar injection, was one of the mission's key maneuvers. For 5 minutes and 50 seconds on Thursday, the Orion fired its main engine with enough thrust to break through the orbit and onto the slingshot of the moon's gravity.
Humanity has once again shown what we are capable of.
The 4 astronauts on board, 3 Americans and 1 Canadian, are now expected to circuit the moon in 4 days' time without landing. The spacecraft will then head back towards Earth using no additional propulsion. As the crew watched the blue planet recede into the distance, they shared their first impressions.
You could see the entire globe from pole to pole. You could see Africa, Europe, and if you looked really close, you could see the northern lights. It was the most spectacular moment.
There's nothing that prepares you for the breathtaking aspect of seeing your home planet both lit up bright as day and also the moon glow on it at night with the beautiful beam of the sunset.
Artemis II is the first crewed flight to the moon since the final Apollo mission in 1972. NASA's goal is to build a space base near the moon's south pole and land there by 2028 to prepare for future flights to Mars.
Okay, right. So the landing to start building the space base is supposed to be 2028. That's what I thought. I think that's what I said last time, although I may have said 2030. I can't remember. But like I was saying, it's a multi-year effort to try and beat China to building a physical structure on the moon.
Columbia Arican _
Oh, shit.
9505 just cheered 200 bits. So we just sent a crew to survey all the helium-3 for mining. Since helium-3 in small amounts can fuel a country for over a year, the new gold rush is about to begin. Sadly to say.
Yeah, unfortunately, we haven't managed to build the GNN space commune yet on the moon. And now they are already trying to pillage the moon of its resources. We tried to stop the space oligarchs, but now they've taken over the literal, governmental agencies that we used to have as a public. Jared Isaacman is a literal space oligarch. If you look here at my desk, it says stop Bezos and Musk from taking over space. Now, technically, he's not one. He's not technically one of those guys. He's neither Musk nor Bezos, but he may as well be. Jared Isaacman is good friends
Well, first of all,
with Elon Musk.
some of the things that I say will be incorrect.
He is a billionaire. He is a literal oligarch. He has multiple investments in space companies that will undoubtedly benefit somehow from all of this. I can guarantee you. It's all terrible. And there's no way that Jared, good friends of Elon Musk, doesn't wind up, making sure that Elon gets part of all that too somehow. They're going to start carving up the moon for among the 1,000 billionaires on the planet. Going to have moon fiefdoms. Although they will have to contend with the fact China is also working to build its own infrastructure on our little rock On the little rock orbiting around us, providing us with our planet's gravity.
China!
All right, let's go to the live stream. Updates from the Artemis II. I wonder, are they still live right now? Yes, they are live. A live update from Artemis. We can see what's happening right frickin' now. Now, they haven't solved the problem of gravity aboard space stations like me. I could provide them the technology, but, you know, I haven't heard a very good number for that yet. As you can see, astronauts here floating around aboard the rocket, or the lunar module. I just want to point something out today, which I think is, in a way, a win. We have been going almost 4 full hours without talking about Iran nearly at all. I mean, yeah, we talked about it a little bit, but basically almost not at all, right? It's nearly negligible amount of Iran talk. I'm bringing that up because, of course, Iran talk is coming
immediately, if not sooner.
I am, in fact, trying to prepare you all for the fact that right around the corner, we're going to be talking about Iran. I'm afraid I don't have a ton of non-Iran news for you folks. It's mostly Iran. I know that's shocking to you. You're probably thinking to yourself, StreamLord, what? What are you talking about? I don't,
what now?
What? But I don't know if you've noticed, but it's mostly all that anybody can talk about lately. I feel like I've done a fairly good job of not distracting us, but of getting us to speak about something other than that here. Things of importance and of substance, undoubtedly. All right, this is enough. I think we see clearly the astronauts making their way to the moon, still for now. Safe. Aboard Artemis II. As they hurtle towards the moon, thousands of miles an hour. I mean, they are going fast. So fast. They are hurtling towards the moon right now. So fast. It's one of the reasons why they went around the Earth one time, to get some help. To get some help from low Earth orbit. Okay. Few stories. Oh, shit, I forgot. A little bit more. A little bit more on the space budget for Artemis II here and for NASA more broadly. Talk about how Donald Trump wants to cut the budget for NASA. CBC News. 8 hours ago. Why would Donald Trump want to cut the budget for NASA? We have 4 astronauts hurtling. Wait, 5. 4 or 5 astronauts. I cannot remember now. It's 5 or 4. My brain is broken. We have a number of astronauts right now heading towards the moon right now. Donald Trump wants to cut the fucking budget, keeping those people alive. Seems like a weird time to do that.
And as humans return to the moon for the first time in more than 50 years, the White House is looking to cut resources to NASA. That proposed reduction is part of a defense budget blueprint that President Donald Trump wants to increase substantially next year. So for more on this, let's turn now to the CBC's Megan Fitzpatrick in Washington. Megan, what more can you tell us about Trump's budget request for NASA?
Well, in these documents that have now been posted today by the White House with Trump's various proposals for the budget, those proposals will be sent to Congress. He is suggesting $18.8 billion dedicated to NASA, which would be a reduction of about $5.6 billion compared to the 2026 budget. The majority of that cut, about $3.4 billion, he suggests would come from various programs that he thinks are wasteful. One of those programs, for example, has NASA partnering with other organizations to use satellite data for less developed countries to use when planning climate change programs, for example, or to address other environmental threats. He's proposing cutting some programs within the STEM engagement division of NASA under that.
Okay, so to sum up what's happening here, Donald Trump wants to cut all the science and research from NASA and basically just get boots on the moon. Boots on the moon. I don't care about the science. I don't care what we learn. I just want to be able to reap the benefits of seizing it. I just want to have it. Just gonna take it, grab it, take the moon, boots. Like, that's literally what's happening here. If people aren't getting it, you just... And what we're using that money for, apparently, is to fund Operation Epstein Fury, which we're going to get to talking to in just a moment. But first, a few Earth news stories. First, down in Guatemala, for a global news story. Global religious news story. It is multiple religious weeks. It's both Passover and it is Easter week, whatever it's called. Holy Week, I believe is the word. And Holy Thursday was yesterday. People filled the streets of Guatemala in purple. Symbolizing something. I think it has to do with something to do with Easter. You can clearly see like 100 guys carrying a massive
Antigua Guatemala. Well, not just Antigua.
Sorry. Hold on. I need to describe this first. For anybody who's just listening, you can see like 100 guys in royal purple gowns, I guess you might call it, gowns, vestments, with accompanying hats, which kind of look like, at least from this angle, it's like if the Pope was, it's in the shape of, it's got Pope vibes, but it's really more in the shape of like a winter hat that you'd see in Minnesota, right? But no wool, right? Like 100 guys all carrying a giant wooden, what is this called? There's a word for scene of the Passion. Scene of the Passion. Christ carrying the cross. The thing's massive. It's like 30 feet long, maybe longer.
Antigua Guatemala. Well, not just Antigua, but all of Guatemala. We consider ourselves people of great faith, and I believe this colonial city represents what Catholicism is. We always represent our faith by carrying the floats, and with all the beautiful carpets that are made every year. They wait for us, the cucuruchos.
Actually, now that I get a better look at the hoods, it's more Harry Potter. It's more like
Always
Harry
represent
Potter
our
ropes.
faith by carrying the floats.
Like these guys are ready to pledge for Ravenclaw right now or something. Wizarding uniforms. Ah, sorry, I forgot. I forgot about terrible J.K. Rowling. Look, we're never gonna get. I don't think we're ever gonna get rid of the actual lore from Harry Potter. I'm afraid. First off, it's ingrained into my brain. Well before anybody knew anything about her antics. I was reading those books as a child. A wee little space baby. I've honestly tried to like stop referencing it, but there's times where it just happens. I can't help myself. All right, next, let's go across the Atlantic to Hungary, where most of Europe's and some of America's right-wing leaders just got done hanging out, heading into the big elections in the country. Viktor Orban seeking to get elected once again. What term would this be for Viktor Orban? 3? I can't remember.
Szerintem ez egy népszavazás lesz valóban a hazánk helyéről, ami pedig a Fidesznek nem vetít előre túl sok eredményt és jót, mert hogy már Szent István eldöntötte Magyarország helyét több mint 1000 éve.
I start typing right as like I start searching Viktor Orban in Google just as the fucking this is my life. Oh god, just as the goddamn subtitles come up. Okay. Oh wait, no, this would be like his 5th term. Right? Hold on. He was prime minister in from 92. Wait, no. 98 to 2002? 290, so that's one term. Then he assumed office in 2010. But how many terms is that? If a term is 4 years, this would be his like 6th term. Wouldn't it? Am I doing the math right? I can't do. I'm struggling.
Szerintem ez egy népszavazás lesz valóban a hazánk helyéről, ami pedig a
I think this will really be a referendum on Viktor Orban. It doesn't bode well for Fidesz, because Saint Stephen decided the place of Hungary for more than 1,000 years. He dedicated our country to Europe, and our ancestors fought to belong to Europe. And despite all sorts of smear campaigns, despite all sorts of mistakes of the European Union, because it has quite a lot of problems, the Hungarians still see that Hungary's place and development are guaranteed by membership of the European Union and NATO. So I think that Tisza will have an overwhelming electoral victory, because even Fidesz voters do not want our country to be a Russian puppet state, a colony, an assembly plant instead of belonging to Europe.
Ez nem jelenti azt, hogy le kell holnap válni az orosz
There you go. Oh. This does not mean that we do not want to stop using Russian oil tomorrow, but it does mean that European access must be used as well. We must build up the cross-border connections capacities, including international connections to the south, to the west, to the east, so that in any case of any geopolitical conflict, God forbid, war, we can still get energy. There you go. That was Viktor Orban's challenger speaking about this upcoming election in Hungary, which I think is happening this weekend. Viktor was circling the wagons. Right-wing leaders from across Europe attended, including a bunch of faces from America. Even Dave Rubin, I think, showed up. For whatever reason, I don't know why. I don't know what does Dave Rubin add to anything? I guess that's part of the problem. I don't see Dave Rubin as having a whole lot of merit. And like I don't see him as like, you know, also what I love about that, like the other thing about that is that like isn't Dave's marriage illegal in Hungary?
Illegal.
Like, what is up with that guy? Like, he goes to a place where basically he's illegal, like as a person. Like his identity is illegal. I'm actually shocked that he didn't wind up in jail.
Right away.
Must have had a special gay pass. Like a special weekend gay pass from Viktor himself. That's my guess.
Every single person on this planet is gay?
Yeah.
Well, while we're talking about Europe, may as well talk about the Russia-Ukraine war, which continues to rage on. More strikes in Kharkiv by Russian drones in the last 24 hours. This is Reuters. There you go. There's the scene of the aftermath of a strike on a hotel in Kharkiv. And the world continues to devolve further into conflict on the African continent, where the Sudan war has been spilling over into its neighbor country, Chad. How great. Yay. I love how all of my worst predictions come true, but none of my good ones do. Whenever I like predict something good to happen, never happens. Oh, but if it's bad, oh god. Like the galactic pessimist polymarket line has got to be like so OP. Like that's stacked. Like that's stacked right there. That's not a recommendation. Don't do that. Don't do that. You know how we feel about polymarket over here. Just a joke. Do not do that. But whenever I'm feeling optimistic, everything goes wrong. Maybe that's just the commentary on the world, and that's
We're
not me.
in Tine, a border town between Chad and Sudan. It's here, on Chadian territory, that fighting between Sudanese warring parties in Darfur spilled over several times in March, leaving dozens of civilians dead and an unknown number of army casualties.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Our Sudanese neighbors have problems. They are killing each other. Those fleeing the fighting with their weapons cross into Chad and blend in with our civilian population. And when their attackers pursue them onto our territory, it leads to bombardments. 3-4 times our fellow citizens have lost their lives because of this situation. From now on, if anyone comes in from Sudan carrying a weapon or in a vehicle used for war, disarm them and hand the weapon over to security forces. If the person resists, open fire, whether Toroboro or RSF, open fire.
And armoured vehicles. Chad's threats appear to be being put into action. More than 100 military vehicles are gathered here. Several members of Adam Hamid Arim's family were injured in a drone strike from Sudan that killed at least 19 people, and some of his relatives are still missing. Adam knows that several hundred residents of Tine are now armed, and he fears that in retaliation they may cross into Sudan and join the conflict.
Even after such an event, as a responsible person, I cannot tell my Chadian brothers to go to war. Sooner or later, someone would see this video. From that point on, the state must step in, take responsibility and protect the country, or it will fail in its duty and there will be serious consequences.
This is the main risk here. Every time Chadian civilians or soldiers are killed because of spillover from the Sudanese conflict, activists, often from abroad, call for revenge on social media.
Yeah. I feel like I don't have to point this out to you, but it would be bad for the African continent and Sudan and Chad, more specifically, if this were to turn into a not only like a 3-front war, an internal civil war, including a war between both parties and the country of Chad, or whatever militia groups in Chad decide to like take things into their own hands, which people are clearly, as you just saw, prompting others to do on media. There. Just what we need. Just what we need. I mean, the Sudan conflict is already it's been going on for way too fucking long. Right? It's been like how many years now? Like 3 years? I can't remember when this all first started. 4 years? It's been too long. There's like tens of millions of people. It's the largest displaced group, right? The internally displaced group, the refugee population inside of Sudan is the largest displaced population on the planet right now. They're all experiencing food insecurity, as well as a whole host of other sorts of atrocities that come along with being a fucking refugee inside of your own country as a result of a civil war that includes all sorts of atrocities like ethnic cleansing and mass grape. It just doesn't need another facet to that conflict, in my opinion. It's already an underserved, or not underserved, like, what is the word? I can't think of the word right now. Like, there's not enough aid going there. There's not enough media going there. Like an underappreciated like situation that has been going on for way too long. just gone unnoticed or disregarded. It's one of the biggest human atrocities on the planet right now. And it's just devolving into further conflict on the African continent. Seems bad. All right, people, I'm afraid we have made it all the way now. To the Iran war. Operation Epstein Fury. Here we come.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years.
Nope, Operation Epstein Fury is doing his job, getting us to talk about
This is Democracy Now!,
democracynow.org,
the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. The U.S.-Israeli
war
war
in
in Iran.
Just a reminder to everybody, this is the week ending report, so we're doing this in chronological order, starting 5 days ago. Democracy Now! Actually, this was, I take it back. This was Friday. This was last Friday, going into the weekend. I put this one in here just for vibes. Just for vibes. Last week, thousands of troops building up. Quagmire seemingly
democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. The U.S.-Israeli war in Iran has entered its 28th day. Iranian officials say the war's killed nearly 2,000 people in Iran. Earlier today, Israel's defense minister said Israeli attacks on Iran will escalate and expand. Meanwhile, President Trump's extended his deadline for Iran to fully reopen the Strait of Hormuz. Trump is now threatening to obliterate Iran's power plants on April 6 if the strait isn't reopened. Trump claimed talks with Iran are going well. This is Trump speaking during Thursday's cabinet meeting.
They now have a chance to make a deal, but that's up to them. And they'll tell you, we're not negotiating. We will not negotiate. Of course they're negotiating. They've been obliterated. Who wouldn't negotiate? They are begging to make a deal. We'll see if we can make the right deal. And if they make the right deal, then the strait will open up. Hormuz Strait will open up.
Iran has repeatedly denied it's engaging in direct talks with the U.S. Earlier today, Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi said friendly countries have conveyed messages between the two countries, but no dialogue has occurred. On Thursday, supporters of the Iranian government rallied in Tehran.
Trump's whole approach is psychological warfare. He's only playing psychological and media games and making a mockery of himself in front of the world. Everyone knows that Trump is a bluffer and a major liar. That has been proven to everyone.
We're joined now by Jeremy Scahill. He's been closely following the war in Iran and the reports about negotiations. Jeremy is co-founder of Dropsite News. Hi, Jeremy. Thanks so much for being with us. Well, why don't you start off with the latest news that yesterday President Trump said at Iran's request he's extending the deadline for bombing Iran's infrastructure by 10 days.
Well, Amy, within minutes of Trump posting that message on Truth Social, I spoke to a senior Iranian official who told me immediately that Trump is not being truthful and that Iran made no such request. And if it is the case that Trump is lying about this, it's part of a multi-week pattern that has extended basically throughout the duration of this war that the U.S. and Israel initiated on February 28th. What I'm told by Iranian officials is that on roughly the third day of the bombing, Steve Witkoff, President Trump's special envoy, began sending WhatsApp messages and other messages through intermediaries to Iranian officials asking for talks about winding down the war. This is just in the initial first few days. And, you know, there's some indication that Trump believed that by assassinating Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, and other senior Iranian officials, that somehow the Iranian government was going to collapse quickly. And it seems that they really underestimated both Iran's will to fight this war, but also its capacity to continue striking. Almost every day, you have War Secretary
Yeah, and speaking of Pete Hegseth, it would seem, at least according to the latest reporting that we've heard, that Pete Hegseth may have had something to do with Donald Trump's belief that that Iran would collapse after the assassination of its supreme leader. But we'll get to that later. We only found that out 3 days ago. It's been a very busy week, people. It's been a very, very busy week. Oh my God. And this is like just a tiny fraction of it. I had to like cut so much stuff out of here. Oh, so much stuff is cut. I still have 115 videos in my list. I mean, I could have had hundreds. But every week I have to make that decision. I have to like, all right. I have to like go through everything and be like, all right, what's hitting the floor? Which of these clips are going in the dustbin?
Before the American people at the Pentagon and saying Iran's missile capacity has been degraded by 90%, its drone capacity degraded by 95%, and Iran continues to strike at U.S. military facilities across the Persian Gulf and is intensifying its attacks against Israel, while Hezbollah, which the world was also told was decimated by Israel a year ago, has continued to fire missiles and to inflict deaths and other casualties on Israeli occupation forces. So the U.S. is the party that has been consistently asking for talks. And early last week, I did a story, Amy, where I learned from Iranian officials that Steve Witkoff had been directly text messaging Abbas Araghchi, the Iranian foreign minister. And when I went for comment to the White House, just to say, typically when I ask for comment from the White House, they respond by saying, we direct you to the last Truth Social post of Donald Trump or the comments he made on Air Force One. But this time, the White House went ballistic and accused Dropsite News of carrying water for Islamic terrorists, called us abhorrent, said that we're engaged in, quote, America last behavior. And then they quickly leaked to Barak Ravid of Axios and some other journalists an alternative bizarro world version of this story where
very, very nasty Dropsite News. America last. America last behavior. That's what you're doing. This is like we live in a literal Orwell novel at this point. That is the world we live in right now.
This is ridiculous.
It's actually the Iranians that have been begging Steve Witkoff for talks. So then what happened is that a few days ago, the White House began saying that, when Trump himself said it, that there are direct talks happening between Iran and the White House. I spoke to Iranian officials. They said this is completely false, that once again, the U.S. is asking for talks and is sending messages through Pakistan, Turkey, and Egypt. And so it's clear here that Donald Trump is not being truthful. You could say at some points he's just blatantly lying. But the question is why? It's possible, as the Iranians allege, that a large part of this is market manipulation, that people are making a lot of money off of these announcements, but also trying to calm oil markets. It's also possible that the United States is trying to float these ideas to sort of spy on or do surveillance on the Iranian chain of command to see who the actual deal makers are. It's also possible that given the fact that the United States has bombed Iran twice in the past year while claiming to be in negotiations, that this entire thing is a front, a facade that is being presented, albeit in a clumsy Trump-esque way, because the U.S. is planning some sort of a larger escalation or operation against Iran.
And again, the whole issue of the deploying thousands of U.S. paratroopers to the Persian Gulf, the possibility of a land invasion of perhaps Karg Island?
You know, Amy, I've looked closely at these deployments, and, I don't think that the United States has a large enough presence of troops and other weaponry to engage in a full-scale invasion of Iran imminently. There certainly are the types of forces that would be used, Tier 1 operators, special operations forces, rapid expeditionary units of the Marines to engage in some sort of limited incursion or attempt to seize a part of territory, or perhaps even to do some kind of a special operations raid. I've heard from some sources that there are concepts of operations that have been worked up by the Pentagon to explore possibly a targeted operation at Iran's enriched uranium disks. And the purpose of such an operation, you could call it like a spectacular operation, something akin to an Osama bin Laden night raid, is because Trump has painted himself into a corner. He is undoubtedly in a quagmire. They completely underestimated Iran's military capacity. And so part of what may be happening is that the Pentagon is giving Trump options where he could sort of declare a fake victory by having something tangible to point to. There's also been
We won. Look, everybody, we won. Great job, me. I'm giving myself the Medal of Greatness. Medal of Great Peacemakeriness, never before seen on planet Earth. I will be the only recipient in history for the perpetuity of the universe. All right, that was from Friday. Now 2 days later, all of those Marines started arriving in the Middle East.
Edging closer to boots on the ground, the US Central Command confirmed Saturday on X that the USS Tripoli, usually based in Japan, has arrived in the Middle East. The amphibious assault ship is the flagship for a contingent of 3,500 Marines and sailors. Saturday, the Washington Post reported the Pentagon is preparing for weeks of ground operations, though Donald Trump is yet to approve the deployment. According to the report, ground operations would not constitute a full invasion force. Instead, special forces and amphibious assault troops would likely target strategic islands in the Persian Gulf, such as Karg Island, a key node in Iran's oil industry, seen by some as a potential way to pressure the Iranian regime. Though US officials have refused to be drawn on any plans for a ground invasion.
In terms of why there's deployments, number one, the president has to be prepared for multiple contingencies, which
Yeah, we just deploy troops for no good reasons. Just in case Donald Trump needs them. Just send thousands of American troops. Tens of thousands, if you count the ones already there.
As Israel and America's war with Iran enters its 5th week, the US is now being accused by Tehran of plotting an invasion. It comes after these images of US Marines sent to the region were released by the Pentagon. Iran is warning the regime will rain fire on American troops if they attack. Around 3,500 US Marines and soldiers have now arrived in the Persian Gulf, awaiting final orders.
Somebody in Twitch said mission accomplished, which means we have to do this already.
In Tennessee, I know it's in Texas, probably in Tennessee, that says, "Fool me once, shame on you. If fool me, we can't get fooled again."
Meanwhile, the US and Israel have continued airstrikes on Iran, including in Tehran, where the offices of a Qatari news channel were hit. But Iran has again hit back, targeting Bahrain, Kuwait, and the United Arab Emirates. And in Israel, a fire broke out at an industrial site to the south of Beersheba after an Iranian missile strike. With the very latest is our world news correspondent, Joe Inwood.
For a military that the US claims to have destroyed, Iran still seems capable of inflicting damage. In the Negev desert, an industrial park burns, the result of Iranian missile strikes on Israel. Today has also seen reports of dozens of drones and missiles fired across the Gulf. It has also emerged that a valuable US spy plane called an AWAC was destroyed in a strike on an airbase in Saudi Arabia. This war does not feel like it's de-escalating.
Not at all. Sunday, we could all clearly see that things were not de-escalating in the slightest. But Sunday was also a holy day for Christians. Palm Sunday, I believe is what it is called. And Israeli police blocked a Catholic cardinal and his very small team from entering the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, a long-standing tradition causing an uproar.
Israeli police have prevented Jerusalem's Latin patriarch from celebrating Palm Sunday Mass. The police stopped Cardinal Pierbattista Pizzaballa, an archbishop with Catholic jurisdiction across Israel and the Palestinian territories, from entering the Church of the Holy Sepulchre in occupied East Jerusalem in order to conduct the Mass there. He then held Mass at another location in Jerusalem. Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni said that the incident was an offense not only to the faithful, but to any community that respects religious freedom.
Well, we know from the Latin Patriarchate that this attendance was coordinated with Israeli occupation authorities. It was done to ensure that the Palm Sunday Mass would be conducted by a very limited number of priests, including the Patriarchate, that Mass would be broadcast to hundreds of millions of people in Palestine and around the world who look to Jerusalem during this holy season of Easter. Now, the Patriarch was stopped on the way. He was forced to turn back. And according to the statement issued by his office, this is the first time in centuries that the
first time in centuries. Hundreds and hundreds of years. Israeli police interrupting incredibly long-standing tradition. All right. Well, that's something that was incredibly unpopular. Israel decided to do this week. People were quite upset about it. By Monday, the numbers were in on Donald Trump and his war. Operation Epstein fail, as I'm starting to call it. As the longer this goes on, the more unpopular it is, and the more it costs America. Both in lives and in money, as well as the fact that we seem to be literally not having, it seems like Iran is having more strategic victories than the United States is. Even though Donald Trump says, he's said so many things, but we'll get to that. Here's Harry Emden, the great, the one and only, on CNN.
Hey there, I'm Harry Enton, and today we're not just running the numbers on the war in Iran, we are running all the numbers on the war in Iran, and you won't see this on television. Let's start off by talking about two key terms that basically before this war began, nobody was really talking about, and you might not have even heard of them. We're talking about Karg Island and the Strait of Hormuz, of course, very much having to do with oil that is exported by Iran, and you can see her Google searches in March up like a rocket. I mean, my goodness gracious, record highs reached for Karg Island. Look at this. Google searches up over 20,000. 20,000%. That's insane versus a month ago. And then the Strait of Hormuz up 1,900% versus a month ago. Again, record highs in Google dating all the way back since 2004. So if you hadn't heard of either Karg Island or the Strait of Hormuz before the war in Iran, guess what? You were not alone. Now, I mentioned, of course, oil. That is why we're talking about Karg Island and the Strait of Hormuz, and we're talking about gas prices here in the United States. And we are talking about increases that, frankly, we have never seen, at least over the last 35 years. Take a look here at gas prices. Okay, now, right now, the largest 4-week gas price increase since at least 1991. You have to go all the way back since the Bills played in their first Super Bowl to find increases this high. We're talking about up 33% up 33% just over the last 4 weeks. My goodness gracious. In fact, I went back through the record books. We're talking about an increase of $1 over just a 4-week period for the first time ever. The first time ever. That is why the Strait of Hormuz and Kharg Island are so important, because essentially what has gone on, of course, is that the Strait of Hormuz has closed and it has choked off the oil supply that is heading out of Iran, and that, of course, has driven up gas prices here in the United States of America. But that is not all that's been going on. Take a look here. This, I think, really sort of gives the game away. Look at this. Economic measures since the Iran war began. Well, we spoke about gas prices, right, being up 33%. But look at the Dow Jones. Down it goes through the floor. We're talking about down 8%. Down 8% since the war in Iran began. And guess what? That means, along with the downflow that we saw earlier on, just before the Iran war started, that the Dow Jones has actually entered correction territory. It's entered correction territory. So oil prices climb ever higher, but the rest of the economy has been suffering. It has been suffering. Awful, awful, awful. Weak, weak, weak.
Awful and weak. People have less money, and their costs are increasing. Yep, and apparently it's not very popular what Donald Trump has decided to do here with Operation Epstein failure.
This is a recent AP New York poll. U.S. troops on the ground in Iran. Look at this. We're talking about 12%. That is less than a bar mitzvah. Less than a bar mitzvah support it. 12%. Of course, if you don't know, you get your bar mitzvah at age 13. I had mine. It was an interesting experience. But look at this. We're talking about 3 in 5. 3 in 5 Americans already.
Daddies are more stronger than mommies.
In Iran, and even among Republicans who stick through it with Donald Trump through thick and thin. Just a fifth of Republicans right now support ground troops in Iran, about half oppose. So even among Donald Trump's base, we see real opposition to troops on the ground in Iran, even at places like Kharg Island, to help open up that oil supply chain, right?
Yeah, it would seem incredibly unpopular. 12%. Terrible. 1 in 8 people support it. Awful. Yep. 8 out of 8 people support giving, like, our space puppy
so hot right now.
treats.
So hot right now.
All right. Yes, and I should hydrate. Outlive your enemies. Drink some water. All right. All right, everybody. I need you all to get into the warrior mentality for me. Okay. Wait, what's happening?
This is the very definition of totalitarianism.
Stop this. I forget how to get out of this. There we go. That's how you get out of this. Okay. Jesus. All right, everybody. I need you all in the warrior mentality for me. Let's talk about Pete Hegseth, the Secretary of War. Majority Report.
Laura Ingraham has been demoted at Fox News because of the whole "you're getting older, lady" situation. Probably means Trump's less interested in hearing what she has to say as well.
I remember having lunch with you, and you don't look as good as you.
Unlike Dana.
You don't look better.
But so she's gonna copy paste a lot of what you're hearing from conservative online influencers, even like Tucker Carlson, where he's approaching criticizing Trump very tepidly. But for the most part, they act like Trump has no agency. He's also incredibly powerful, smart, genius, the only person who can decide. But he's also weak enough to be so easily misled by the folks around him. However, it's important that this is happening on Fox News in prime time.
So if we cannot come to some type of peace deal with people who can't be trusted, then what? Well, looks like the U.S. is going to escalate. President Trump is already warning of widespread further damage, threatening to hit electric generating plants, oil wells, and Carg Island, as he's reportedly considering sending ground troops in to secure the uranium. Now, knowing what little time we have and how quickly this can spiral out of control, we still have a lot of questions. For instance, was the president fully briefed about the risks of all of this from the beginning? And was he then able to take it all in and understand the complexity of this, how complex it could actually get, and further possibilities of casualties or other damage, the difficulty of dealing with these people? Or was he told this would be
perfectly stable
relatively
individual.
quick in and out? So if we cannot...
That's it. All right, so you see what she's setting up there. I mean, she couldn't help herself. Like, maybe he's too dense to understand what was going on. That was sort of the middle one. But what she's also saying is, like, maybe there's an opportunity to find a fall guy.
Bad information.
Oh, yeah.
Bad information.
Remember from last week when Hegseth was thrown under the bus? Yeah. I'm telling you, that's a seed. He said, some people are saying that we should fire you.
A very powerful guy came up to me and really went into
You're
you
fired.
hard. And I said, he's doing a great job.
He's doing a great job. But is he?
But he wouldn't acknowledge that criticism if he wasn't this happened with Kristi Noem, and he started ignoring her at the cabinet meetings. And then 2 months later, what do you know?
If Donald Trump got rid of Pete Hegseth, who do you figure he would replace him with? What psycho do you figure Donald Trump would get in there instead of Pete? I can't even imagine right now. Who is the demented lunatic who would take Pete's
It would
job?
be funny if Laura Ingraham just really hated Pete Hegseth from their time together at Fox News.
You know, it would be even funnier if Laura Ingraham got the job. Donna's like, actually, Laura's got a lot of good points. A lot of good points. I think she's going to be the first woman of war. That's what we're going to call her. The Wow. Wow. A woman. Okay, if you say so. Diversity. Of course, Pete has been getting rid of all the diversity at the Department of War and at the military. He's also been getting rid of all the thinking, apparently. He's at least been partly involved in getting rid of that aspect of military engagements, I guess you might call it. Because apparently he told Donald Trump, not a big deal, this Iran war, as it turns out. And we're talking about before the war, so leading into the war. Reports earlier this week, from Tuesday, I believe it was, came out suggesting he had told Trump, actually, it's super easy, barely an inconvenience, actually. It's gonna be fine. Come on. Let's do it.
Straightening out the Strait of Hormuz is something Trump has clearly wanted to do, but it has proven to be quite complicated. CNN has new reporting on what Trump was not told before launching into this war, according to sources. In the lead up to the first bombs dropped on Iran February 28th, the president met with a small group of advisors to discuss options. The president made it clear he wanted to launch a military campaign alongside Israel, sources tell us. This sort of briefing would normally include likely economic fallout should Tehran retaliate by closing the Strait of Hormuz, which is eminently predictable. But, three sources tell our CNN defense team, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth not only validated Trump's idea to move forward, he downplayed risks, the sources said, of the conflict spiraling out of control. Nobody in the room during that critical meeting, we're told, emphasized the potential risks of starting the war. And speaking of risks, today Secretary Hegseth was asked about reports that the U.S. is considering putting boots on the ground, service members on the ground in Iran.
Our adversary right now thinks there are 15 different ways we could come at them with boots on the ground. And guess what? There are. The point is to be unpredictable in that. Certainly not let anybody know what you're willing to do or not do.
Be unpredictable.
Yes, we've been incredibly unpredictable. I guess that must mean that we're winning. Are we winning yet? I can't tell. It's really hard to tell what winning I don't even remember what winning feels like. I need somebody to help me with this. Are we winning? Well, here we go, Pete Hegseth. Getting it from both sides over here. Getting it from the news media. Even Laura Ingraham, his former colleague at Fox News. It's gotta be so tough. I'll bet he misses his time at Fox News now. Because now he doesn't, I mean, like, sure. Was it his job to defend war crimes? Yeah. But his new job, he's gonna maybe at some point have to defend the war crimes he's actually committed.
Colombiarican_9505 just cheered 100 bits. Hegseth just said we need to zigzag our way to victory by confusing our enemy. Think spontaneous thoughts.
Yes.
Got to love the war tactics of a simpleton.
You know, you just gotta think it, okay? You have to... It's a vibe. It's a vibe, right? You want your enemy to be so confused by everything you're doing, okay? You just won't know what to do. Be so flustered by, like you said, by your zigzagging. He won't know what to do. Won't even be able to pull his gun or launch a rocket. You know, it's just... It's kind of like... Follow me here. It's kind of like this. You know, when you think about it, it's kind of like this.
How to thwart an attack. Now pretend that this dummy is a school shooter. Right. I want you to stand back because I don't want you to get hurt. Before he can draw his weapon. Hi, up, hot, hi. How awesome was that?
Well, yeah, that's pretty awesome, but I feel like he would have shot you from a mile away.
No, he wouldn't, because you saw how I was zigzagging like this and making sounds. It was distracting.
Yeah, but did you ever see Indiana Jones where the guy does the whole sword thing and then he just shoots him dead?
Are you asking me if I've seen Indiana Jones? Are you seriously asking me? I've seen that movie. That is, you're not understanding.
Remember it?
Yes, but if I were to come at you, it's all about how I... Okay, in that circumstance, maybe you got there a little...
That's basically what we're dealing with here. We're gonna zigzag our way to victory, okay, everybody? Thank you, Columbia Rican, for inspiring that brief tangent. Now to this horrifying development from earlier this week. Israel's parliament approving effectively a law that turns its military prisons for Palestinians into literal death camps. Here's the AP from Tuesday.
Israel's parliament has passed a bill approving the death penalty for Palestinians convicted of nationalistic murder. This represents the culmination of a years-long push by Israel's far right to escalate punishments for Palestinians convicted of murdering Israelis. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu went to the Knesset, the Israeli parliament, to vote yes for the measure. This is a law that rights groups, Israeli and Palestinian, have denounced as draconian and unethical. It's also yielded condemnation from foreign ministers of European countries and Australia who say the language of the bill is de facto discriminatory. In effect, what the bill does is mandate that military courts in the West Bank dole out the death penalty as punishment for Palestinians convicted of nationalistic murder. It gives Israeli courts a bit more leniency, saying that judges in Israeli courts can choose between the death.
Gives them a bit more leniency. That's one way to put it. Others had more harsh words for it, I would say. Like this Palestinian lawmaker who claimed it was an extension of genocidal measures of the state of Israel. Actually, hold on. I'm going to skip ahead to the... Where does she actually... Where did they bring her on? Oh, I guess it's at the beginning. Okay, all right.
Hello and welcome to Tete a Tete. Our guest this week is Varsen Agabekian. She is the Palestinian foreign minister, and she joins us from Ramallah and the West Bank. Thank you very much for being our guest this week.
Thank you for hosting me.
The Israeli parliament passed a bill mandating the death penalty for terrorists who kill a person, I quote, with the intent to deny the existence of the state of Israel. This, in effect, means that death by hanging will become the default sentence in Israel military courts for Palestinians convicted of deadly attacks. What is your reaction to this bill that has been pushed by ministers on the far right of the Israeli cabinet?
Well, this is another violation of international law and international humanitarian law. And it tells us very clearly what the intent of this genocidal mind is able to do. And we've seen it after the passing of the bill in its second and third reading, and what happens in the building itself. I mean, having champagne bottles, trying to celebrate instituting a death penalty that is being abolished all over the world by a country that claims it is a democratic country and a civilized country. But we know as Palestinians that this is an extension of the genocidal measures of the state of Israel and the criminal and brutal acts it has been able to commit over the decades. And today they are officializing, legalizing this sort of criminality.
Officially legalizing this sort of criminality. Well said. That was Varsen Agabekian, the Palestinian foreign minister from the West Bank. Now to Democracy Now! From yesterday. Talk more about this ridiculous law.
This is ridiculous!
This
Oh,
is
by the way,
Democracy Now!,
just a reminder.
democracynow.org. I'm Mimi Goodman with Nermeen Shah.
Oh, wait. We took a break at 1:30. Didn't take one at 3. You know what? We'll take a break after. I think we'll take a break after this one. Yeah.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Mimi Goodman with Nermeen Sheikh.
Israel is facing a global outcry after the Israeli Knesset approved a death penalty law designed to only apply to Palestinians. The Association for Civil Rights in Israel petitioned the country's Supreme Court to strike down the law minutes after it passed, calling it discriminatory by design.
We go now to Tel Aviv, where we're joined by Sarit Mikaeli, International Outreach Director at the Israeli human rights group B'Tselem. Explain what the Knesset just passed, Sarit.
Thank you. It's a privilege being with you, Amy and Nermeen. So the Israeli Knesset essentially passed, I'll simplify, a law that applies only to Palestinians, both in Israel's civil courts and in the Israeli military courts that are run in the West Bank. And essentially it means that if Palestinians in these circumstances, in these instances, are found guilty of killing, of murder, with an opposition or an intention that is terroristic in nature, that is opposed, quote unquote, to the state of Israel, then essentially there is a death penalty. There are some differences between the two systems, but the basic discriminatory nature, the basic fact that this will be only applied to Palestinians is across the board, is the same across the board. This shocking, this egregious, draconian law pretends to be somehow based on any sort of grounded in some sort of objective criteria, but essentially it's basically specifically written to apply only to Palestinians.
So, Sarit, so
Basically written specifically to apply only to Palestinians. Exactly. It is a genocidal law. The legalizing of Israel's genocidal practices. Just making it formal. Just turning it into law. Something they've already basically been doing to people. As we know, Palestinian prisoners have been brutalized, tortured, murdered, deprived of their rights, deprived of trials, every single one of them. Last clip on this disgusting law. Middle East Eye now from 14 hours ago, where one of the only Palestinian Knesset members called this new bill a celebration of death.
This law is an apartheid law. Only one kind of lives matters by this law, only the lives of the Jews. The Palestinian life doesn't matter. It was a celebration of death, a celebration of blood, a celebration of fascism and apartheid. When I was elected to the Knesset, I didn't think that part of my meetings will be discussing what is better, injection of poison or hanging in a rope or using other ways. That was part of the discussions in the committee. And to tell you, that was awful. That was inhuman. And they enjoyed it. The atmosphere in the plenary that day cannot be described, actually. It was awful. Legislations of any nation, of any state, is a reflection of the values that exist there. This shows what kind of a judiciary system or legislative system exists in such kind of a society. The representatives of the so-called security forces in Israel said very clearly that 80% of the cases, if a Palestinian was acting or suspected to be acting as a military action, they execute him on the spot, 80%. So you can imagine that they don't need touch a law in order to kill. So people are really terrorized of that idea, and I think the anger is piling up. Those who legislated the law were claiming that this will take out the incentive from the Palestinians to act on military actions.
I
don't think so. I think it creates more anger and might lead to more deterioration and violent actions.
Israel is just creating a hellscape for Palestinians within its borders. And let's be real, Israel controls all of the territory from Egypt to Lebanon, between Syria and the Mediterranean, right? Whether it's the West Bank or the Gaza Strip or Israel. I mean, they control the whole thing. And the fact is, they control much of, like, they certainly in the way that they've been acting, they control much of the territory of its neighbors on its borders. Acting with impunity in Syria and Egypt, Lebanon. Alright, people, just a reminder, if you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch and the subscribe button on YouTube. And while you're at it, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. A lot of great ways out there for you to show your support. Super chats, super stickers, memberships, gifted memberships, bits, power-ups, subs, gifted subs, prime subs, Cash App and PayPal, Throne, and Patreon. That's right, a lot of great ways for you to contribute to the Galactic News Network. It's really up to you how you would like to do that. Alright, everybody, enjoy the break, grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. All right, everybody. The break is over. And the show is about to get started once again, so you better get your butts back in those seats. Otherwise, you're gonna miss it. All right, folks, we're back. We are back. 5 hours into the stream. 5 beautiful hours together of horrible news stories. Horrible, terrible, awful news stories. But hey, at least we're talking. At least we've got each other. So, silver lining. And in a way, we're really only like halfway through the week. And I don't mean, I mean the show. We're almost done with the week, don't worry. This is the week-ending report, of course, so the week is almost done. Less than 24 hours left, for many. But we're only halfway through the week-ending report. I've done the math during the break. Not great. I have no idea what that message means. Okay, I feel like someone just sat on their keyboard. Are you feeling okay, J-Bo? Something weird's going on there. Alright, the last half we were talking about the horrible, horrifying, disgusting law that Israel's Knesset passed. Now, let's move on back to talking about the war and Operation Epstein Fury. Let's see what Donald Trump's been saying this week. Here's the AP from Tuesday. Get this half started off.
I would say that within 2 weeks, maybe 3, we're hitting them very hard. Last night we knocked out tremendous amounts of missile-making facilities.
Pardon me for interrupting. The U.S. will be gone or done with the war in 2
I
or 3
think we're
weeks?
2 or 3 weeks.
Not 3 weeks.
we'll leave. Because there's no reason for us to do this. Look, problem with the Strait, a guy can take
2-3
a mine,
weeks.
drop it in the water, and say, oh, it's unsafe. That's not for us. That'll be for France.
It's not for
That'll be
us.
for whoever's using.
That's for somebody else.
We'll be leaving very
France
soon.
or China.
And if France or some other country wants to get oil or gas, they'll go up through the Strait and Hormuz Strait. They'll go right up there and they'll be able to fend for themselves.
They'll go right up
It'll be
there.
very safe, actually, but we have nothing to do with that. What happens in the Strait,
Incredibly safe.
we're not going to have anything to do with it. But we're finishing the job, and I think
He's such a deranged fucking people. They'll go up the Strait, and they'll get the oil. They'll take it. They'll grab it, and then they'll leave, and it'll be fine. It's very safe, safer than ever. In fact, maybe safer than ever before. Many people are saying it. Iran is really protecting it. That very protected Strait. We helped them. We helped Iran protect the Strait. Doing a great job, Iran. Keeping the safe Strait again. Make the Strait safe again. Missa. That's what everybody's saying now.
U.S. President
Except it's
Donald
already
Trump
safe.
has offered his latest rhetorical U-turn when it comes to the Iran war. He's posted online claiming that Iran's president had asked for a ceasefire. Now, one thing to note is that Trump referred to this president as the new regime president. Iran has the same president that's had the entire war. That's Masoud Pezeshkian. Meanwhile, Iran itself is saying that these claims by Trump online are, quote, false and baseless. But Trump has reiterated his threat to attack Iran militarily should the Strait not open and allow energy shipments, fertilizer, and other goods to pass through. Trump warned that he would bomb the Islamic Republic, quote, back to the Stone Ages. Trump already had set an April 6th deadline for Iran to open the Strait.
I don't think he said the Stone Ages. He said the Stone Age. You know which one. You know which one. Stone Ages, too general. Very specific. One of the very specific Stone Age. Stone Ages. The Stone Age. You know the one. I don't have to tell anybody what I mean. Perfectly clear. I'm fairly certain he said Stone Age. New executive order. We're changing Stone Ages to Stone Age. For too long we have let these scientists split us up by ages. We have to consolidate. Too many. Less ages. Now, Donald Trump also lashed out at NATO this week, widening the transatlantic rift. France 24 from 2 days ago. Wednesday, as they call it. Everybody is calling it
And
Wednesday.
I've always said
It's a
NATO's
new
a
word.
paper tiger. And I've always said we help NATO, but they'll never help us.
From jabs and scoldings to thinly veiled threats and angry outbursts, over the last few weeks, Donald Trump hasn't been shy in his criticism for the North Atlantic Treaty Organization. A longtime NATO skeptic, the US president has now ramped up his rhetoric, telling British newspaper The Telegraph that he was strongly considering pulling the United States out of the alliance. Trump says NATO isn't doing enough to help the US in its war with Iran, particularly when it comes to securing the Strait of Hormuz.
Not enough.
A fifth of the world's oil and liquefied.
The United States has spent $17 quadrillion on NATO. More than anyone ever thought possible. And as a result, they do nothing. Now, of course, we've actually spent very little on NATO in particular. We have collaborated with NATO allies on a number of different things, including building U.S. military bases in their countries. But it's not clear what Donald Trump means when he says the things he says. You know? He's sort of a undecipherable guy.
Starmer made the remarks after announcing that the UK would this week host a meeting of 35 countries to discuss all viable diplomatic and political measures to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. It comes a day after Trump singled out the UK on his Truth Social platform, saying it and other countries should go and get their own oil.
Go get your own oil, okay? Look, you don't need us. All of these countries that can't get jet fuel because of the Strait of Hormuz, just like the United Kingdom, which refused to get involved in the decapitation of Iran. I have a suggestion for you. Number one, buy from the U.S. We have plenty. And number two, build up some delayed courage. Go to the Strait and just take it. You'll have to start learning how to fight for yourself. The USA won't be there to help you anymore. Just like you weren't there for us. Iran has been essentially decimated. The hard part is done. Go get your own oil. President DJT. Wow. The president didn't even thank people, the foreign leaders, for their attention to this matter. Seems rude. I mean, am I wrong? At the end of almost every message, Donald Trump says, thank you for your attention to this matter. He doesn't say, thank you for your attention to this movie. It's like, your attention is guaranteed and mandatory. No thanks for a mandatory thing that you must do.
We have a demented, unintelligent person running the United States of America.
You know what? I think Jennifer Welch might be right. Let's go here next to Lebanon. Associated Press from 2 days ago. What a fantastic week so far. Wednesday, where the Lebanese military withdrew from the border towns as Israel invaded its country. Just think about that. I just want everybody to think about that for a second. Israel's invading Lebanon. What's the military doing? Oh, it's leaving. Makes sense. Not defending the towns from Israel. Just letting them walk right. Just letting Israel walk right in. Oh, that's right. That's because the Lebanese military is, at least in part, funded by the United States.
Columbia Arican _9505 just cheered 100 bits. Trump, it's my war and I cry if I want to, blame everyone instead of myself if I want to, cry if I want to. You will cry too if you are responsible for burning down the house and no one to blame it on.
Yeah. Donald Trump is a little baby.
You're a little baby.
As we all know. Thank you, Columbia Rican, for the bits. Well, there you go. As we saw earlier this week, Lebanese military leaving border towns for Israel to invade freely, as they are actually allies. So they're perfectly fine with Israel just walking right in and blowing everything up. They're both funded by the same people. Why fight? That wouldn't make sense. Meanwhile, people in Beirut dying. Nearly half a dozen in one strike in a residential neighborhood on Wednesday. It was a treacherous attack. We don't know what happened. There are martyrs, 5 of them. There's a fire, as you can see. It's a civilian area. The shrapnel's everywhere. In every centimeter of this place. We are sleeping, and we heard the strikes coming at us. 3. We woke up and started to see people outside. There we go. Lebanon's military leaving the people behind as Israel bombards them. More war crimes in civilian areas. But the war crimes from Israel and the United States aren't limited to Lebanon, also happening in Iran, where a religious site was struck also on Wednesday. Right? Wasn't the first Wednesday, or is that Tuesday? Trying to do the math. Right? Yeah. Wednesday. I was right. Yep, there you see, as you can see, parts of this mosque reduced to rubble, shrapnel hitting other pieces of it. What is clearly a religious site and off limits in conflicts such as these. Another war crime, it would seem. Zombie. All right. Now let's talk about the perverse Christian nationalists' justifications being used for Operation Epstein Fury.
These people are perverts. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman. As Christians across the world are observing Holy Week, Pope Leo's escalating his calls for the war in Iran to end. He spoke in Rome on Tuesday, in a rare move mentioned President Trump by name.
President Trump recently stated that he would like to end the war. Hopefully he's looking for an off-ramp. Hopefully he's looking for a way to decrease the amount of violence, of bombing, which would be a significant contribution to removing the hatred that's being created and that's increasing constantly in the Middle East and elsewhere.
When right-wingers and Donald Trump were talking about how they were excited to have an American Pope. Fuck yeah! Did you figure it was because they were hoping for the Pope to be able to speak in perfect English about how Donald Trump should stop doing the things he's doing? Sweet irony.
In his Palm Sunday address in Vatican City, Pope Leo called the war in Iran atrocious and said leaders who start wars have hands full of blood.
Fratelli, sorelle, questo è
Brothers and sisters, this is our God, Jesus, King of Peace, who rejects war, whom no one can use to justify war. He does not listen to the prayers of those who wage war, but rejects them, saying, even though you make many prayers, I will not listen. Your hands are full of blood.
Pope Leo's remarks were widely seen as a rebuke of Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, who recently prayed for military commanders to unleash overwhelming violence against enemies.
Give them wisdom in every decision, endurance for the trial ahead, unbreakable unity, and overwhelming violence of action against those who deserve no mercy. Preserve their lives, sharpen their resolve, and let justice be executed swiftly and without remorse, that evil may be driven back and wicked souls delivered to the eternal damnation prepared for them.
Secretary Hegseth, who's long embraced Christian nationalism, has repeatedly invoked Jesus Christ in recent weeks during official remarks about the war in Iran.
To the families who said, finish this, we will. And I say the same to every American who wants peace through strength. May Almighty God continue to bless our troops in this fight. And again, to the American people, please pray for them. Every day, on bended knee, with your family, in your schools, in your churches, in the name of Jesus Christ.
We're joined now by Reverend Munther Isaac.
Why can't I shut up about
Christian
Jesus?
Theologian, director of the Bethlehem Institute for Peace and Justice, the pastor of the Lutheran Church in Ramallah. He made global headlines in 2023 for giving a Christmas sermon titled Christ in the Rubble. He later wrote the book Christ in the Rubble, Faith, the Bible, and the Genocide in Gaza. Well, we're speaking to you now in the midst of the U.S.-Israeli war on Iran and Iran retaliating throughout the region. If you can first comment on the Pope's Palm Sunday address, where he talked about God refusing the prayers of leaders who have hands full of blood. Reverend Isaac.
Yeah, thank you for having me. I applaud the Pope for his courage to say what his position demands him to say as a leader of faith, as someone we look up to speak truth to power, and to call for a vision of peace. And what we've witnessed is actually two versions of Christianity. One represented by the Pope, shaped by the ethics of Christ, shaped even by Old Testament prophetic tradition that emphasized justice, care for the poor, for the oppressed, and as I said, shaped by the vision, the ethics of Jesus. Blessed are the merciful, blessed are those who are thirsty for righteousness and peace. At the other hand, we see another version shaped by Christian nationalism, shaped by even a fascination of returning to the days of the Crusades, that by Pete Hegseth and many Christian Zionists. And I'm grateful that the Pope is bringing back sanity and trying to reclaim, as I said, the ethics of Jesus into this conversation. Our God is not a God of war. And this is really frightening to have this war framed as a religious war, even as a holy war. And ironically, they accuse the Iranian regime of invoking religion into their politics. And now we have the same thing done by the American Secretary of War. So I'm grateful for the voice and courage of Pope Leo on this matter.
I also want to ask you about what's happening in Jerusalem. On Sunday, Israeli police stopped the Latin Patriarch of Jerusalem from entering the Church of the Holy Sepulchre on Palm Sunday to celebrate Mass. Due to Israel's ban on gatherings at religious sites during the Iran war, the Latin Patriarchate said it was the first time in centuries that the heads of the church were prevented from celebrating Palm Sunday Mass at the site, calling the incident a grave precedent. Following the backlash, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said the Latin Patriarch would receive full and immediate access to the church. Now, interestingly, I think probably the most powerful response for Netanyahu were the people you refer to as the Christian Zionists, like the U.S. ambassador to Israel, Mike Huckabee. and Ted Cruz. If you can link these two.
Yes, well, first of all, we must emphasize that the actions of Israel stopping the patriarch from going to the church has nothing to do with safety and security. So let's be clear. There were 4 leaders going to pray in the church alone. The church has respected every security measure with terms for safety and the number of people allowed to gather. I mean, if Israel is really concerned, they would go to the Israeli Jewish neighborhoods and stop people from gathering. But let's be clear again, if Israel is concerned for our safety, they would stop the settlers from attacking us in the West Bank. They would kill us in mass numbers, committed genocide in Gaza. This is about control. They stop them on the way to the church. They want to emphasize who's in charge of Jerusalem. This is what it's all about. And you mentioned the response of Prime Minister Netanyahu saying that now he's kind enough to allow us to go and pray in our churches. I mean, do we really need permission from an occupying authority? Because let's remember, Jerusalem, I mean, Israel does not have sovereignty over, should not have sovereignty over Jerusalem. It was annexed illegally. And now he comes across as someone who's allowing Christians to worship in the church, knowing that we have been worshiping here for centuries uninterrupted. This is what it's all about. And I think the backlash shows sometimes that Israel does some missteps when it comes to its image. They're always concerned about their image. So they've seen the backlash to the extent that even their biggest cheerleaders, the Christian Zionists, had to interfere.
Okay. Well, there we go for a little bit of the Christian perspective on some of Israel's latest actions. And it's all part of the same sort of genocidal plan that they are trying to enact right now. Really is disturbing, but there is no other way to put it. It's not just being directed at Palestinians, Lebanese, Syria. I mean, who's not on the table right now? If I were in any of the other countries that aren't fully involved in this yet, I'd be freaking out. If I were in Egypt, Jordan. I mean, Syria isn't fully, but I mean, it is kind of. Israel's already been seizing some territory there, so what counts? I mean, the fact is, Israel's always seizing territory in all these countries already. Egypt, Philadelphia corridor taken. Israel just keeps pushing its boundaries further and further into its own neighbors' countries. What a terrible neighbor. First love with a sweet super chat. I'm sure Petey Hegseth and JD Vance are going to take this scolding very seriously. Oh, yes. Oh, yes, very seriously. There's absolutely no way that they don't. I can't imagine a scenario in which Pete and or JD wouldn't take any. So this is their jobs. You know, vice president, secretary of war. This is their jobs. Of course they must be taking it incredibly seriously. There's no way they would behave like a bunch of adult babies, LARPing all over the place.
Adult baby. Adult baby.
Honestly, though, let's be real. Those guys aren't concerned even remotely with the humanitarian fallout of the decisions of the U.S. government. Wait, did somebody feed Leica? Did I forget to feed Leica again? I keep forgetting to feed Leica. I think I did. Did I? Or didn't I? Wait. Leica, hydrate. That was like an hour ago. Kaname-kun, did I feed Leica for you or not? I can't remember. And be real. Can't be giving her extra treats, or she's gonna. Well, I guess it doesn't matter. More treats incoming.
The war in the Middle East is prompting a growing humanitarian crisis across the region, particularly for children. More than 340 children have reportedly been killed and thousands injured since the war began a little over a month ago. For more on that, let's bring in Salim Owais from UNICEF's Middle East branch. Salim, thanks so much for taking the time to speak to us. Just talk us through first, if you will, the current humanitarian situation on the ground in the Middle East. Salim, I don't know if you can hear me.
Oh,
yes,
boy.
Go ahead. Please go
Yeah,
ahead.
I can. Yeah. No, sorry. As you mentioned, the numbers are rising by the day, and we're having hundreds and hundreds of children either killed or injured. That's not to mention the lack of services, the situations that they find themselves in, the displacement, which is taking a horrible toll on children for the past 4 weeks plus. This is becoming, unfortunately, a norm for children in the region, and it's spreading its grip on children across the Middle East, Iran, Lebanon, with fear in the wider region in the Gulf, Jordan, and as such. This is becoming a grim picture that is live broadcasted on TV, as we've seen in the past 2 years, over 2.5 years almost now in Palestine. So the situation is really dire, and it is threatening of becoming even worse as we go.
How much worse has the situation become since the war in Iran began over a month ago? Do you notice a dramatic spike?
Unfortunately, we started the escalation first day with a hit on a school with.
She not been paying attention or something? Has there been a dramatic spike? She says. Like, what are you talking about? We've all been watching the same fucking news. Millions of people have been displaced across the Middle East. Come on, lady. Get with it. Look, there's kids carrying around plates of food in a parking lot right here. You don't think we got a problem? Has there been an uptick? What a ridiculous question. Almost as ridiculous as the address that Donald Trump gave on Wednesday evening, of course, which we watched live on the Galactic Stream. Just to remind everybody of that. Oh, by the way, Orb Rumor, thank you for the super chat. Quacksmith is back. Mammal's second best friend. Oh. Who's number one? Dogs, I assume. Is that what you're alluding to? The ducks are second to dogs. You know what that is? That's duck last. Duck last thinking right there. So that is. America last.
Thank you very much. My fellow Americans, good evening. Let me begin by congratulating the team at NASA and our brave astronauts on the successful launch of Artemis II. It was quite something. It will be traveling further than any manned rocket has ever flown and will very substantially pass the moon, go around it, and come back home from a distance that has never been done before. It's amazing. They are on the way, and God bless them. These are brave people. We want to God bless those 4 unbelievable astronauts. As we speak this evening, it's been just 1 month since the United States military began Operation Epic Fury, targeting the world's #1 state sponsor of terror, Iran.
Cyclone Cheeto.
Now there's Cyclone Cheeto, who gave a 20-minute long address to the nation, basically saying all the same stuff he's been saying on Truth Social and in the media. But louder, I guess. Louder. Louder and more clear. Open the strait. Not America's job. Even though we're the ones who closed it. Not our fault. Learn to defend yourselves. Like saying it's like one of those things. It's just so wild. Like, it's like so mind fucking. Like it's so contradictory. Like we clearly started this. We're the reason why the strait is closed. And we're the reason that their like ability to whatever is under threat. It's like, you learn to defend for yourselves. Not our fault. This is not our fight. This is not our fight. Okay? We may have started it, but it's not our fight. Like, they're just so, it's so self-contradictory, but that's the world we live in. Anyway, it was fascinating. Well, we're making progress through the week here. Next up on our list, Democracy Now! From Thursday. Where they had on a number of interesting guests talk about Operation Epstein failure.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein?
Iran is threatening to escalate attacks in the Middle East after President Trump delivered a primetime address in which he threatened to bomb Iran back to the Stone Ages. Global stock prices tumbled and oil prices jumped after Trump vowed to continue striking Iran, even though he claimed Iran had already been decimated militarily and economically.
Immediately, the progress we've made, I can say tonight that we are on track to complete all of America's military objectives shortly, very shortly. We're going to hit them extremely hard over the next 2 to 3 weeks. We're going to bring them back to the Stone Ages where they belong.
President Trump also repeated his threat to attack Iranian civilian infrastructure, which is considered a war crime.
If there is no deal, we are going to hit each and every one of their electric generating plants very hard and probably simultaneously. We have not hit their oil, even though that's the easiest target of all, because it would not give them even a small chance of survival or rebuilding.
Earlier in the day, Trump spoke at an Easter lunch event at the White House. He gave attendees a preview of his primetime remarks.
And tonight I'm making a little speech at 9 o'clock, and basically I'm going to tell everybody how great I am. What a great job I've done. What a phenomenal job. What a phenomenal job I've done.
We're joined right now by 2 guests. Spencer Ackerman is a Pulitzer Prize and National Magazine award-winning reporter, the author of Reign of Terror, How the 9/11 Era Destabilized America and Produced Trump, and the Forever Wars newsletter. His latest piece headlines, So You Lost a War to Iran. Behrouz Gamari Tabrizi is a fellow at the Center for Place, Culture, and Politics at the CUNY Graduate Center. He was previously professor and chair of the Department of Near Eastern Studies at Princeton University, the author of several books, including Islam and Dissent in Post-Revolutionary Iran, as well as a memoir about his years on death row in Evin prison in Tehran called Remembering Akbar, Inside the Iranian Revolution. His latest book, just out this year, is titled The Long War on Iran, New Events, Old Questions. We begin with Beiruz Gamari Tabrizi. Thanks so much for joining us again. Why don't you respond overall? Many people were waiting with bated breath to see what President Trump was going to announce in his prime time address, the first one since the U.S. and
Honestly, he kind of debated us, right? Like, it was April Fool's Day, and he gets us all like worked up over this big announcement, waiting multiple days for him to give this announcement, and he comes out and he says literally all the same shit that he'd been saying for the last week. But basically, it could have been a tweet. Could have just tweeted it. Could have just retweeted himself, and it would have been just as. It would have been just maybe better. A lot of people are saying it would have actually been better if he just tweeted it. Instead, we were forced to divert our attention for quite some time, midstream on Wednesday, to hear Donald Trump just repeat himself a bunch.
Israel attacked Iran. What did you make of what he said?
First of all, thank you for having me back in the show. I think it was a very anticlimactic kind of speech, and as we expected, he structured his speech around lies and delusions, I think, and he did not add anything new about what we already have heard from him, and I think possibly the most important part of this speech last night was the timing of it, and this was a speech that one should have expected to hear before the start of the war, because it was mostly about justification of the war. And my take on it is that it was, in a sense, a kind of admission to defeat in the war of narratives. And I think that they feel the White House.
Okay, hold on. I'm going to skip ahead a little bit because this is a kind of long one. It's like 30 minutes long.
Media, but some of the key issues, if you could talk about some of the key issues he did not mention, including the surge of U.S. troops, the military personnel who are en route to the Middle East now.
Indeed. Good morning, Nermeen. Good morning, Amy. Lovely to be here with Beiruz, especially. I'm going to learn a lot from this conversation. This was a speech that we shouldn't normalize, even for Trump. This was a cavalcade of lies on top of the delusions and the incoherence there. But most importantly, as you mentioned, while Trump is trying to domestically reassure his base and more perhaps to the point, reassure markets that he hasn't just plunged the United States and the world into a compounding economic disaster, is that there is an aircraft carrier with 6,000 sailors, 3 destroyers on its way. It will be the 3rd such carrier strike group committed to this conflict, as well as the 11th Marine Expeditionary Unit and elements of the 82nd Airborne that are on their way for purposes that Trump neither explained nor even really mentioned at all. So while he is trying to kind of, as he has frequently throughout this conflict, send a message that this is not a forever war, this is not an open-ended conflict, this is not like those other foolish presidents in the Middle East. What he's doing is entrenching this conflict ever deeper without any mechanism to resolve it. While Trump emphasized that, or attempted to emphasize, that he has been consistent in his explication of what American goals are in Iran, which he hasn't. He's been all over the place. He called the very first day of the war for an Iranian uprising to overthrow the Islamic Islamic Republic, which hasn't happened and frankly doesn't seem like it's going to happen. What in fact has happened is that Iran has changed the entirety of this conflict. It has pivoted this conflict onto its own territory and its own goals, and the United States does not have a military mechanism to redress that, primarily the throttling of the Strait of Hormuz.
And so, Behruz, you had mentioned that there is a risk. I mean, so as Spencer said, there are thousands and thousands of troops on their way to the Middle East. You'd said one of the possibilities what these troops would do there is to try to take one of the islands, Iran's islands, and that not necessarily Kharg Island, which is the only one one really hears about.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, obviously, the taking over of Kharg Island is extremely dangerous and risky. And it would threaten not only the stability of the region, but I would go as far as to say that it would threaten the stability of the entire world order. And we are indeed in that moment that this instability of the world order is at the table, and Iranian side knows this very well, that they hold that card in their hands, and if they can't compete militarily with the US, they can really play that card in a very, very effective way. My sense is that, you know, the invasion of Kharg Island is highly unlikely to happen unless the U.S. feels so desperate that there are no other alternatives available to them. There are other smaller islands that are disputed between Iran and the UAE.
Invasion of Kharg Island, a move of desperation, according to the former director of Iranian studies at Princeton University. Hold on. Unfortunately, we just can't listen to this whole thing. Because mostly because we're like 6 hours into this puppy already. We still got a hell of a lot to talk about. 6 hours in already, really? Well, if you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch, subscribe on YouTube. How else do you expect to find this spacecast in the future? While you're at it, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. YouTube super chats, super stickers, memberships, gifted memberships, all great ways to support the stream. Twitch, bits, power-ups, subs, gifted subs, prime subs. Good examples of some other ways you could contribute. Cash App and PayPal. If you prefer your money, go directly to funding the stream rather than the bottom line of Google and or Amazon. Throne, if you'd like to help with crowdfunding items that would arrive eventually at my door down on Earth. Considering inflation's coming, we better work quickly on crowdfunding before it gets more expensive. That bed frame, which we are almost 50% of the way through. So I think we can do it at some point here. Perhaps before my birthday in a couple months from now.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Jesus Christ, I just thought about it. I'm just gonna eject that thought from my head. My birthday's not coming up. In fact, it's never coming up. I'm never getting older. Okay? I'm not becoming an old man. I'm Galactic staying in the race, Lord.
Although he comes across as a very naive kind of politician, but nevertheless, I think he's opening some space for his political position inside the country.
Why hasn't Israel tried to kill him? I mean, they've killed so many of Iran's leaders, one after another.
Do you really want me to speculate on that? I don't know. But I mean, I think, first of all, they've tried to kill him. He was injured in June attacks. And he was severely injured, and he was limping for a while after June war. And they did try to kill him. I don't know how they are keeping him safe at this moment. But nevertheless, Israel did try to kill him. And I think that he is not in that position of game changer in Iran at this point. Israel and the US are mostly attacking, Israelis mostly, are attacking people who are in the position of game changing, like Ali Larijani, or I read yesterday that they attacked Kamal Kharrazi, who was a former foreign minister in Iran, and he's severely injured.
Do you think the Supreme Leader Moshtaba is in the country? Do you think he's alive?
I don't know. And I think that it's possible that they are playing this kind of game with Moshtaba, that he's acting as a hidden imam, because that hidden imam has a very significant role in Shi'i theology, and whether or not he's injured and he can appear in public, or this is a political game to keeping him hidden. I'm not quite sure, but we'll find out soon.
And Spencer, just to go back to the speech and Trump's kind of shifting objectives for this war, one of the things he said is that he terminated what he called the disaster of the 2015 nuclear deal because it sent billions and billions of dollars to Iran. First of all, if you could explain that. But then he said nothing at all about the fact that just in this week, he allowed Iran to sell oil, thereby enabling Iran to earn billions and billions of dollars.
Yeah, so let's peek behind what actually is going on here, because going back to the 2015 deal, one of its primary terms was that Iran would get out from under the sanctions regime that was put in place precisely to have leverage in order to produce the nuclear deal. And that reaped Iran something around $1 billion worth of sanctions relief. That was its own money that the United States had basically frozen. The rejectionists for this deal, the people who would never allow this deal to get to yes, precisely so it would take away the option of attacking Iran militarily, raised an enormous hue and cry about how now this was funding the so-called terrorist regime in Iran. What Trump has done to reassure the markets after launching this very ill-thought-out war was provide for Iran to sell oil once again. Oil, of course, is a global commodity. It can't really be throttled in one place or another without affecting the price everywhere. And so now Iran stands to benefit by the terms of the current price of oil that Trump and Israel have forced to go up, something like $13 to $14 billion, vastly, vastly beyond the sanctions relief they got in the 2015 deal.
And if you could also, this was a very crucial point and has been a major.
You hear that, people? The sanctions relief that Donald Trump is giving Iran right now vastly outstrips that which they received under Obama. Fund this space blast. Glad to be back from Niaz Rocky. Good to see you, pal. 1 year. Why are you saying 1 year? What are you talking about, Donald? 1 year since what? I just said it. I said it's like 2 months from my birthday, and you're like 1 year. Yeah. What are you talking about? You're crazy.
In the war, Iran using the Strait of Hormuz to retaliate against Israel and the U.S.
Oh, I'm just realizing it's your 12-month anniversary. You're celebrating yourself. One beautiful year of Galactic YouTube membership. Has it been that long already? I mean, I know you've been watching the stream for even longer. We've clearly been supporting the stream for a very, very long time as well. Yeah, no, I see it. I get it now. No, everybody, I see it. I see it. It's all making sense. It all makes perfect sense. Very simple.
Claimed that the Strait of Hormuz would, quote, automatically open once the U.S. leaves, and simultaneously urged countries reliant on oil from the region to go to the strait and, quote, just take it. And he also urged countries, of course, to buy U.S. oil instead. So your response to that, and in particular this idea of the Strait of Hormuz, which for the longest time he was saying that's one of the objectives, we have to have this strait open, despite the fact that prior to the war the strait was open, so he's trying to resolve an issue that the war itself created. And the fact of, you know, the implications of Iran's effective blockade of the strait, which we're already seeing the effect in so many parts of the world.
You can see how even just summarizing the circumstance brings out not just the absurdity, but the tragedy and the horror of the misjudgment that this war is predicated upon. The most important thing to understand about the Strait of Hormuz, one of the world's most important energy and commercial waterways, is that Trump has no military way of forcing it open. Everything that he is about to do, the war crimes that he has promised, when we hear both him and the Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth, talk about destroying Iran's defense industrial base, what they mean is they will bomb every civilian industrial target that they can find, much as they bombed the girls' school at the outset of the war, and claim this is some kind of military target. All of this is going to be designed to force enough pain on the Islamic Republic that it opens the Strait of Hormuz back up. That's because there is no way that the United States has to force it otherwise.
I want to ask you, Spencer, about the role of Israel. Does Trump's incoherence, and let's make no mistake about it, when someone is completely unpredictable, that gives them a great amount of power. But does that chaos serve Israel? And what is the relationship here with Israel fighting this war?
I just had a birthday last year. I know, it's crazy. It's ridiculous. Gotta slow it down. Slow it down on the birthdays already, right?
So many fronts, attacking Iran, attacking Lebanon, moving higher and higher into Lebanon, and of course, continuing to kill people in Gaza.
Once again, just to be clear with everybody, my birthday's not for 2 months, full months. But I guess we'll just keep talking about birthdays for shits and gigs.
A number of Palestinians have been killed in the West Bank during this time.
Starting around the time of the Israeli assassinations in 2024, spilling out from the Israeli genocide in Gaza, a great deal of people within Israel and within Israel's support base inside the United States believed that they had an opportunity to transform the Middle East by permanently disabling or at least structurally weakening Iranian power, not only in its broader ambits in Lebanon, in Syria, in Yemen, and in Iraq, but now in Iran itself. That's what Israel is going for. Israel is not simply going for a weakening of Iran. What it was hoping to do was collapse the Islamic Republic and bring Iran into some sort of failed state situation. Some of the indications from media and from political statements from Israel seem to indicate that they know they can't bring Trump into that open-ended conflict that would give them the leverage to do that. I think one of the things they're trying to leverage through that is an overwhelming focus on the front in Iran to give them cover to seize Lebanon south of the Litani River.
Already they're up to they're aiming for the Zahrani north of Litani.
And they're killing, I think they've killed something like 1,300 people. They're trying to transform not only the the boundaries, not only the shape of the state of Israel, but establish Israel as the only real regional superpower, displacing Iran. I don't think that will work. I think what we've learned is that for better or for worse, I will leave Beirut to describe the cleavages within Iran and how the Islamic Republic relates to its own people. But nevertheless, the Islamic Republic has proven not only its resiliency beyond what Israeli and American war planners had thought, but it's shown that its strategy for defending itself and for inflicting pain on the broader American and Israeli coalition in the Gulf is undisturbed by what by what the United States and Israel have thrown at it for a month.
And okay, that is a key question. You're a journalist, Spencer, so let's put that question to Beirut. Is what's happening to the population of Iran? Also, is the internet still largely out? How do people communicate with each other, with the outside world? But the rifts, the fissures within the Iranian Republic right now, and where does the resistance stand?
The Iranian society has been quite a vibrant society in the past 40 years. Iranian society has always been engaged in a very meaningful struggle to expand civil liberties, to create a space for breathing simply, and for a space for struggle for social justice.
You yourself were a part of that.
Of course, and that never ended, and it continued, and people gained a lot of grounds and lost a lot of grounds, and one of the I think one of the most tragic consequences of this war is that this war destroyed that space within which people struggled for this transformation of Iranian society.
Yep. Rather than helping the protesters build a more democratic Iran, this has made it impossible for any of them to do any sort of civil engagement or protesting. People can't find food and water now, and they're getting bombed all the time, and their infrastructure is getting destroyed, and their relatives are dying next to them. It's like, how can they do, it's not like we're not just targeting the military, right? Like, we're targeting civilians and civilian infrastructure, even if we haven't targeted the quote-unquote desalinization plant. And as that other guest said, it would seem that Iran, as we've seen throughout all of this, has put up quite a fight, one which is essentially made it so that the United States and Israel are not able to put up they're not able to defend the Gulf allies that they have, right? As well as themselves to some degree, right? Israel is seeing a massive amount of destruction, and we're seeing more and more American casualties and lost military assets. And we are going to talk about that plane and the pilot in a little bit. I've just been trying to get us through a few other things. That is becoming big news. Basically, it's turned into a behind enemy line situation, right? Gene Hackman, Owen Wilson. Come on. But we'll get to that in a little bit. First, we should talk a little bit more about the economic impacts of all of this. And the continued rising of oil prices.
equipment's been totally decimated. They have nothing.
Donald Trump's view on the Strait of Hormuz is clear.
What happens in the strait, we're not going to have anything to do with.
In one way, he's right. Very few of the oil tankers and ships currently blocked from passing through this crucial channel will be headed to the US. 20% of the world's oil flows through this narrow sea passage, bordered on one side by Iran. But it's the impact on global oil prices and the knock-on effects to economies around the world that's most definitely of concern to the president, with warnings that if the strait isn't opened, the situation this month will be much worse than last.
The loss of oil in April will be twice the loss of oil in March. I think it will cut the economic growth in many countries, and especially in emerging and developing countries where they don't have the hard currencies, they may be even a bigger difficulty. And we may well see, Nikolai, in many countries.
Yeah, and just to show everybody what oil prices have been looking like, this was today, where it closed at $112 a barrel. Oil over the last week, where it went from about at one point under $100 a barrel, back up to 112. You can see here over the last month, back in March 3rd, it was only $73 a barrel. 4 days into Operation Epstein Fury. But now we're way up here. It's not great. And of course, if you go even further back, say this far back in January, it was only $55 a barrel. Oh boy. But now we're more than double that.
The rationing of energy may be coming soon.
Whilst the US is a major producer of crude oil, much of which is exported, it also has to import different types of oil to supplement production at domestic refineries. That means it buys and sells on the global market, with prices spiking due to the conflict. Well, Donald Trump might say that America has more crude oil than it needs, and that is certainly true of certain types of oils, but it also needs other types to come into the country, and that's what happens here at the Bayway refinery. They can process up to 250,000 barrels of crude oil every day here. Some of it comes from North Dakota by train. It's shale oil, but the rest, well, that comes by boat from Canada, from the North Sea, and sometimes from West Africa. That means fuel prices are fast going up across the United States, and that is very much the president's problem. Despite still being much lower than elsewhere in the world, the price at the pump here impacts political popularity.
Gas prices going up, and they're going up fast. Like I said, it's like a ripple. And the United States is on the outer rim of the ripple, but eventually it will hit us, you know? Or like we're far away from the drop, if you will. The drop being the invasion and the closing of the Strait of Hormuz. And the ripple being the effect of the closing of the strait. But countries like Pakistan are getting hit hard as they are much closer and get a lot more of their oil from the strait. And images like this of packed gas stations are now being seen more and more across the country.
All right, there may be a war going on, but shouldn't we also think about our people? Gas has reached $1.64 per liter. What is a poor man supposed to do? Someone earning $70 to $90 a month relies on his bike for work. What will he do now? All his money goes into gas. He has 3 children, and there's hunger at home. His family is going without food.
Whatever good the government had done was undone after the outbreak of the Iran war.
Yep. Pakistan being forced to cancel its gas subsidies in the country, and people are struggling to pick up the difference with rising prices already. Many, according at least to some, struggling to feed their families. Places like Egypt are introducing early closing times for businesses to save on electricity costs in cities.
This is ridiculous!
You can see people here, businesses, cafes, shutting down early, lights going off. No reason to have a business with no electricity. There you go, Egypt enforcing a 9 p.m. closing time for commercial buildings and premises in an attempt to save electricity in its grid right now, which they are struggling to keep online. This thing is turning into COVID. This is like I said it before. This is turning into COVID 2.0. This is causing supply shocks, businesses to close. Sure, we're not wearing masks. I guess that was one of the only real complaints that right-wingers had. That and the vaccines, of course. Oh, God. All right, I've lost my place. Yeah, next. Let's talk about the cost of the war. BBC, 17 hours ago. How much is the war costing the United States?
Let's return to our main story. The US-Israel war with Iran is into its second month, and there's growing attention on how much money the US is spending on the conflict. Recently, the Trump administration signaled that it would be requesting more funds, but there are increasing demands for greater transparency over how much the war is costing. Our analysis editor, Ros Atkins, has more.
For the US, the war with Iran comes with a substantial bill. Lawmakers were told the first 6 days cost $11.3 billion. It's reported that early on, hundreds of Tomahawk missiles were used. These can cost around $3.5 million each. But with Iran's defences degraded, some analysts believe the US is increasingly using bombs that cost much less. Also, the US says Iranian attacks have sharply reduced. There's independent analysis that backs this up. Such a reduction means using fewer resources to repel Iranian attacks. Costs may have come down. The US isn't providing precise numbers, but estimates can be made. The Center for Strategic and International Studies is a widely respected defense think tank in Washington. Using known military activity, known weapons prices, and other data, it estimates that by day 12, the war was costing $385 million a day.
Columbia Regan with a sweet, sweet super chat. We were fighting right-wingers in term 1 to wear masks to avoid the spread of COVID. Now in term 2, we're fighting to get them to remove the masks of ICE. Trump's brown shirt secret police. Yep. It's weird. It's weird,
It's
isn't
weird.
it?
Whatever the exact figure, the level of spending is drawing attention. But is it unusual? Because America invests heavily in its military, not far off $1 trillion a year, and the Trump administration's overall military budget is largely in line with previous administrations. But it's helpful to consider other wars involving the US. In March 2003, the US led an invasion of Iraq. In today's terms, the war and its build-up had cost an estimated $57 billion by September 2003. Or in 2001, the US invaded Afghanistan. By 2012, thousands of troops were deployed, with all the costs that come with that. It was the most expensive year of the war, in today's terms, costing $131 billion. Compare that with the Iran war. After 1 month, it may well have cost over $20 billion. One official under President George W. Bush told the BBC that the initial stages of this war involved a rate of spending that significantly exceeded Iraq and Afghanistan.
A rate of spending that significantly exceeds that of Iraq.
There's an old
and
saying in Tennessee, I know it's in Texas, probably in Tennessee, that says, "Fool me once, shame on you. If fool me, we can't get fooled again."
And Afghanistan.
It's a different kind of warfare. There are no boots on the ground, but there are fleets stationed all off the coast. Very expensive to get them there, keep them there. There are very expensive weapons and missiles being used and destroyed every day. They have to be replaced. It's very expensive.
And more funds are already being requested. The Pentagon is seeking up to $200 billion. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth says it takes money to kill bad guys. But as the bill for this war goes up, President Trump may need to persuade lawmakers and all Americans that this is money well spent.
Ros Atkins there. Well, the war has had...
Yep, costing a ridiculous amount of money. Operation Epstein failure. Killing bad guys costs money. And doing pointless wars does as well. I wonder how many actual quote-unquote bad guys we've killed. Like IRGC members, right? One wonders. All right, we're not going to take a break. We're going to take one at 7.5, I think, is what we'll do, depending on how the pace of this goes. Ay. But lately, we just have so much to talk about. We've been taking less breaks, and I feel bad to the patrons. So, from me to you, I'm sorry. I apologize, because you don't get to see your patron avatars as much, but we do get more content. We do get more of what's going on. Honestly, I've been having to make all sorts of different weird sorts of sacrifices in my shows as of late. In terms of what I cover, even, let alone the pace of everything. Just like picking stories lately is a fucking struggle. Because there's so much I would like to talk about. That's what I've been using the weekending reports for lately, is to talk as much about other things as I can. We got 4 hours today. That wasn't bad. Now we're knee-deep in Iran. Next up.
Omega 5 Tar just cheered 100 bits. We rules you.
Aww. Thanks, Omegastar. I roofs you too. I roofs you too. So very much. And you've all been so incredibly generous today. Really appreciate it. I really do. We've completed a galactic content goal ×2. Which is beautiful. Even if Twitch and YouTube are going to take like a 30% cut. Still beautiful. All right. I keep losing my fucking place. Once I get to Iran, like, it's such a struggle. Like, once I get to Iran, like, keeping track of where I'm at is so difficult. It all looks the same. It all looks the same. It's just Iran this, Iran that. U.S. Israel that. U.S. Israel that. Lebanon. Syria. It's like, it's just all just like the same words that missile. I found it. All right. Before we get to talking about missiles, let's talk about one of the men tasked with what's the word? Tasked with determining. Hold on. I'm just realizing something. Okay, right. Okay, so the chief of staff of the U.S. Army, who is basically like the top-ranking Army official, right? He has decided to not step down, fired. He was fired. I'm getting myself confused. He was fired by the Trump administration in the middle of the Iran war. Earlier today, announced around this time on Friday morning. Which is a really weird thing to do while you're in the middle of an operation or war, as some
we have
people call it.
correspondents covering all of these latest developments from Amman, Tehran, here in Doha, as well as Washington, D.C., where we'll start with Rosalind Jordan. And Ros, the Army Chief of Staff asked to step down in the middle of this war. Can you just run us through what's led to this point?
Well, there's a lot of speculation in the U.S. press, particularly in the military press, about why General Randy George has been asked to resign with immediate effect when he still had about a year or so left on his current assignment, which is serving as the Chief of Staff of the U.S. Army. Mr. George, or General George, I should say, who left West Point in 1988 and worked his way.
Yeah, these guys are what is known as, I believe, a 4-star general. Like they are no joke. Like they are lifetime, not appointees, but a lifetime career military people, right? Who are already very high ranking. They find themselves here that have terms usually of, I think, 4 years, but can serve longer if I'm not mistaken. This is just a really big fucking deal. It can't be made any more clear that this is an insanely big deal. This guy is literally basically in charge of the entire army, right? Of an entire branch of military that you would think would be pretty important when you're talking about doing a ground invasion just days before.
At one point had served as a close aide to Lloyd Austin, the defense secretary during the Biden administration, and there's speculation that that might not have sat well with Pete Hegseth, the defense secretary, or secretary of war, as he likes to call himself. There's also speculation that perhaps the Hegseth administration at the Pentagon wants to have people in place in the military who are willing to carry out the president's agenda, and that is incredibly unusual because the military is known for doing its work in a nonpartisan manner, that this idea that only those generals and admirals who believe in a particular
Yeah, at least it was until Donald Trump came to office and he put Pete Hegseth in charge of everything, and then Pete Hegseth showed up and started like draping MAGA flags all over everything and kicking all the black people, women, and LGBTQ people too. You know, all the DEI, if you will.
Political agenda should have these posts is one of the things that is raising criticism here in Washington.
At the same time, the president posted video of a civilian bridge being blown up. Is this the intensification that Donald Trump had been threatening? And are we going to see more of this?
Well, this is something that the U.S. President Donald Trump had alluded to earlier on Thursday on his personal social media platform, basically saying that if Iran does not capitulate to the U.S.'s 15-point proposal for ending the war, which started on February 28th, that the U.S. would respond with more military strikes. Now, it's not clear that this was done immediately because of the president's posting on social media. Usually there's a little more advanced time and advanced planning before the military carries out strikes, but it's certainly the timing certainly does look suspicious. Critics also are suggesting that even though the U.S. alleges that this bridge was being used to transport material to build drones, which the Iranian military has been using against targets in the Middle East, both at U.S. targets and regional targets, there are criticisms that this was primarily a civilian bridge, and the Trump administration could be opening itself up to allegations of having committed a war crime.
Thank you so much, Rosalind Jordan, for us.
Yeah, and there's been suggestions floating around that this guy was fired or asked to step down because he was unwilling to do something. Some sort of illegal order, perhaps. You know, the sort of thing that a sworn officer of the military is duty bound not to do. You know, like a crime.
Illegal.
But this is another now, and very, very high profile firings coming out of the Trump administration in a very short period of time this year. In the last like month and change, he has just been out there firing people left and right. And I'm gonna need this sound shot, I think.
You're fired. 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 Let's go.
Hello, Mr. Trump. It's an honor to meet you.
You're fired. It's probably going to come in handy later. Might need to find a better clip than that. We'll see.
You're fired. You're fired. You're fired. You're fired.
There's like some weird music behind that. I think I'm gonna need a better clip. I'll do it later. I'm not gonna sidetrack myself with sound shots right now. Gotta stay focused. Come on, StreamLord. Keep the focus. Dude, I don't want to hear this shit. What the fuck? What are you talking about? You don't want to hear Donald Trump say the word "you're fired"? We have to hear him say all the other words. Is it so much worse to hear him say "you're fired" when he does in fact fire somebody? Or are you talking about something else? Because I'm confused. Very, very confused. All right. Where to next? Let's go to the United Nations. At the UNSC, where the Gulf chief, the GCC chief, urged the UN to halt Iran's attacks. Which is a weird, in my opinion, it's a weird thing to do. It's like a weird choice. Right, am I the only person that sees it? Like, is it not weird for the Gulf countries to only demand Iran stop its attacks, while the United States and Israel, the people who started the war, just ignore them? It's fine. Let the people who started the war keep doing the war, but not the people who were under attack originally.
Bahrain's foreign minister came to New York to chair a UN Security Council meeting and to try to push for council action on Iran.
The Kingdom of Bahrain submitted a draft resolution to your esteemed council on Iran's unlawful and unjustified attempt to control international navigation in the Strait of Hormuz, placing before the council a draft that requires a decisive response to such actions that are irresponsible and illegitimate, actions that threaten the interests of nations and peoples around the world.
That draft resolution, seen by Al Jazeera, has gone through 4 separate iterations after Russia and China rejected language that explicitly referenced the use of force to open the Strait of Hormuz. The Secretary General of the Gulf Cooperation Council also attended the meeting.
Yeah. It's just, this is just, in my opinion, this is just massively like hypocrisy by omission, right? By not demanding the United States to stop its attacks. Like, it makes the demands of Iran stopping its attacks completely null and void, moot point. Why demand that the country defending itself stop defending itself? It's a weird strategy. Diplomatically, if you will. Now, the Iranian Red Crescent has claimed in the last 24 hours that one of its warehouses was struck by Israel and or the United States. And of course, the Red Crescent is just the Red Cross, but for the Middle East. This is a video showing this strike. I mean, you can clearly see. You can clearly see what appears to be some sort of missile strike on one of its, or drone strike. It's unclear what kind of attack it was. But they are, of course, the Red Crescent is an aid agency making this strike
Illegal.
a potential war crime. Damn. I am hungry right now, real bad. I need to look at what I can make myself easily while we're doing the stream. I think I could, like, bake a potato. I think I have potatoes. All right. Now, in Israel's Petah Tikva, a Iranian missile strike left a large crater, damaging buildings in the central Israeli city.
Iranian missile attacks have continued on Israel, while the Israeli military says it intercepted the majority. Some are making it through. A ballistic missile hit Petah Tikva in central Israel on Thursday evening, bypassing air defense systems. It landed between a residential neighborhood and the city's industrial zone, causing a large crater. The shockwave heavily damaged nearby buildings. I'm going to speak with Rob McBride, who's been following all of these developments in Israel from the Jordanian capital, Amman. And as we saw several areas coming under fire today, can you just run us through what the aftermath looked like, especially with that direct hit that we just saw?
Yeah, that's right. I mean, these alarms have been raised constantly, multiple times throughout Thursday into the early hours of Friday morning local time. In fact, just at the moment, we have alerts being raised for central Israel. Missiles have been detected being launched from Iran yet again. At one point during Thursday, in fact, there were 3 alerts all in force at the same time, representing the 3 fronts that Israel is now engaged in conflict on. First of all, there's the Iran threat. There is also from Yemen now alerts being raised, and also from South Lebanon Hezbollah attacks. And in fact, in the 24 hours up to Thursday evening, the military reckoned there were a total of 150 rockets being fired at communities in the north of Israel, with 4 injuries. There was an interception of a ballistic missile fired by the Houthis, according to the authorities, from Yemen. That was earlier on Thursday, and one of the biggest strikes was on the city of Petah Tikva. This was fell in it's one of the most populated areas of central Israel, but this fell in an industrial area, causing a fairly extensive amount of damage.
Okay, now we're gonna move on to this big story. Basically, one of the biggest fucking stories going on right now. And that is the shooting down of an F-15. I'm sorry. I think it's an F-15. Is it F-15 or F-35? Actually, I'm seeing different things in different reports. I think it's an F-15. I'm fairly certain. But they're shooting down of a U.S. jet by Iran's IRGC. First report I have on this was from 17 hours ago out of France 24 English.
State media has produced some pictures of what are purportedly pieces of the F-35, saying that it was downed by Iran's air defense system somewhere in central Iran. And this is not the first time that they've hit U.S. and Israeli jet fighters. Earlier in the conflict, they hit an F-35 that had to make an emergency landing. They claimed to hit another F-16. So these are indications that U.S. jet fighters, Israeli jet fighters, are no longer invincible, that they are being targeted by Iran's air defense system. Another indication, another reason why Iran and their leadership is projecting that they have the momentum in this conflict.
با توجه به اینکه جنگنده F-35 رژیم صهیونی آمریکایی
The Provincial Law Enforcement Force announced in an urgent statement that following the targeting of the enemy American Zionist F-35 fighter in the central region of the country, and that the pilot or pilots of this fighter may have landed in Kogiluye and Boyer Ahmad. All tribespeople and villagers are requested to cooperate with the military and law enforcement forces. Residents of Kogiluya and Boyer Ahmad province, dear and honorable people, if you capture the enemy pilot or pilots alive and hand them over to the police, you will receive a precious prize. Well, there was Iran state media announcing its shooting down of what at the time it claimed to be an F-35 plane, although all the other reports since then have been suggesting this was in fact an F-15. They may very well have just misidentified the plane. Entirely possible. They don't look that dissimilar from one another. Let's keep this going. Al Jazeera up next. From 15 hours ago now.
We begin with breaking news out of Iran, where the state media is reporting a U.S. fighter jet has been downed and that the U.S. military is trying to conduct a search and rescue operation. Iran's state television says there's a reward for anyone who can find the pilot.
توجه بفرمایید. بینندگان عزیز.
Attention, dear viewers, to the dear and honourable people of Kokiluya and Boyer Ahmad province. If an enemy pilot or pilots are captured and handed over, detained and alive to law enforcement and military forces, you will receive a bounty and a valuable reward.
We've reached out to US Central Command for confirmation and comment, but we haven't received a reply. Let's bring in Ali Hashim in Tehran. Ali, what are state TV saying about this potential downing of a US jet?
Well, the state TV has said that Iran has downed an American fighter jet. They say it's F-35. Now, we cannot confirm that from our side. And that two US pilots are missing inside Iranian territories. This took place towards the west of the country in the areas of Luristan, between the areas of Luristan. And now we're hearing that, according to information that's circulating here on Iranian media, that the US is conducting search operations for pilots who fell in two areas, Kaghalou and War Ahmed, as well as in Bushehr. Airdrop operations have been carried out and intense clashes. So what the Iranians are saying is that there are intense clashes between these forces and Iranian ground forces from the Revolutionary Guards in the Dailam region, resulting in casualties among the invading forces. This is based on what the Iranians are saying. So what we are dealing with right now is a very significant event. The first time that an American fighter jet is being hit, at least this is what we were having also pictures through the Iranian television of the remainings of the fighter jet, and that two American pilots are missing inside the Iranian territories, and that operations are ongoing. Now, the Iranian television just announced also that they are putting 10 billion two-mans to anyone who can lead to the pilots. So they're asking people, calling on people to be part of the search operation to get the American pilots. Of course, this would be a changing point in this war, because it would mean for the first time that if the Iranians are able to get the American pilots, then this is the first time that the Iranians will have American prisoners of war during this war.
Now, Ali, as you just said there is...
Yeah, this marks a serious turning point in this fucking war right here. And everything is pointing this to being an F-15, which has 2 pilots on it, not 1. Let's just keep going through these clips. I've got a bunch of them. Everybody's been covering this. BBC up next.
Let's bring you more on that downing of an American fighter jet over Iran. And let's just tell you what American media are saying in the United States, because they are saying that a US warplane has gone down in Iran. US forces are currently trying to rescue the crew. Iranian media aired footage of the aircraft wreckage, and you can see what they are showing there. The New York Times has quoted American and Israeli officials as confirming those Iranian claims that they have shot down a fighter jet. The Wall Street Journal and Axios have reported that a search and rescue operation is underway by American forces after what would be the first known loss of a fighter jet inside Iran since President Donald Trump ordered the war. And that fighter jet, an F-15, is thought to have 2 crew. Whether or not they have ejected, we're still waiting to find out. But certainly there's a search and rescue operation being launched by American forces in the region. And it's really a race, as we were hearing from Mikey Kay, our security analyst, a race between the American search and rescue teams and also the Iranian army ground troops who are trying to locate.
Yeah, this is basically the Iranian version of the movie Behind Enemy Lines. Except in this version, it's a little more complicated. I'm not going to spoiler the whole movie for everybody. But unfortunately, instead of Gene Hackman, we've got Pete Hegseth. And instead of Owen Wilson, well, actually, we have no idea who it is on the ground. But instead of Gene Hackman, we got fucking Pete Hegseth. So good luck to that American soldier who's currently missing right now, because one soldier was recovered by the U.S. military. That was about, I don't know, like 3 in the afternoon or something.
A major development in the war with Iran. Just minutes ago, U.S. sources confirmed to CNN that an American fighter jet has been shot down over Iran, and a desperate and very dangerous search and rescue mission for the crew is now underway.
3 U.S. sources are confirming earlier Iranian state media reports. Those reports included these images you're seeing right here on the screen of what it claimed were a downed U.S. Force fighter jet. CNN has reached out to U.S. Central Command for comment. I want to bring in CNN's Jim Sciutto, who is in Tel Aviv, Israel, and Elena Trine at the White House. Jim, to kick it off with you, what more are you learning?
U.S. officials now confirming that a U.S. fighter jet was shot down over Iranian territory and that a search and rescue operation has been lost and, to our knowledge, remains underway. In fact, there have been images circulating online, geolocated by CNN, which are consistent with a search and rescue operation. They show both fixed-wing aircraft and helicopters, including one video that shows the refueling of 2 helicopters, and that's notable because they would be refueled to stay in the air, which would indicate that they've been in the air for some time conducting these search and rescue operations. A serious, arguably one of the most serious circumstances in wartime is to have U.S. forces behind enemy lines, shot down behind enemy lines, and to then launch a search and rescue operation, which, though they are trained for, these crews are positioned for these operations and trained for these operations, those operations themselves are dangerous as well because they put additional U.S. forces over Iranian territory in wartime, and where it's already been demonstrated that Iran maintains the capability to threaten U.S. aircraft, having shot down one. So those forces will be operating with great care, but also with immediacy to get those pilots safely and in time. We should note that Iranian state TV, as it earlier reported the shoot-down, was exhorting viewers to turn in pilots if they were to find them before U.S. forces do. So one might say was something of a race going on, right, between Iranian authorities and forces and U.S. forces to get those pilots to safety.
All right, Jim Sciutto, thank you. We hope that they are safe and that they are rescued. We appreciate it. Let's go now to Elena Trine at the White House. Elena, what are you hearing there?
Yeah, look, so this is reporting from, 3 U.S.
This is a complete clusterfuck. Not only is this costing us more than $1 billion a day, now we got U.S. soldiers in the hands of the IRGC. Jesus fucking Christ.
This is ridiculous!
Official to my colleague Haley Britsky, Kevin Liptak, and I, as Jim laid out, that a U.S. fighter jet has been shot down over Iran and search and rescue is underway. I will note that at this point, there's very...
All right, I'm getting ahead of myself. Technically, that's not true, but it could be true. And we're literally now in a fucking race against time to prevent that from happening. Which, I mean, essentially means that American soldiers are going to have to touch down. Or get very close to touching down, like in a helicopter or something, in Iran. Where Iran has already shown that they have fairly decent anti-air capabilities right now. Incredibly dangerous. This is just endangering even more lives.
Information we actually know about what is happening related to this. We do not know where the plane went down. We do not know the status of the crew on board, and we are not hearing any official word from the U.S. military or the White House at this moment, though of course we do know that they are monitoring this very closely, and obviously this is a very sensitive thing, and so they're being very careful with what they're going to be putting out publicly. Now, I will say one thing we have been hearing, of course, is you know, repeatedly I'm hearing in my conversations with people in that building behind me, you have to be careful with what you're hearing from the Iranian state media, which of course has been sharing a lot of videos and images this morning of this. But what we did hear as well from the state-run Tasman agency, they said that the search for any missing crew had, quote, so far been unsuccessful. Now, I do want to say, Part of the reason this is so notable is because this incident does mark the first time that a U.S. aircraft has been shot down over Iran since the beginning of this conflict. For context, we do know that, near the beginning of the war, 3 F-15s were mistakenly shot down in a friendly fighter incident by Kuwaiti air defenses, but this is the first time we're seeing them shot down by enemy fire. Now, again, we are waiting to hear what the White House will ultimately say on this, and similarly with the military.
Okay, I'm going to keep going through the clips. I don't want to get caught up too much on any particular one, as this is still an ongoing and developing situation. Next, back to BBC. From 13 hours ago, Iran and U.S. confirm American jet shot down over Iran.
Hello, well, we start with that breaking news in the last hour or so. Iran claiming to have shot down a US fighter jet over the west of the country. Iranian state media publishing pictures and videos apparently showing parts of the downed US fighter jet and one of the ejector seats as well. Now, if this is confirmed, it would be the first time since the beginning of the war that a US jet has been shot down by Iranian enemy fire. Two sources have confirmed to our American partner CBS News that an American search and rescue effort is now underway. It isn't known for sure how many crew were on board. We think 2. Images posted on social media and verified by CBS News showed a refueling plane and 2 helicopters flying low in the region. That would be consistent with a US search and rescue mission for those 2 crew members, if indeed they have managed to safely eject. Earlier on, an Iranian state TV newsreader for a local channel reported that there'll be a reward, a bounty for anybody who captures the pilot or indeed the 2 crew alive. Let's talk to Mikey Kay, our military analyst for the BBC Security Brief programme. Mikey, well, this would indeed, if they are captured, if they're alive, if they've ejected, be a huge propaganda victory for the Iranians. But what do we know so far about this aircraft, what kind of aircraft it is and what's happened to it?
Yeah, we can come to the what's called CSAR, Combat Search and Rescue operation that's going on just in a second. But let me just talk the viewers through what the F-15E Strike Eagle is. I think we've got a shot of it here. We can just hold on that. It's a multi-role fighter, which means that it can do operations that are air-to-air. And we've seen jets like this in Iraq on what's called drone cap, drone combat air patrol. Basically, they're there to take out Shahed 136 drones, but they can also do air-to-ground as well, so they can do precision bombing and they can be used dual purpose. What's important, Ben, is that it is a 2-crewed aircraft. You've got a pilot in the front and you've got what's called a WISO, a weapons systems operator, in the back. Now, what we do know is that these aircraft have deployed from RAF Lakenheath near Cambridge, and they're part of the 494th Fighter Squadron, which is part of the 48th Fighter Wing, based out of RAF Lakenheath. Now, when it comes to the debris, now open source intelligence, there was chatter on open source intelligence a few hours ago kind of breaking this, and obviously we need corroboration on it. But if we can just go back to the main jet that we've just saw, I just want to cue the viewers in to the rear of that aircraft. You can see where the LN is, it's a tail fin. And I want the viewers' eyes to be cast just above where the LN is. There's a badge which will come in and there's a red stripe. Now, if the viewer holds that thought, now if we can go to look at what the debris is that's coming out on open source intelligence channels, what you'll see is basically what looks, or striking similarity to the top half of that tail fin you've just saw on the jet. So you've got the red stripe on the top, and then you've got a badge which is USAF in Europe badge as well. So looking at that debris alone, there are striking similarities, Ben, between that and the 494th Fighter Squadron jets, the F-15s that have been deployed into the regions and have been on combat operations every day. Now, what we don't know, Ben, is how the aircraft could have come down. As I said earlier, these aircraft have been on air-to-air missions against drones. We know that 3 of them were shot down by friendly fire, Q-80, F-18, early on in Operation Epic Fury, or it could be a technical fault. So we don't know that. We don't know the exact geolocation of the debris, but we do have sources to say that confirmation of an F-15E being shot down has been confirmed.
And normally there'd be 2 crew on board a fighter jet like that. How would they eject? What's the likelihood that they did eject? And what will they be going through now? If they have ejected, they're on the ground. They're terrified, presumably, that the Iranians are going to come and get them. And they're hoping, against hope, that the American search and rescue team will get there first.
Yeah, I mean, an ejection is the last port of call. And an ejection is considered when there's been a catastrophic failure with the aircraft. So basically, the aircraft isn't flyable. That can be an engine fire. It could be a surface-to-air missile strike. It could be a catastrophic hydraulic failure. It could be anything. Now, on ejection, it's quite a brutal process. The ejection seat, the crew are ejected outside of the cockpit up to 25 G. They'll be going into an airflow of probably over 300 knots. So they're getting hit in the face with 300 knots and they're getting punched out of an airplane at about 25 G. They'll have what's called restraints around their legs and potentially around their arms. So as the ejection seat comes out of the aircraft, it will pull everything in so their legs and arms aren't affected when they get out of the airplane. Now, what happens is, depending on the height of the aircraft, usually if the aircraft is above 10,000 feet, the ejection seat with the pilot will come out, and then as it passes through 10,000 feet, there's a barometric gauge on the ejection seat that will automatically release the ejection seat. So the ejection seat falls away, and then basically the pilots will parachute onto the ground. So surviving that alone is brutal. But then, as you were talking about, then they go into survival mode. And when I was on operations in Baghdad, we did a SERI course. SERI stands for Survival, Evasion, Resistance and Escape. And part of that is escape and evasion. So these pilots, they'll be equipped with probably a short barrel 9mm weapon, which effectively is quite, it's not as useful as you might think against a hunter force. And what they'll be doing is they'll be going into escape and evasion mode. So
yeah, basically you got a pistol and that's all. That's it. And maybe, if you're lucky, a radio. If your seat isn't too far away. If you've seen, honestly, now's a good time for everyone to watch the movie Behind Enemy Lines with Gene Hackman and Owen Wilson. And no, we are not sponsored by that movie. But it basically is exactly the situation that we are faced with here today. All right, let's keep going through the clips. I've got, what do I got next here? Al Jazeera English, 13 hours ago. U.S. confirms rescue of 1 crew member from downed F-15 fighter jet.
Iranian state media say a U.S. fighter jet has been shot down over Iran's airspace. U.S. media reporting this hour that 1 crew member has been rescued. Tehran says the U.S. military has been conducting a search and rescue operation. Iranian media say a helicopter, which was part of the effort, has also been hit by a projectile. State TV has aired footage of what it says is wreckage of a downed U.S. aircraft. The video, as you can see there, appears to show metal and debris in the back of a truck. Let's bring in Kimberly Halkett, our White House correspondent in Washington, D.C. So, Kimberly, U.S. media reporting that at least 1 crew member has been rescued. What more are we hearing?
Yeah, well, we're awaiting official statement from the U.S. Central Command, and we expect one is forthcoming. In the interim, what I can tell you is a lot of confusion in the last hour or so.
Thank you for the follow, ATL Dominique Cuba. Wait, don't you already follow the stream? I feel like I see you in here all the time. I'm very confused. You've been chatting this whole time. Did you unfollow and then refollow just now? Oh. What did I say?
To what is accurate and what's being reported. Of course, Iranian state media releasing videos of a search and
Omega Star is correct. I don't pay enough attention to Twitch. Omega's right. I pay more attention to YouTube. I have been trying my best to also give my undying attention to Twitch as well. We've got 2 YouTube streams for me to pay attention to, as well as the Twitch chat. And so sometimes I'm not giving it my full attention, and I should.
I made a huge tiny mistake.
Please
mission
forgive
being
me.
conducted by the U.S. military, showing video of multiple, at least 2 Black Hawk helicopters, as well as a C-130 flying very low over central and southwest Iran in a search and rescue operation. The question becoming, are there 2 pilots or 1 that has been the subject of the search? And it does appear now that at least 1 pilot, it is being reported, has been recovered, but again, unconfirmed reports. What this suggests with 1 pilot, that it would be an F-35, but there has been more reporting to suggest also that there is a search for 2 pilots, which would mean this is then an F-15 that has been down. So a little bit of confusion regarding the aircraft and the number of pilots, and that is why we are awaiting the CENTCOM public press release in order to confirm some of these details. What we do know, however, though, is that the U.S. President Donald Trump has been briefed about this incident and is following it very closely. And so we are also awaiting a statement from the White House. But in the interim, what we can tell you definitively is that this video does conclusively show that the claim made by the U.S. president that Iran's air defenses and air capabilities had been destroyed is not true, given the fact that Iran is claiming that it has shot down U.S. military aircraft.
Kimberly Halkett at the White House, thank you for that update. Let's check in with Ali Hashim now in Tehran. Ali, what are the Iranians saying about this downed jet?
Well, officially, the only lines we are hearing is that the military and people are looking for the pilots or the pilot, because the narrative.
You're about to find the YouTube stream to further investigate? I mean, as you should. Everybody on Twitch should be subscribed on YouTube and vice versa. YouTube watchers should be following on Twitch, because at any moment, who knows? I mean, you all follow enough, online streamers to know anything could happen. We could get taken down on either platform, and then how would you find us? Well, the Discord. You could find us from the Discord, because that's a good place to be. A lot of galactic happenings happening off hours when the stream's not happening. And sometimes when the stream is happening, in fact, on the Discord. Columbia Rican with a sweet, sweet super chat. Welcome to Trump's clusterfuck.
I did everything
yes,
right and they indicted me. Fuck yeah!
Here in Iran is that this was an F-35 jet. Now, the Americans are saying it's an F-15 with 2 pilots. So this is over here the issue. Now, with respect to reactions, we are seeing the Iranian Speaker of Parliament, Mohammad Baghar Ghalibaf, character and personality, very influential these days, and his name is being repeated a lot. He says in a tweet on X, after defeating Iran 37 times in a row, this brilliant no-strategy war they started has now been downgraded from regime change to, hey, can anyone find out our pilots, please? So this is the first official reaction. At the end, there's something very crucial here. This is not the...
oh, no. Iran is already memeing. Iran is already trying to wage a meme war. And they're making fun of the United States. Oh, boy. I don't think Trump's going to like that. Trump has turned this country into the laughingstock of the planet. All right? right, to Novara Media next. Like I said, literally everybody is covering this. Not shocking, as it's fairly big news.
Welcome to Novara Live. Coming up tonight, Iran has shot down a US fighter jet. Apparently, the pilot has been rescued by the Americans, but one person, the co-pilot, is still missing. I will also speak to former State Department official Enel Shalin about how the war on Iran might end. And Pete Hegseth has fired the US Army's top general. So firing your top general in the middle of the war, not normally a sign that everything is going according to plan. I'm Michael Walker, and I'm joined by Barry Malone. Great to have you on this evening.
Hello. Yeah, good to be back with you.
Lots to discuss. Before we get started, this is the real
I'll be
big
right
news.
back, everybody.
We've got big plans for Novara Live this year, and we want our audience to be part of them. So for the next couple of weeks, we're running a survey that's going to shape the future of the show. We want to know who you are, what matters to you, and what you think we could be doing better. If anything, feel free to fill it in, even if you do think it's already perfect, but I'm sure there are some improvements that could be made. If you complete the survey by the end of Sunday, the 12th of April, you can be in with the chance of winning one of 5 £50 vouchers for the Novara Media merch shop. Follow the link in the description or head to novara.media/survey to let us know what you think. Iran has shot down a US fighter jet over its central region. The country appears to believe that at least one of its 2 crew members survived the crash. Let's see what the Iranians believed. This was broadcast on Iranian state media earlier today.
Please pay attention. Dear viewers, please pay attention. Dear and zealous people of Kogiluya and Boya Ahmad provinces, if you capture the enemy pilot or pilots and hand them over alive to the police and military forces, you will receive a valuable reward.
That was our producer, Alex, voicing over. I think the woman in the video seemed slightly more animated, but very well done nonetheless. Initially, Iran's media claimed that an F-35 jet, which carries a single pilot, had been downed. Photographs published by the Iranian media, like this one, though, of a plane's tail fin, instead showed the debris of an F-15 jet. That's a plane flown by 2 pilots. This one appears to carry the US Air Force in Europe insignia, suggesting the plane belonged to the American 494 Fighter Squadron, which is based at RAF Lakenheath. So potentially this plane once was based here. 12 F-15s belonging to that squadron were deployed to a base in Jordan in late January. US Central Command was very quick to deny that one of its planes had been down. So Iran were putting out, we've downed an American plane. The Americans were saying, no, you haven't. So they say, claim. Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps say it's downed an enemy fighter jet over Keshem Island in the Strait of Hormuz. Fact, all US fighter aircraft are accounted for. Iran's IRGC has made the same false claims at least a dozen times. However, photos kept emerging, which appeared to confirm Iran's version of events. So this image, alleged to be of the crash site, shows a significant crater surrounded by small scraps of metal, bearing a significant burn trail, all consistent with the crash of a fighter jet. Iran's media also posted this image, apparently showing the ejector seat and parachute from the downed F-15. And before long, American news agencies were themselves reporting the claims about a downed plane as being legitimate. Axios, citing a source with knowledge of the matter, asserted that a US jet was indeed lost over central Iran today. A second US official confirmed to Reuters that a search and rescue mission was underway. Further footage, also unverified, appears to show signs that significant mission taking place, that there are significant missions taking place over the region today. So these images, reportedly taken from Iran, show a pair of US Pave Hawk helicopters primarily used in personnel rescue missions, flying low and behind a refueler jet. Other footage shows a US Combat King search and rescue aircraft in the skies over central Iran. US Black Hawk helicopters are also filmed flying low over central Iran, again alleged to be part of a large-scale US rescue operation.
Okay, thank you, Michael. Navarra Media, people. Staying with British media, let's go to Channel 4 next from 11 hours ago. Iran continuing to mock the United States after the downing of a U.S. fighter jet.
Throughout the afternoon, video after video posted from southwestern Iran showing a very different type of US sortie. Low-flying helicopters, a refueling plane, military experts soon identifying it as a search and rescue mission. Iranian media saying an American fighter jet had been shot down, posting an image of an ejector seat said to come from a two-seater F-15 strike. Eagle. Authorities offering a reward equivalent to more than £50,000 for the capture of the pilot or pilots.
Dear and honorable people, if you capture the enemy pilot or pilots alive and hand them over to the police, you will receive a precious prize.
US and Israeli media reporting this evening that one of the two F-15 crew members has been rescued. That after anonymous US officials had earlier been quoted confirming that a fighter plane had been downed. Iran continuing to fire well beyond its borders. This a refinery struck in Kuwait today, where Iran also hit a power station.
Oh my God. Omega Star, you're absolutely right. We all know how Donald Trump feels about POWs. Remember this one 10 years ago? 2016.
You know, it's a great applause line, and obviously they appreciate it. But referring to people as rapists, referring to John McCain, a war hero, 5.5 years as a POW, and you call him a dummy. Is that appropriate in running for president?
Okay, you got to let me speak, though, Frank, because you interrupt all the time, okay? So, no, I know him too well. That's the problem. Let's take John McCain. I'm in Phoenix. We have a meeting that is going to have 500 people at the Biltmore Hotel. We get a call from the hotel. It's turmoil. Thousands and thousands of people are showing up. 3-4 days before, they're pitching tents on the hotel grass. The hotel says, we can't handle it. It's going to destroy the hotel. We move it to the convention center. We have 15,000 people. The biggest one ever, bigger than Bernie Sanders, bigger than 15,000 people showed up to hear me speak, bigger than anybody, and everybody knows it. A beautiful day with incredible people that were wonderful, great Americans, I will tell you. John McCain goes, oh boy, Trump makes my life difficult. He had 15,000 crazies show up, crazies. He called them all crazy. I said, they weren't crazy. They were great Americans. These people, if you would have seen these people, I know what crazy is. I know all about crazies. These weren't crazy. So he insulted me, and he insulted everybody in that room. And I said, somebody should run against John McCain, who has been, you know, in my opinion, not so hot. And I supported him. I supported him for president. I raised $1 million for him. It's a lot of money. I supported him. He lost. He let us down. But, you know, he lost. So I never liked him as much after that, because I don't like losers. But Frank, let me get to it. He hit me. He's not a war hero.
He's a war hero.
He's a war hero.
5.5 years.
He's a war hero because he was captured. I like people that weren't captured, okay? I hate to tell you.
Do you agree with that?
He's a war hero because he was captured, okay? You can have, and I believe perhaps he's a war hero, but right now he said some very bad things.
Well, there you go, Donald Trump, the President of the United States, saying he prefers people who don't get captured. So the second pilot better hope that they don't get captured.
A desalination plant. That seemed a clear response to the US strike on this bridge outside Tehran yesterday that Iran said killed 8 people and injured dozens of civilians.
My shin broke. When the second and third explosions happened, I was holding a girl and I was crossing the street.
Thank you for reminding me of that, Omega. Oh, God, he really is the fucking worst, isn't he? Kathy Duggar. Kathy Duggar thinks that Donald Trump is a goddamn loser.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak, weak, weak.
Kathy's basically holding up the entire vertical chat right now. A new addition. I don't think I've ever seen you chatting before, Kathy.
I don't know if it was a rock. So many rocks fell from the mountain, like rain, on people's heads.
Donald Trump had called this attack a prelude to strikes on more crucial civilian infrastructure, electricity, water desalination and oil, if Iran refused a deal. But today he seemed to appeal more than bully, posting on his social media network, "With a little more time we can easily open the Hormuz Strait, take the oil and make a fortune." For now it's Iran that's making money, allowing a growing number of ships through, some at a toll of up to $2 million. One oil industry expert estimating yesterday's traffic surged to at least 4 million barrels.
Yeah. Strait of Hormuz isn't really technically closed, just to certain ships. By the way, ATL Dominic Cuba, since you were talking about me not responding fast enough on Twitch, is the best way to get me to respond to things is to @ me. Doesn't matter if it's on Twitch or YouTube. I'll notice the comment faster. I always will. Or you could, you know, super chat it or do like a message at the end of a bit dono on Twitch. That'll get my attention. Of course, everybody, reminder, quickly hit the follow button on Twitch and subscribe on YouTube. You know, if you want to be able to find this Spacecast in the future. And while you're at it, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you, and without your donations, we would cease to exist. Thankfully, a lot of great ways for you to contribute to the production of the show. Things like YouTube Super Chats, Super Stickers, memberships, gifted memberships, Twitch, bits, power-up subs, gifted subs, Prime subs, Cash App, and PayPal. If you prefer your money go directly to funding the stream rather than the bottom line of Google and or Amazon. Got Throne if you'd like to buy physical items for me, like you're shopping on Amazon, except not. Knowing exactly what your money is going to. But of course, the very best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is on Patreon, where for the low, low price of $3 a month, you can get access to a myriad of incredible things unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. All right, everybody. Let's keep the show moving. Actually, do I take a break at 7? I told everybody I would take a break at 7.5 hours. But I'm moving so slow. I feel like if I take a break right now... Let me look. How much do I got? If I take a break right now... That will be... If you take a break right now, I'm going to be at like 10 hours plus. I'm going to be at like 10 hours plus on this stream. I think you're all going to, I'm sorry to the patrons, but you're going to have to suffice with the 2 breaks that we had in the super secret late night after hours galactic chill stream to see your patron avatars, because I got to keep this stream moving. I'm sorry. This is our life right now, okay? We all got to make sacrifices. ABC News 12 hours ago. Up next, staying with the clips on this lost pilot.
Hi, I'm Diana Macedo. We're coming back on the air with new details on a U.S. fighter jet shot down by Iran. A U.S. official confirms to ABC News one of the crew members has been rescued. Let's get right to Chief Global Affairs anchor Martha Raddatz. Martha, what do we know?
Yes, you're absolutely both right, Kathy, Julianne. Donald Trump has openly been declaring that he's committing war crimes, that he wants to commit war crimes. Same thing for Pete Hegseth. These guys are out of control, making international law obsolete every day. Or maybe more important every day. I don't know. You take your pick.
So far.
We know that it was a two-seater jet, an F-15E Strike Eagle. So there is the one crew member they have found and one crew member remains missing. Normally in this aircraft, there is a pilot in the front seat and a weapons systems officer in the back seat. It has been more than 12 hours since Iran released images that they said were of the F-15. This have not been independently verified, but they appear to be credible images from what they say was the crash of that F-15. The U.S. official has
This would be better if I had taken a break, Pitchforks, really, would it? In what way? Describe the way in which it would be better.
also confirmed that the jet was indeed shot down. This was hostile enemy fire. Now, all of these pilots and crew members, the weapons systems officer, are trained in what is called SEER, and that is survive, evade, resist, and escape. So wherever that other crew member is, and certainly hopefully that crew member is alive and well, they will know what to do. They will know to try and hide, to try and evade capture. Also, because it's been 12 hours, the Iranians are taunting the U.S. about shooting down a jet, but there has been no confirmation in any way that they actually captured that second crew member. So that is good news so far as well. But the good news here right now is that at least one of those crew members has been rescued, according to a U.S. official. Diane.
That is good news indeed. And I want to bring in ABC News military analyst, former Marine Corps fighter pilot, Colonel Steve Ganyard, for more. Colonel Ganyard, how does this search and rescue mission change now that one crew member is rescued?
Makes it much more difficult, Diane. The F-15E, as Martha was alluding to, is a tandem seat, so it's front and back. And so when there's an ejection, the weapons systems officer in the back seat goes out first, and then the pilot for deconfliction, so they don't hit each other as they eject. So in this case, they shouldn't have been very far away. So that's what's concerning, is that they were able to pick up one, but either couldn't find or get to the other pilot. We do see that at least what it appears to be the location of where the aircraft went down looks to be very...
Yeah, I just want you to imagine the situation. You got a helicopter. You saw the plane, the reconnaissance plane and the helicopters, these footage, right? Like, you imagine a helicopter, you see the reconnaissance plane sees the downed plane. Helicopters come in, and you only get one of the pilots. Why? What is happening in that scenario? Right? That's the thing that we got to ask ourselves, is what is happening in that scenario? And it's most likely that it's possible they were under duress, I guess you would call it. Under fire, possibly, under threat of some sort. And or the other pilot may have been injured, making it more difficult to transport them, or for him or her to get to the helicopter, which means they're still at large as of now, but means mostly only bad things. All right. I'd be calmer, cooler, fed, and more intelligible. I wouldn't be fed yet. I'm still baking potatoes over here. I'm still baking potatoes. which is basically the only food stuff I have on the goddamn space station right now. They probably didn't land together. It's possible they didn't land together. You're absolutely right. One, I mean, yeah, like you said, or like they just said, they eject at different times so that they don't collide into each other. Winds and all sorts of other factors could have spread them out a fairly great distance, considering how fast an F-15 is moving, hundreds of miles an hour. You know, in a half a minute, in less than that. I mean, you're going pretty far. Right? Because like at 300 miles an hour, how fast is an FT? Let me hold on. Oh my God. I take it back. Oh my, I forgot. What am I talking about? This is modern technology. 1,500 to 2,000 miles an hour. The F-15EX travels fucking fast. Jesus Christ. I mean, at that speed, you're talking about 30 miles a minute? Every minute you're traveling 30 miles? Right? Am I doing that math right? Yeah. And so in a half a minute, there could be 15 miles between those two pilots. Jesus Christ. That's fast. My mind, it was like 500 miles an hour or something like that. It was like I was doing like commercial jet speed rather than fighter jet speeds in my dumb brain.
Good terrain, so that may have played into it. But now that the Iranians know we have one, and there may be...
Okay, let's go to Kyle Kalinske over at Secular Talk next from 11 hours ago.
What's up, y'all? Got a whole bunch of breaking news here for you on this Friday. So right off the bat here, let me just point out that The Intercept has a massive report that just came out highlighting how it's been proven that the U.S. government has been lying about deaths and injuries to our soldiers all along. In fact, they say the number of injured and killed is 750 U.S. troops, y'all. 750 U.S. troops. So the Iranian government taunting us and telling us, hey, check your government because they're not telling the truth about what's happening in this war, they were exactly 100% right. So this is just crazy to me. And then, by the way, what's the backlash going to be to this? Are we all just going to sit there and take it? Is the media just going to sit there and take it? Are the Democrats just going to sit there and take it? But they've been lying to us every step of the way, and the injuries and casualties are significantly higher than they've been letting on. Okay, so yet another conspiracy theory that has been proven correct. We also have this. We now have verification that both Trump and Netanyahu were lying all along as they pretended to negotiate with Iran. In fact, the specific battle plans had been drawn up for a month before the attack. So all of like the last minute negotiations were all garbage. Iran was negotiating in good faith. Israel and the U.S., the axis of Epstein, were not negotiating. They stood up to some of the potential war crimes for being list. They've been told to do that, and they refuse to do it because these keystone.
Okay, I can't do it. I can't do it, Kyle. I can't do another Kyle front seat rant where I don't know. Kyle needs to pay somebody like, I don't know, like $10 a video or something to just timestamp these bitches. It would just be so goddamn. I mean, granted, I should be doing this myself to some degree. It's tough. I have a lot of clips I go through every fucking night. So I don't always have an exact idea of in the video where I want it. Well, people saying that you want me to take a break. So, you know what? I'll give the people what they want.
Aren't I a good guy?
Quick break. We'll be right back after these brief messages. All right, everybody. Hope you've been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch and the subscribe button on YouTube. And while you're at it, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. A lot of great ways out there for you to show your support. YouTube, Twitch, Cash App, and PayPal. Throne. And of course, the very best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars. Patreon. Where for $3 a month, you can get access to a myriad of space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. Things like an avatar on one of the break screens. Shout out at the end of every show. Secret Discord channel inside of the Discord server. And much, much more. Alright, everybody, enjoy the break, grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. All right, everybody. All right, everybody. The break is over. And the stream is about to begin once again. So you'd better get back in those seats, otherwise you're gonna miss
Immediately,
it.
if not sooner.
Well, we are gonna go back to talking about the downed F-15 and the search for the missing co-pilot in just a moment. But I figured we would talk about a couple other things still happening as Operation Epstein failure rages on. Things like Passover, an important Jewish holiday, which people are trying to celebrate. However, with bombs and missiles and drones exploding overhead constantly, something of a struggle for Israelis to celebrate.
And as Israel celebrates the Jewish festival of Passover, Iran has shown no signs of letting up on its attacks. In Tel Aviv, some celebrated the religious holiday in makeshift bomb shelters. Iran threatened attacks on both the U.S. and Israel, striking Tel Aviv and other locations with missiles after U.S. President Donald Trump vowed to bomb Iran, quote, back to the Stone Ages. For more, let's bring in Emily Gordine, who is standing by in Jerusalem. So, Emily, what is the mood there amid the Jewish festival of Passover?
Well, the mood is quite somber, to be honest. We were in Tel Aviv today, and on the first day of Passover, you would normally see lots of people out in the streets. You would see them at this beach promenade. You would see the streets would be packed with cars. You would see them, especially in the late afternoon, getting ready for to go out. And we saw very, very little of that. You could tell that people who did go out were not exactly in what you would call a festive mood. I think it was more the sort of, feeling of, okay, let's just go out now anyways and make sure we are close to a shelter in case there is another missile alert that comes through. So I think people are trying to make the best of it as much as they possibly can, but it is not what you would traditionally call Passover festivities, not at all. And you also have to keep in mind, Passover starts with the so-called Seder feast, dinner ceremony that you have that took place last evening. And in some places in Israel, that entire day, or that especially in the evening, they would be running up and down the stairs to get to the shelter. Some experienced 7 to 8 alerts on their phones, and that obviously on the eve of one of the, if not the biggest Jewish holidays.
Yep. I think difficult for everyone to celebrate anything at all right now with everything going on. But it's not just Jews who are celebrating the holidays this week. Of course, Christians are also celebrating Holy Week as well. Easter coming up tomorrow. Good Friday just getting done. And the Latin Patriarch marked the event at the church in the occupied East Jerusalem yesterday. Well, still technically today. Friday, holding on for dear life, an hour and a half left.
Revelasti, custodio opera misericordiae tue.
Of course, it wasn't just the war itself that was making Holy Week celebrations more difficult for Christians this week. Israeli police prevented the Roman Catholic, what's he called? Bishop? I forget. God damn, I can't remember the name of the guy. My brain just broke. We literally just got done talking about it. Happened only 5 days ago. The point of the midweek report is for us to like get all this stuff in our head. A cardinal. I knew the bishop was wrong. Prevented a Roman Catholic cardinal from entering the Church of the Holy Sepulchre on Palm Sunday, which was last week now. So multiple fronts for Christians in the Middle East being threatened on a pretty holy week. I mean, honestly, in America, we don't take... I mean, Easter is all about bunnies and eggs for some reason. Why those two things go together, I don't know. But it's the holy tradition of America. But, you know, in other places, I think they take it a little more seriously. The resurrection of Jesus. Ab Silverheart with a sweet, sweet super chat on YouTube. That's my boy, Pier Battista Pizzaballa. I have no idea who the hell that is. I think you just made that up. Ab Silver. Did you make that up? Alt Dominique Cuba going to play some Apex. Okay, you legend. See what I did there? Nah, whatever. That's my last video game joke for the night. Alright, Forbes breaking news from 15 hours ago. Back to the war. Where Israel was being bombarded by Iranian missiles earlier on Friday. Damage seen in videos like this one from Forbes breaking news 15 hours ago. Oh shit, I gotta check my... Okay, I'm back, and update, I just googled it. That's really his name, Pier Battista Pizzaballa. What a great name. What a fantastic name. That is a pun unintended. That is a balla-ass name right there is what that is. Pizza ball. Now here's the question. Does Pier Battista have to pay for the pizza every single time when him and his boys get a slice? Get a pie? Like, hey, you have a pizza baller. What, we gotta pay now, huh? What is this? That's a real name. That's a real guy. Now back in Iran. U.S. airstrike severely damaged Iran's B-1 bridge in Karaj, claiming that it was being used by the IRGC without any evidence for those claims. This is the aftermath. You can see completely destroyed. You can see this bridge is almost completely and utterly destroyed. Certainly unusable. Who knows how long it would take to repair damage like that. Multiple sections of the bridge completely taken out. That is not an overnight fix. Not even close. Meanwhile, Iranian missiles continued to fall in Israel. Oh boy, we got somebody in the vertical chat pledging their full and grand allegiance to the pedophile president.
Don't be creepy.
We got another clip from Israel showing more supposed Iranian rocket damage. Although, if it is a rocket, it's not Iran. I'd point this out. If it is a rocket, it's not Iran. It would be Hezbollah. Iranian rockets couldn't make it to Israel. It would have to be a missile or a drone. Hand-fired rockets aren't gonna make it. Yeah, okay. Now back to talking about that bridge. I meant to put that first clip here with these other clips. That's my bad. Let's talk about this bridge strike. We got footage of the actual strike itself here. Posted by The Guardian 13 hours ago. Jesus Christ. What a waste. What a fucking waste. Yeah, this is fucking utterly horrifying. I'm so sick of this guy. When are we gonna put an end to this nonsense, huh? Well, Donald Trump said to expect more. Very shortly after the reports of these strikes came out, TRT World.
Crowds had gathered for Nature Day near this bridge in Karaj west of Tehran. Then this. A huge gap blown in the B1 highway bridge. A new $400 million link that critics say had no strategic military value. Donald Trump seemed satisfied when he posted on Truth Social, "The biggest bridge in Iran comes tumbling down, never to be used again."
Much more to follow. It is time for all caps. It is time for Iran to make a deal before it is too late. And there's nothing left of what still could become a great country. President Donald J. Trump. What a fucking psychopath. Much more to follow. Just destroyed a piece of civilian infrastructure. Great job. Never to be used again. And Donald Trump was not wrong. Smoke could be seen rising above Tehran as the United States and Israel carried out more joint airstrikes, taking out things like a sports center. You can see the smoke over there. Jesus, the mountains still have snow on them. do you figure the military significance of a sports center is? Like an arena? What do you figure is the significance of that? Because apparently that's what you're looking at. A sporting complex in Tehran, which was struck by the United States and Israel yesterday, on Friday. What's the purpose of this? How does this win the war? What, now Iran can't play soccer? That wins the war somehow? How? How is that a military site and not a war crime? We just keep doing it. We're just like, nothing's off limit. We'll strike whatever we want. International law is meaningless. When he rose, don't think I don't see you hiding over on vertical chat. This all appears to be clearly residential neighborhoods. Civilian targets, apartment blocks, homes. Nothing military I can see anywhere near here. Fuck all. Not even an Iranian flag. Ah, yes. I see it now. Do you see it? The weapon. A tennis racket. A wooden tennis racket, of all things. An ancient wooden tennis racket. That's the military target. A weapon of mass destruction. Game, set, match, Iran. We've taken out your badminton supplies.
This is ridiculous!
Gee, every single one of these buildings looks like an apartment building. All right. Now, earlier on Friday, Donald Trump said that the United States can reopen the Strait of Hormuz with just a little more time. 2-3 weeks. That's not, I mean, I assume that's what he said. I actually haven't seen this one yet. We're at that point in the stream. We're not the last few videos. We got like 10 videos left, and I didn't quite get to watch a couple of these yet. Actually, wait, no, did I watch this one? I can't remember. Safe to assume 2-3 weeks. Safe to assume, I think. 2-3 weeks. When isn't it?
So as pressure mounts for President Trump's administration to find a quick resolution to the war with Iran, President Trump has claimed that the U.S. can open the Strait of Hormuz. That was the post that he wrote in the last half hour or so. Let me just recap that for you so you can see exactly what he said. Posting on his Truth Social platform, he wrote, "With a little more time, we can easily open the Hormuz Strait, take the oil and make a fortune." Clearly not one of the US stated war aims when this conflict began. And with me now, former senior officer in the British military and host of the Security Brief, Mikey Kay. Welcome back, Mikey. Donald Trump says the US could take this strait easily. Could they?
I think simple answer is absolutely not. Let's take a look at the Hormuz Strait. I mean, the geography of it is really, really interesting for starters. This is the Hormuz Strait. On the left-hand side of the screen, Anita, you've got what traffic used to be like pre-February 28th. And then you can see, so the red dots basically are the tankers on the left. You can see there's a significant amount on the left, but the actual strait itself on the right has dried up. Now, the geography is really interesting because the widest point between Kesham Island and the tip that you can see there in the bottom of the screen is 21 nautical miles. And there are two 3-kilometer channels for tankers both coming into the Persian Gulf and out of the Persian Gulf. So basically, in terms of threat, that the strait is right underneath the nose of any Iranian capability. And we can come on to that in a second. But I think what's interesting is if Trump wanted to do this, he's going to have a significant amount of US capability that is appropriate to that in order to do that. And what we've seen coming into the region over the last couple of weeks, I think we've got some footage here. I think the key capability would be the amphibious ready groups. Now, there are 2 amphibious ready groups. So the ARG on the left there, that's amphibious ready. On the right, you've got the carrier, which is the Abraham Lincoln. That's obviously a critical part to any attempt to control and get maritime superiority over the strait. But the 2 amphibious ready groups are really important. One is the USS Boxer. That's joined by 2 amphibious assault ships, so 3 in total on that ARG. The USS Boxer is interesting. It's got what's called a well deck. So the well deck basically allows Marines to go direct from ship to shore. So that's a key capability. And on the USS Boxer, there's what's called a Marine Expeditionary Unit, and that will have roughly around 2,000 Marines. Look at the second amphibious ready group, which is the USS Tripoli. We don't have a picture of the USS Tripoli up there, but it's very similar, but it doesn't have a well deck. It's called a Lightning carrier. So it's specific to air power. So there are F-35s on top of that. You've then got on the right, you've got the carrier, the Lincoln. There was the Ford, but the Ford has had to limp back to Crete. And open source intelligence indicates that will be out of action for 2 years. There is...
Wow, 2 years? The Gerald Ford is out of commission for 2 years as a result of that Iranian strike that Donald Trump claimed was fake? Oh my God. Wow. 2 years. Why not just build a new boat at that point? I mean, Jesus Christ. How badly damaged is it? Well, BBC saying that reopening the strait much more difficult than Donald Trump claims, as I think we all know perfectly well. All right, let's go back to talking about this ongoing, developing situation with this downed F-15 and the missing co-pilot. Now, this video, it would seem, has now been confirmed to be real and not just more IRGC AI slop. This is that video of refueling of rescue helicopters and a refueling plane going over this bridge. I think this might be the same bridge that wound up getting fucking struck. Is this the same? This looks really similar. If it's not the same bridge, it looks real freaking similar. Am I... Hold on. What's the name of that fucking bridge? I have it somewhere here. God, I cannot find... Oh, I cannot find any, like, before pictures of this thing. Does this not look similar, though? Right? Am I wrong? Oh, actually, maybe I take it back. No, this goes straight through the center. I take it back. No, no, different bridge. Different bridge. Take it back. I've seen the errors in my ways.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
So yeah, that was the AP from 12 hours ago, basically confirming that that was in fact a video showing the this plane, this refueling plane, and rescue helicopters over an Iranian bridge during an apparent search for this co-pilot.
We have correspondent.
All right, let's let's go here. This is Al Jazeera up next from 9 hours ago.
Covering developments here in Doha, Beirut, Tehran, and Washington, D.C., where Al Jazeera's Rosalind Jordan is standing by for us. So, Rosalind, media reports awash with statements about and claims about U.S. planes, jets, ground support jets, helicopters coming under fire. Is the U.S. officially confirming anything at this point?
Well, the U.S. is saying that there are searches underway for one of the airmen in the F-15 Air Force fighter jet that did go down somewhere in southwestern Iran on Friday. One of the two airmen was rescued safely, but they have not found the second person. They also did indicate that a UH-60 Black Hawk helicopter, which has been taking part in the search for the second airman in that.
Now, I am getting reports suggesting that there was not just one, but in fact 2 different warplanes shot down on Friday. This is the Washington Post. 5:49 p.m. 2 U.S. warplanes shot down. Search ongoing in Iran for fuck you with the goddamn paywall. Two U.S. aircraft shot down as war in Iran escalates. At least one crew member is missing. This could be a there could be multiple pilots and/or co-pilots, crew members, airmen and/or women, air people, air people, missing right now. Jesus, I shouldn't be laughing. I'm sorry. This is all so fucked. I'm just struggling with processing it. Everybody deals with things in different ways. Comedy tends to be my way. All right. Iran shot down. Washington, AP. 6:12 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Iran shot down 2 U.S. military planes in separate attacks Friday, with 1 service member rescued and at least 1 missing, in a dramatic escalation since the war began nearly 5 weeks ago.
F-15 crash was shot at, but was able to continue flying. There's some conflicting reports that a second helicopter, also a Black Hawk, was also shot at, but we do know that at least one has been fired upon ostensibly by the Iranian military, but is still airborne. And then, of course, there is the A-10 Warthog, another Air Force plane which provides close ground support for any troops that are on the ground. That has apparently gone down. One of the 2 crew members has been found. The other one is still being looked for.
All right, stay with us, Ross. And we're going to bring in Mohammed Val in Tehran. Mohammed, the Iranian military says it used an advanced air defense system to bring down the plane. Let's listen into the statement.
In response to the false claims made by the US president regarding the complete destruction of Iran's air defense system, an enemy American fighter jet was targeted and destroyed in the skies over central Iran by a new advanced defense system to the aerospace force of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard as part of the country's integrated air defense network. The aircraft was completely destroyed.
So we heard what they had to say, Mohammed, about a first plane. They're also talking about a second A-10 plane being hit, rescue helicopters coming under fire. So what is their narrative of what happened, how they tracked, detected all these planes, and what happened to the crew?
Yes, Sami, they didn't give details about how they tracked those aircraft, those fighter jets, but they talk about sophisticated and new anti-aircraft systems that are being deployed or have been deployed in this war. And they talked about that first aircraft early in the morning. They even showed some wreckage, and they seem to be trying to identify whether it was an A-35 or it was, or whether it was an F-35 or F-15. So until now, there are conflicts.
Okay, this is a great moment for me to show off my completely random trivia knowledge. I see somebody asking in chat about canola and saying that they've never seen a canola before. Looking at you, pitchforks. Well, guess what? That's because a canola doesn't exist. Canola is actually an abbreviation. A portmanteau, if you will, of 2 words. Canada and the oil. Don't ask me how that is. I don't know exactly how that works, but suffice to say, it's actually from the rapeseed plant. I watched a documentary about this a long time ago. Yellow flower grows. This is like wild. And they modified version of the extract from pressing the plant, consumable to humans, was created like 100 years ago or something
reports
like that.
here in Iran, whether it was this one or that one, but it's confirmed that this aircraft has been downed by Iranian defense air systems, and they are talking proudly of it. There are even celebrations about it in the streets, even though celebrations are happening every night here in Tehran. But tonight, a new vegan...
Sean L. Kearns. I can see why they changed the name. Yep. Much better name. Canola is a much better name than rapeseed oil.
Those celebrations because they are proud of the Iranian defense systems and the Iranian army, its capabilities, particularly after the Americans said many times, particularly the President Donald Trump said many times that that air system on air defenses and capabilities have completely been obliterated. Even
Yeah. About that. What about that? Donald Trump has for the last month been claiming that we've completely obliterated Iran's air defense capabilities. Of course, we heard a report earlier this week suggesting it was only down to that we'd only obliterated 30% or less. But it's quite clear they're fully operational and much better than a lot of people thought. So now we're in a situation where we might have multiple air people, pilots and or co-pilots missing on the ground in Iran. Multiple U.S. planes shot down in the same day over Iran. Operation Epstein failure really hitting its stride, huh? Alright, let's keep going through these videos. Another Al Jazeera English video from 9 hours ago.
Well, Phyllis Bennis is a fellow with the Institute for Policy Studies and a specialist on U.S. foreign policy with a focus on the Middle East. She joins us now from Washington, D.C. Good to have you with us. So does the U.S. military now have to explain how we went from a situation of weeks of very few, if any, verified reports of U.S. aircraft being downed to U.S. media reporting at least 4 incidents of U.S. aircraft being targeted within just a few hours?
Yeah, I think this is going to be particularly difficult for the...
Okay, just so that we're familiar with this other plane, this is the A-10 Thunderbolt, known as the Warthog single-seat, twin-turbofan, straight-wing subsonic attack aircraft, developed by the Fairchild Republic for the United States Air Force. So one person would be in this aircraft if this A-10 was also shot down. Oh, and now we've got a new post. First post saying a Black Hawk helicopter was also shot down in Iran. This thing is just fucking devolving so quickly. 55 minutes ago. Jesus Christ.
House to explain, particularly because they have focused so much in recent days about the claims, obviously false at this point, that the U.S. controls the skies over Iran, that the U.S. has destroyed all of Iran's capabilities in air defense. We don't know exactly what capabilities still remain, but clearly they are usable. They have some defense against these attacks. And, you know, whether the Iranians were holding back some of their capabilities to use later, I don't know. And we probably won't know that for quite some time. But I think this is going to have a very significant impact on how they are trying to sell this war to the American people, particularly to the so-called MAGA base, the core base of the Trump administration, which has largely supported this war. 70% of the MAGA supporters said that they agreed with going to war in Iran. Whether they continue to support that, knowing that U.S. planes are being shot down, pilots may be missing. We don't know what's going to happen to the one or perhaps two pilots who have not been found and located. This changes the equation. I don't think it changes the military equation necessarily, but it certainly changes the propaganda equation.
Let me play devil's advocate here and bring you the line. I've been hearing from analysts who are more supportive, perhaps, of the White House's policy on this, and they say, look, this is just a few out of thousands of sorties. Will it ultimately change the course of this conflict, and especially the plans for any upcoming operations?
I think it could change the plans based on, again, the propaganda side. The question of how much support is there in the United States has to be taken into account. The White House has just come forward in the last few hours with a demand to Congress for raising the extraordinarily, horrifyingly high military budget of this year, which passed the $1 trillion mark. $1 trillion, Sammy, that's one of those numbers that you can't even imagine how big it is. And now they're saying they want a budget of $150 trillion next year. $1.5 trillion next year. This is one of those bizarre things that nobody can even comprehend what this means. But at the same time, the president said, we can't afford child.
I'm trying to think of how many people you have on a Black Hawk helicopter. I think you can have as many as 6, maybe more on a Black Hawk. 2 pilots, I think. And then, I think seating for at least 4 people in the back, maybe more. So you have a Black Hawk shot down, F-15, and an A-10. We got 1 person rescued, but that's 3, 7... 9. 8 minus the 1 rescued person so far, potentially. They could be on the ground right now. I'm just saying. If everyone were to survive and all of those planes and all these aircraft were, in theory, filled.
Because we have a war to fight. So he's saying that we can afford to put another $500 billion into this war, which we are clearly not just winning easily. And we can't afford to pay for our children. We can't.
I don't know why. But just for reference, I feel like playing this. This is the movie I'm referencing.
Aren't you going to miss all this excitement? Oh, absolutely.
What is it? Holy shit, we're being painted! What? Shit, they fired! Scoop it now! Copy! Pull up! Get the nose moving! Roger! I see it. Single missile tracking on it. I don't see it. Call my turn. No, slice left. Hard! Jesus Christ. Where is it? Reverse right! Try to break the lock!
Point is, they get shot down. And Owen Wilson has to find his way out of, where's that? I can't remember. I think it's supposed to be in Serbia. I think, if I recall correctly, it's been a really long time since I've watched the movie, but I think it's supposed to be over Serbia. Or like Kosovo or something like that. Black Hawk Down? No. I just said it 2 seconds ago. Behind Enemy Lines, Gene Hackman. Gene Hackman, Owen Wilson. Instead of Gene Hackman, though, we have Pete Hegseth. And an unknown number of people on the ground right now. Alive and or dead. Their whereabouts, condition completely unknown right now, seemingly. The search is turning into a high-stakes
Harlan Ullman is a senior advisor at the Atlantic Council and a former US senior naval officer. He says it's a race between the Iranians and the Americans to track down the missing crew member.
Jump out of an airplane, and fortunately I never had to do that. When you hit the ground, you're landing at 50 kilometers an hour, 30 miles an hour. So one hopes that the two crew members were not badly hurt, but there's an issue here, and it's very, very possible that one of the crew members may have been hurt. That crew member would have a responder, which he would be using, I think, in a very systematic way, because right now the Iranians are putting a huge manhunt together with their Besiege and with their Revolutionary Guards. They want to get this guy and they want to capture him. They want to show him off, as was the case during Black Hawk Down in the Somalia.
Although I'm not thinking about it, they must have a way. I think, like, I'm thinking about the movie right now, but like now that I think about it, they must, considering 2026, there must be a very easy way to put a responder, a transponder, on physically on someone. That, like, because I think they used to build them into the seats. At least that's what it was in the movie that I just referenced 2 seconds ago.
And they want to capture him. They want to show him off, as was the case during Black Hawk Down in the Somalia incidents in 1991. And in any event, this is a game of cat and mouse. So we've got the best rescue possible, and we don't know exactly where the crewman went down. If he went down in the more mountainous areas, that's to his benefit because it's better to hide. If he went down elsewhere, that's going to be more difficult. But this is a game of cat and mouse at the highest levels. The Iranians will mount every effort to capture the crew member. We will make every effort to retrieve them. Right now, my money is clearly on the Americans, but we don't know the state of the crew member. Was he damaged or hurt? Does he have enough water and basic materials to stay alive? Where is he? And is his equipment working? So.
All right. Now, while all of this is going on, Iran and Hezbollah have been launching missiles and rockets and drones into north and central Israel. All evening, it would seem. Here's Al Jazeera English from 5 hours ago.
There's been a fresh wave of attacks on Israel in the past few hours. Rockets launched by Hezbollah from Lebanon targeted the north of the country. Most were intercepted or landed in open areas, according to the Israeli military. The military says it also detected missiles fired from Iran, and footage shared online showed what appeared to be cluster bombs streaking through the night sky. Well, Rob McBride joins us from the Jordanian capital, Amman. And if we can start with central Israel, Rob, what exactly has been happening there, especially with these cluster bombs?
Yeah, there was something of a lull in missile activity in the skies over Israel late Friday through now into the early hours of Saturday morning here. But there was a missile strike on Friday evening that was in northern Israel. It was intercepted. And according to the authorities, that was the fifth salvo aimed at Israel during Friday. But then in the early hours of Saturday morning, just a few hours ago here, we had 3 salvos of missiles detected being fired from Iran pretty much simultaneously. Alerts were issued in a rolling kind of alarm from south to north through Israel, from the Negev through south central Israel, around the Dead Sea, and then the more densely populated central part of Israel around Tel Aviv and adjoining towns and cities. And then we started to hear about various impacts and missile strikes. There was a strike in Beersheba down in the south. That's in an industrial area. It started a fire. And then at least one of the missiles fired into the central area of Israel was again one of these cluster warheads that fragments and spreads explosive elements over a wide area. So we had again destruction, a fair amount of damage being spread over a broad swathe of central Israel around Tel Aviv, Petah Tikva, also Givatayim, and with a fair amount of damage being reported to homes, at least one building destroyed, as well as cars and other property. Tom.
Rob, the north has also been a target, not just for Iran, but mainly for Hezbollah. What's been reported there in the last several hours?
Yeah, I mean, late on Friday night, there was news of a salvo of rockets being fired from South Lebanon to the very important northern port city of Haifa. The authorities say that most of those were intercepted. Others fell into open areas harmlessly. But then when these missiles were fired from Iran, as often is the case, the Hezbollah in South Lebanon coordinated their salvos of rockets being fired into northern Israel. And
all right, people, we're really getting caught up on the week. And what a horrifying week it has been. Still got 1 day left. It could get good. Well, 20 hours. Got 20 hours. Could get really good. You know, I could find a bag of money. Or I guess something better. The war could end. Maybe not for me, but for everyone. More broadly speaking, it's certainly better. For society, no doubt. But who knows? Anything could happen. Does this mean the great leader has lied to us, Princess Mouse? Most definitely. At what time? Are you talking about now or yes? It's almost definitely always a yes. Almost definitely always a yes. All right. Now, before we go to the Al Jazeera English live stream to get us as up to date as possible and all this stuff, let's go to this clip from the Majority Report from earlier today on Friday, which it still is for another half hour on planet Earth, at least in Hawaii. Let's talk about how weird things are getting over on the Joe Rogan Experience.
Adult baby.
Well, over the past few weeks, we've heard a lot of bluster from the Trump administration about the war in Iran. We've heard a lot about how the...
Oh, whoopsies. I almost skipped past a bonus video I snuck in here for you folks at the end. How rude of me.
How rude.
I'll let Ari. Not Ari. Ali Velshi. Sorry, Jen Psaki. Give us the briefing. Is it just me, or is it not weird that they can't change the the graphics? Is that a physical set?
Well, over the past few weeks, we've heard a lot of bluster from the Trump administration about the war in Iran. We've heard a lot about how the United States is dominating Iran, how we've obliterated their military, how we've already won the war. And amid
Like, is it not? Am I the only person? The only time I've ever watched this, but like, I've watched Jen's show. Honestly, the part of the problem is I'm not a huge fan of Jen. You know, like, she was a Joe Biden Ministry of Truth press secretary, right? Like, so I don't watch this show very often. I did not realize Ali Velshi like subbed in for Jen, but it's weird that he's drinking out of a Jen Psaki cup with the briefing with Jen Psaki right next to him, because it almost implies that his name is Jen Psaki. Like, if you didn't know who Jen Psaki was, you might think that Ali's name was Jen.
that bravado, there's been one specific boast that Trump and his allies have come back to over and over again, and that is the claim that the U.S. has complete and total control over the airspace over Iran.
We're over their skies with the most beautiful planes you've ever seen. Roaming free, there's not a damn thing they can do about it.
The two most powerful air forces in the world will have complete control of Iranian skies, uncontested airspace.
They are roaming the skies over Tehran. They're not even being shot at because their equipment's been totally decimated. They have nothing to shoot.
We expect to have complete and total dominance over Iranian airspace in the coming hours.
And we literally have planes flying over Tehran and other parts of their country. They can't do a thing about it. We're flying wherever we want, Pete. We have nobody even shooting at us.
We're flying wherever we want, Pete. Nobody's even shooting at us. Well, it turns out that's not true. Today, Americans woke up to the news that Iran had shot down a U.S. F-15 fighter jet flying over Iranian airspace. 2 crew members were ejected from the plane before it crashed inside Iran. American forces then proceeded to carry out a search and rescue operation inside Iran, looking for the stranded crew members. One of those crew members has been rescued. A search continues for the 2nd crew member. And that rescue mission has put more American service members in harm's way as they navigate Iranian territory in aircraft, as you can see here, that are slower moving and having to fly closer to the ground.
Yep, Ollie's right. He is right. Donald Trump's brain thought one thing. Reality is another thing. And sadly for everyone on the planet, especially for these pilots right now, and for basically everybody in the Middle East. And yeah, like I said, really, we're all not having a great time in different ways. Ripple effect. It'll take time for America to truly feel its effects, but believe me, it's coming. It's not just the gas prices.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Was Jen Psaki a person for that matter? Who the fuck is Ari Velchi? You're right, Carl. Are they real? I'm starting to doubt it entirely. Speaking of weird situations, let's talk about how weird things are getting over the Joe Rogan experience lately. With guests like Theo Von. Not the smartest guy on the internet or otherwise. But had some interesting things
So
to say
Theo
on
Von,
Joe's
we've had many
podcast.
criticisms of him for having Trump on and giving, him an incredibly softball interview. But, Theo, at the very least, has been compassionate about Gaza. He's called it a genocide. And he went on Joe Rogan and tried to bring up his feelings about the state of the world on the show. And it doesn't seem like Joe's on his wavelength.
Happen? You think we're going to be okay?
I hope so. Of course. I don't know.
Do you think about it?
I'm confused. I can't believe we went to this war. When we started bombing Iran, I was like, this can't be true.
And what about Lebanon now?
I know. Israel's invaded Lebanon. Yeah. Yeah.
What a shock. Joe's dumb brain is confused. I'm confused. I don't know what to think. Joe Rogan is the proof that meritocracy in the United States doesn't exist. This guy's too dumb to think thoughts. And he's nearly a billionaire, right? I don't know his exact net worth, but he's basically a billionaire, right? He got paid $250 million fucking dollars from Spotify just for that one deal. You didn't think he was making money before then and since then? Believe me, this guy, if he hasn't made $1 billion at this point, I would be shocked. He's close. He's very close. He's proof that merit isn't all
It's like, just fucking stop. Like, what do you need?
Well, they're trying to, supposedly, they're trying to stop the terrorists.
Yeah, that's crazy, though, if you're the fucking terrorist.
Or really, I should rephrase that. Money is not a reflection of merit in most cases. Not all, but most cases.
You know what I'm saying? Like, if you want to stop them, fucking stand in front of the fucking mirror.
Pause it for 1 second. It really feels, and maybe I'm projecting, but Rogan seems to be very, very uncomfortable.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like, he's not, so like, funny. When he says he's terrorists, he's not saying, no, they're not. But he's also not saying, like, yeah, right? It's strange. I haven't seen him be this passive in a conversation in a while. I wonder why that could be. I mean, after all, he just eviscerated Donald Trump the other day, didn't he? And he's really okay.
Well, his buddy Peter Thiel is heavily invested in Israeli weapons and surveillance technology, so maybe that has something to do with
well,
that.
supposedly, because they're going after the terrorists.
You know what I'm saying? Like, if you want to stop them, fucking stand in front of the fucking mirror and start there. But also, what do I know?
What do you know?
You're right, I don't.
Do you think, like, that's
Blank's
clearly
there.
some Theo said because Joe was giving him nothing?
Do you know?
Yes.
Blank
It's
stare.
uncomfortable.
Yeah,
I like that this is
seriously.
the end of the interview.
He basically, at the end of that, after he says, what do I know? Joe grunts out, what do you know? What do you know? I just want to hear that one more time.
You're right, I don't. And start there. But also, what do I know?
What do you know?
You're right.
What do you know?
Do you think, like, that's clearly some Theo said because Joe was giving him nothing?
Yes.
Blank
It's
stare.
uncomfortable. I like that this is the end of the interview, too.
Is this a shorter?
The whole.
I love, what I love about that statement is that he's literally a guest on Joe Rogan's show. He's been a guest, I don't know how many times on Joe's show. Bunch of times. This is not the first time Theo Von's been on Joe's show. And, like, the first time Joe's even asking the question to himself, well, what do you know, Theo? I mean, first off, I don't know what Theo knows, but he is right about this one thing. He's not the brightest bulb in the bunch, but he's running at a higher wattage than Joe is. He's like at a negative wattage. He's like sucking light out of the room. He's such a dim bulb.
More clip. If you go to the clip after this, Theo is peppering this through the whole interview. He
And
said
Joe just gives him nothing?
Yeah. You'll see more examples of it.
Okay.
Yeah.
But here's how Joe. We should follow this through to see what happens after this comment.
You know what I'm saying? Like, if you want to stop them, fucking stand in front of the fucking mirror and start there. But also, what do I know?
What do you know?
You're right, I don't. But it's all just like, fuck, there's got to be some way that we're better than
What
this.
they're saying is like if this was found out by the story about Kristi Noem's husband was found out by like a newspaper online.
You love Theo? I mean, he's a likable guy. I'll give him that much, but he's not a genius. He's not a super genius. He's clearly, he's proving he's smarter than Joe Rogan. Doesn't say a lot. Me personally, I can't watch his show, mostly because I can't take him seriously. Mostly because when I was a child, like very young, like a preteen, like my parents were getting divorced. I talked my dad into getting me a TV to put into my room. And I used to watch Road Rules in the middle of the night. Theo Von was a contestant on Road Rules, I think actually multiple times. And as a result, I cannot take that man seriously. It's literally impossible, physically impossible for me to do it.
And that if they can find this out, then obviously hostile intelligence services, according to CIA officer Mark Polymeropoulos, knows this stuff as
That's
well.
enough right there. It's just they return back to Brian Noem.
I mean, what do you know? I'm not going to say anything. I mean, he really avoided saying anything there.
Allegedly? Like, dude. What do you mean allegedly? There are photos of the husband. It's interesting
Allegedly.
how he's quite careful about people in power now. He has a kind of a similar problem that Trump has, where you can like butter your bread when you're outside of power by being critical of those in power. But once you've gotten into power and things are going as badly as they're going, he doesn't feel like he can justify any of.
Soul Life, did you not know this? Theo Von was on like Road Rules 99 or something like that. I can't remember what year it was, but he was like, hold on. You don't know that? How do you not know this? What? How do you not know this? I don't understand. Who doesn't know that?
Today's a different kind of day for Theo. Like about the past month, I've seen like I'm in limbo, kind of like I'm between like lives, kind of like part ghost, part human. My father died a couple years ago.
Sorry to hear that.
And then my mother actually lives down in Tucson.
Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
I'm part ghost, part human. He just said that sentence. I'm like a part ghost, part
14,
human.
my mother emancipated me, like legally emancipated me, like signing the contract and everything that just says that I'm responsible for my own actions and whatnot. And I think I was kind of a special kid growing up, and I really, like, I could use like a lot of affection. I needed a lot of attention. She couldn't do it.
That's just a brief glimpse.
Yeah, this is number 20. It's even better.
Something like that now. Like, what do you think's going to happen,
With
Joe?
Iran?
No, just with.
Look, I'm not criticizing you for liking him. I like him too. I think he's a nice guy. He'd probably be fun to hang out with. I just don't think he's very smart. He's, like I said, he's clearly smarter than Joe Rogan. I don't know where I'd put him on this. But I just can't listen to him for very long.
I mean, like, I feel.
And it's a result of everything I heard him say on Road Rules. It's everything I heard growing up, listening to him say on Road Rules, like, I'm half ghost, half human. Stuff like that. That sort of sticks with you over the years. Like, you know what I mean? Like, for instance, like, is there anybody in your class, like, when you were a kid or, like, in your school growing up or, like, in college who, like, right now you'd be, like, sort of weirded out to see them, like, being of, like, great importance, like, socially or, like, politically speaking? That's what I feel like Theo is to me. Because, like, I grew up watching him, like, as, like, a little fucking kid. Like, and even then thinking he was kind of dumb.
Like the shit that's happening out there is going to come here eventually.
Well, most certainly will.
Imperial boomerang.
You know?
I mean, if Homeland Security.
I would like to actually make a point on that. Does anyone feel safer that we're just attacking civilian infrastructure in Iran in the midst of a war? Does this make us safer?
Absolutely. We're fighting them over there, so we don't have to fight them over here, man.
Or are we provoking them over there so they eventually might be incentivized to do something over here?
There's nothing that the administration would love more. If Joe was actually engaging in like real conspiracism, and there are things that exist, like there are conspiracy theories. If he was, back to his roots and being earnest about this instead of a paid hack for the technoligarchs at this point, he would be thinking in that manner. Oh, are they acting in such a way that they want to provoke some sort of violence to further justify this war?
Bombing bridges and schools? Yeah.
Instead, he sits there like a dumb, roided up rock and just like shifts around in his chair as Theo Von tries to approach some semblance of humanity.
He doesn't stop it in its tracks, and they're doing a great job of preventing a lot of them. You know, there's a lot of things that they catch that you don't even hear about that are like terror cells. They infiltrate, but they know there's people in this country. That was the most fucked up thing about people being all nonchalant about the border being wide open for 4 years.
Yeah.
Because men of military age entered into this country from foreign countries, and we have no idea why. We don't know if they're just honest people looking to make a better life for them and their families, send money back home. That'd be best case scenario, but that's not all of them. So what percentage of them are terrorists? What percentage of them? It's not zero.
Pause it for a second.
It ain't zero.
Pause it for a second. Will you Google how many of the terrorists on 9/11 came across the border illegally?
Came up quick, 0.
Oh, 0. Okay, interesting. Interesting that's very strange, because I thought that was our biggest fear. I mean, the idea that we have all these sleeper cells in this country, presumably from Iran, right? I mean, isn't that the idea?
Yeah.
Like, at what point do they start?
Seriously, like these Republican fever dreams are insane. They're always like, it's like always the same one and just a slightly different iteration. They just have multiple going at the same time right now. Like Antifa, Iranian Antifa sleeper cells are forming militias to seize the U.S. government. And, oh God, all of our guns.
Get rid of the Second Amendment.
The Second Amendment. Oh God.
Being activated.
The largest exporter of terrorism in the world.
Yeah, like what's going on here? Is the DHS, which is probably about as understaffed as it's been for 20 some odd years, because all of them are working on trying to find somebody's grandmother, someone's abuelita, who is, working at a food truck or something. If we've rolled up an Iranian sleeper cell, is there anybody out there who thinks that we wouldn't hear about that?
Do you remember?
Honestly, are you like, there's a lot of stuff they don't tell us.
Yeah.
I mean, are you kidding me?
Sure, man.
Yeah. Do you remember when Trump in his first term was claiming that they were finding prayer rugs, Muslim prayer rugs at the border? Yeah. Like, that's.
Like, knowing this administration, if they had caught an Iranian sleeper cell, Trump would have held a days-long press conference where we would know all of their names. We would know everything. Pam Bondi. Oh, my God. She'd be out there saying, forget the Dow. Forget the Dow. Talk about these guys. Iranian sleeper cell. We've been telling you they're after Donald Trump, and we've got all the proof. If they had even the barest bones version of that, we'd all know.
Go.
That's scary stuff.
That's it. I mean, this guy is just a standard boomer, idiot, MAGA Republican.
I mean, there are military age men. So, in other words, males over the age of 18. We have a lot of
I just realized it wouldn't be Pam Bondi. I just realized it wouldn't be Pam Bondi. It would be Todd Blanch, I guess. It would be Todd. Pam's gone. Oh, poor Pam. Oh, God. Oh, poor Pamela Joe.
the age of 18 males, of course, come in. But military age, like, you mean prime working age?
Yeah.
You mean the exact person who could actually
be between the age of like 18 and 60? Is that what you're
walk,
telling me?
you know, whatever, 10, 20, 100, 200 miles to get to the border and then come and work in the fields? I mean, as opposed to someone who's like, we're not getting all the 65-year-old men. They're not coming over here to pick almonds or whatever it is. I mean, how dumb is this?
Yep. More?
There's more.
Oh, it gets good.
Yeah.
Yeah. But what also, it's like, it's all just a cat and mouse game. People are like, we'll elect the Democrats next time. It's like, but it's all the same shit has been happening forever. They haven't been helping anybody forever. They're letting fucking politicians slurp on kids. All of our fucking money goes to Israel and they're using it to fucking genocide people. It's like everybody is scared out of their wits right now. It's like our religious leaders are afraid to speak out. And it's like it's a time where it's like Satan is amongst us and our religious leaders are fucking talking about bullshit at the poll. It's just like, what is going? I don't know, man.
We got to get you off those antidepressants, son. You're losing your fucking marbles.
You think I am?
Come hang out with us. Just chill out.
I'm here.
Just chill out at the mothership tonight.
I do have to pee in a little while, but
you can pee.
I'm gonna pee in a minute, man.
Get them off.
But no, people are just
Antidepressants. Just God, suck. Nothing.
We're gonna say suck my dick.
I was. Sorry to be crude.
I mean, honestly, like, his
So
response.
rude, Emma.
How rude. Theo Vaughn's response to what's going on is probably the most mentally healthy response you could possibly have. I mean,
Yeah, he's
insofar as, like,
gaslighting his friend. It's kind of gross. Like, on a personal level, it's just rude and mean.
Come on, man. Tell me I make hundreds of millions of dollars doing this. It's gonna be fine.
Yeah. Also,
hang
Theo
out in
does
my
too.
club. Hang out in my club. Come on, man. Forget your troubles for a while. Come to a place where we have absolutely no accountability. And you know, there's probably millions. There's probably
You are
probably
not funny.
honestly, probably you could probably count the number of people that are dead because I told them not to get the jab. And don't worry about it. Come to my club and party.
It's literally called the mothership. Come escape
come
with
on.
us.
Come
Insulate
suckle,
yourself.
Suckle on the teat of complete
sucked
lack
any
of
ding-dongs.
accountability for what we say to millions of people.
Yeah, if this were not into a microphone, if this were in the mothership green room, Rogan would remind him, dude, you got like tens of millions of dollars. This is for poor people.
Exactly.
It doesn't matter.
You're gonna be fine. You're gonna be.
We're
fine.
chosen.
Exactly. Because, like I said, Joe Rogan is a fucking billionaire. He might as well be. He's a centimillionaire. Many times over. I'm just gonna scoop ahead a little bit for time's sake. We're already 9 hours into the stream. We could take a break right now, but then I'd have to... Not gonna say it. Let's... but I do have to take a quick potty break. I'm going to leave you here with the majority reports. No anarchy in the chat. Well, nothing too crazy. Keep it civil. I know at least one mod or two is watching out there on Twitch and YouTube. If you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch, subscribe on YouTube, hit that like button, and while you're at it, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. YouTube. Twitch, Cash App, PayPal, Throne, Patreon. All the great ways in which you have available to you to donate. Of course, we have a galactic deficit right now, which we're going to have to finance soon. And I'm going to calculate that later today. Best ways to get ahead of that, donate on Cash App or PayPal. Maybe decide to become a Patreon member. Only $3 a month. Incredibly affordable. All right, Burb.
Like, that was his whole thing for quite a while. So, I don't know. It would make sense that he's nervous about criticizing Israel.
And even Bill Clinton said that about Netanyahu. Bill Clinton said Netanyahu wants war so he could stay in power.
For sure, dude. People call him the yarmulke Hitler. That's what they call him.
Who are these people?
Everybody does.
Which people?
Countless.
People?
Huh?
What are you saying?
What do you mean, people? You talking about?
What are you talking about?
Black
Don?
folks? What
no,
are you saying?
I don't know what you're saying.
I don't know what you're saying.
I don't know what you're saying.
Okay.
Let's not draw conclusions.
Okay, yeah.
Okay.
He seems like a great guy.
No, really.
No, well, it's just a scary time.
It's a scary time because people are...
Yeah. Wow.
I don't get it.
That's Joe Rogan thinking he's standing up to groypers.
Is that what he's doing there?
Yeah, that's what he meant when he said, who says yarmulke Hitler? Which, I mean, I probably wouldn't say yarmulke Hitler.
Yeah,
Right.
it's not the best term.
Right, but like, you know, okay,
He's afraid to even push back on that.
Yeah.
He's so nervous around all of this area because he knows where his bread is buttered.
Yeah.
It's just, but like, you know, in the past, do you think he would have had a problem with a kind of like a insensitive joke a little bit on that front? It's just the nature of it's the topic.
When he clutches his pearls.
Yes.
The free speech man?
Yeah.
Whoa, buddy, that's a bit far.
Hey, you can say the R word, but you cannot say yarmulke Hitler, okay?
Yeah, there are limits to free speech, buddy.
Amazing. Well, I'm going to read a couple IMs. You guys can figure out what we talk about next. Maybe we could do some calls. We are Charlie Kirk. We carry the flame. Tom Cotton's beard. This Trump speech regarding Medicaid, only doing defense, etc., is the clearest distillation of decades of Goldwater-style conservatism, how rotten it is. It has never, ever worked. They want to take us pre-New Deal times domestically. I saw some reporter, I can't remember her name. She was on that CNN show that you do.
With Abby Phillip?
Yes. I can't remember her name, but she said, like, last I checked, childcare wasn't in the Constitution. Well, promotion of the general welfare is. I mean, it's like so stupid. It is just incredibly stupid and completely disingenuous.
Stupid and disingenuous. Those are the times that we live in, aren't they? Ah, boy, oh boy. All right, people. Well, we've made huge progress tonight. Last two videos. Penultimate vid. Up next. Great job, everyone, for making it this far. To the Al Jazeera English live stream for the latest updates on the Middle East. And hopefully this F-15, A-10 Black Hawk situation. The devolving situation. Epstein clusterfuck. Operation Epstein clusterfuck. It's official.
Are racing to find the missing crew member of an American fighter jet downed by Iran.
You have a friend who thinks he's a libertarian? Yeah, you should get him to call into Sam. You got one in the wild? Yeah, absolutely. Send them in. I mean, Sam's been. I mean, I know everybody. I know some people hate them, but for me, they're beautiful, nostalgic throwback that we don't get enough of. We don't get enough of libertarians calling in to debate Sam and explain to him why he's so dumb for being a stupid communist.
A communist.
Tehran comes under intense bombardment. A petrochemical plant and an elite university are both hit. Iran and Hezbollah launch attacks across Israel, causing damage to homes and factories. And in other news, the crew of the Artemis II will see the dark side of the moon for the first time in human history. US forces are racing to find a missing crew member of a fighter jet that Iran says it shot down in its territory. It's the first time Iran has downed an American warplane since the US-Israeli offensive started on February the 28th. Iran says the F-15E fighter jet crashed in Khojiloya and Boya Ahmed province in the southwest. Iranian state television has aired footage that it says shows the wreckage. US media are reporting that one of the two crew members on board has been rescued and the search for the second is underway. Iranian authorities are offering a reward for information leading to the capture of the missing crew. And take a look at this video from Friday. You can hear Iranian personnel firing guns at US helicopters. Those patrols were trying to carry out search and rescue operations for the missing crew member. And Iranian media are also reporting forces downed a second US plane on Friday, this one, though, near the Strait of Hormuz. US media reports say the pilot was rescued. Now, both Iranian and US forces, they're looking for the missing airman, but for different reasons. Tawhid Asadi reports from Tehran.
The state TV came out with a report about the downing of one of the most advanced warplanes of the United States. And we've got different reports, some saying it's F-35, some saying it's F-15. But this is the Iranian side's narrative that they had down not only this one, but another A-10. And the F-35 or F-15 is said to be down in the areas in the western parts of the country, and the A-10 is said to be down in the areas near the Persian Gulf. And Iranian side has not confirmed the reports about the rescuing of one of these pilots. They're saying that we are still searching, and they have also asked the assistance of the local residents, and even the state TV came out yesterday to set a sort of award for anyone who can find the pilots or provide any information ending up in the finding of the pilots of these two actually warplanes. But still, in the broader context, it is being interpreted as a sign of strength of the air defense system of the countries. Previously, we've got the US President Donald Trump talking about the attacks and damages to the air defense system, and now Iranian side is coming out with the rhetoric that it is still functioning and it is able to carry on successful operations. And of course, added to that is are basically other reports about downing of drones and missiles by the Iranians. And this is happening while we are witnessing the continuation of the campaign of airstrikes across the country, targeting different locations, different cities, including here in the capital.
Airstrikes have hit a special petrochemical zone in southwest Iran. The zone is in the city of Masha. It's home to a number of petrochemical facilities, and the area was hit by 3 explosions, and smoke has been seen rising from there. Rescue teams and firefighters have been dispatched to the scene, and at least 5 people have been injured. And in Tehran on Friday, a strike targeted an elite post-secondary engineering and science school. The Iranian Red Crescent says the attack damaged parts of the Shahid Behashti University. Israel's army has also attacked the city of Tyr as it expands its ground offensive in southern Lebanon. A number of residential buildings and a boat were hit near the harbour. The violence has forced thousands of people from their homes over the last month. The army also...
Yazraki with the sweet super sticker. Thank you very much, Belle.
strikes on the southern suburbs of Beirut, and it says it's targeting Hezbollah infrastructure. Also in southern Lebanon, the Israeli military has destroyed 2 more bridges over the Litani River. These pictures are from Friday. That was before the attack. The Sahmar and Mashghara bridges connected the western Bekaa Valley with the rest of the country. Well, Israel has destroyed at least 5 other bridges over the Litani since early March. Israel says it's bombing them to prevent Hezbollah from moving reinforcements and supplies into the area. Malcolm Webb is in Beirut. Malcolm, destroying bridges that connect southern Lebanon to the rest of the country, that seems to have been a key part of Israel's battle plan. What's happening in southern Lebanon at the moment?
Well, just in the last couple of hours, there's been a series of Israeli military airstrikes and drone strikes on towns and villages in the southern part of southern Lebanon near the border with Israel, as well as more strikes on the bridge that you mentioned that connected the Bekaa Valley with the rest of the country, and here with the capital, Beirut. And of the 7 major bridges that crossed the Litani River, we understand that just one of them is still standing. So this has the effect of almost completely cutting off the southern part of the country, which is going to make it very difficult for fuel, medicines and other crucial supplies to be brought into that part of the country. We spoke to the mayor of one of the villages near the border, Christian majority villages, that had refused to evacuate following Israel's evacuation orders and its airstrikes and its invasion over the course of the last month. And the mayor said that Red Cross convoys that people had been using once or twice a week to be able to go, for example, to Beirut to seek medical treatment, in recent days.
You've been off social media for 6 months? God damn. Yeah, you've been off for a minute, Cypher. I think you've kept up your Patreon membership this whole time, haven't you? You're still on the list, from what I recall. Either way, good to see you back in the chat. Also, are you sticking with this name, or are you going to be switching this again? I feel like you've switched your name multiple times. Although, I feel like the last time that you were in here, YouTube was still using chat or channel names instead of handles for chat display names. So it's possible you didn't change anything, and I'm just an idiot. All right, people. Final clip of the night. Let's go to Myanmar, where they had an election. Fake election, but an election. Multiple elections happening this week. Of course, we already talked about the one happening in Hungary. Fake election happening here in Myanmar, where the military is still under complete control, and only certain people were allowed to vote in this election.
Myanmar junta chief Min Aung Hlaing was elected president on Friday after breezing through a vote by the pro-military parliament. That formalised his grip on political power 5 years after he ousted Myanmar's elected government in a coup and capped a carefully choreographed journey from top general to civilian.
Wait, just real quick. I just want to go back to that. She just said pro-military parliament. You notice anything about this parliament? Oh, wait a second. It is the military. Every single person is in a military outfit.
That formalised his grip on political power 5 years after he ousted Myanmar's elected government in a coup and capped a carefully choreographed journey from top general to civilian president. It wasn't clear if Min Aung Hlaing attended the vote, and he wasn't seen during a state broadcast of the proceedings. The 69-year-old general toppled the administration of Nobel Peace Prize winner Aung San Suu Kyi in 2021 and put her under arrest. That sparked widespread protests that morphed into nationwide armed resistance against the junta. The civil war that has wrecked Myanmar and its economy for much of the last 5 years is still raging. Human rights groups and United Nations experts.
It's a little weird to me how Reuters is trying to glaze the military junta. They're like, look, democracy. It's like, what are you talking about? This is not democracy. He stole power and just did a fake election where, first off, 1.5 million Rohingya Muslim refugees who are not in Myanmar cannot vote because, of course, they were ethnically cleansed by the military junta. Then, in most of the rural areas where guerrilla militants are still fighting a war against Myanmar's military junta, also voting was heavily repressed. So, I mean, it's a fake-ass election. I don't know why anybody would talk about it, like, in any other way. Like, it truly mystifies me. This dude literally did a coup. A coup and then an ethnic cleansing. And now he's fighting a civil war and repressing votes. And they're talking about it like it's like a normal election. It's like, dude, what are you talking about? They're literally still fighting a civil war in this country. You can't have an actual election in the middle of a war. Especially in the middle of a civil war, of all things. A little difficult, don't you think? When one side's literally repressing the other by force. It might be a problem. Democracy-wise. Well, that was quite a week, don't you think, Space Fams? Pam Bondi out. Gas prices up. Supreme Court. Supreme Court fucking drama. Moon missions. And, of course, Operation Epstein failure. So much more. Well, we got through another stream. It's quite long and also difficult, but thankfully we had each other to get through it. That's gonna be it for me tonight. Until I see you next, you stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. That being the Galactic Patrons. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegley, PB, Midi, Afroponics, Snarl by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Godcat, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Calibrating, Geodragon, The Anticorporatist, Obsessive Audio, Moanoa, Nadia, Choki, Skelt, Selena, Omega Star, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, Donald James X, Evan from Portland, Lovely Pariah, Mish, Becky, Decipher, Icebreaker, Columbia, Rican, New York, Will in Detroit, Sisyphean Task, BC, Free Palestine, Hermit Horologist, HBX, Manda, Lori Lunchmeat, Carl Gaslight Docracy, Paige Larson, Grizzla, Benihana 99, Dark Sparkle, CJ from the 6, The Reference Frame, Glitchmaster, Social Butterfly, The Anarchist, Perf XL, and Winnie and Robin. That's right. All of these people here have helped produce the show which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can too for just a few US dollars a month on Patreon.
Tax proposal.
Mr. President,